William Watkins, founder and chief executive of drinks firm Radnor Hills, has been elected president of the British Soft Drinks Association, BSDA. He takes over from Paul Graham, GB managing director at Britvic, who has served as president since 2021. During his time in the role, Graham led the BSDA as a founder member of Circularity Scotland, a scheme administrator for Scotland's since-delayed deposit return scheme. Pete Charles, managing director at Red Bull since 2018, has been elected to replace Watkins as vice president of the BSDA. Watkins kicked off his tenure with a message to the Welsh Government in which he called for an interoperable deposit return scheme to support recycling. Commenting on his appointment, Watkins said, "It is such a crucial time for the industry as we head towards setting up a deposit return scheme, along with retailers and alcohol producers, to deliver a realistic and practical system to return and recycle our containers in a more sustainable way. I aim to continue the fine work of Paul and past BSDA presidents by making further progress on a wide range of issues affecting and involving soft drinks, particularly those related to reducing litter and increasing recycling." Founded by Watkins in 1990, Radnor Hills is reportedly Wales' largest soft drinks manufacturer, producing 400 million drinks a year. Earlier this month, the producer appointed Simon Knight as its new managing director as Watkins transitioned to the role of chief executive. "I also want to promote our fantastic industry by highlighting both the economic benefits it delivers for our country and the vast array of drinks, mainly in the low-calorie sector, that BDSA members offer consumers for all kinds of drinking occasions." A collection of industry bodies have questioned the lack of attention placed on the food and drink sector during the general election campaign. The NFU, British Retail Consortium, UK Hospitality and Food and Drink Federation have written to the leaders of each of the major political parties, expressing frustration about the absence of a clear plan to support the F&B industry and calling for the omission to be addressed before polling day on the 4th of July. The letter urges the party leaders to ensure policies on food security are front and centre of their public campaigns, to set out how they intend to support domestic food and farming sectors, and to detail how they will work to ensure resilient supply chains. Overall, 6 priorities were laid out for the next government. 1. A planning system that allows investment in modern buildings and infrastructure. 2. Work with the food and drink sector to deliver a plan to achieve our net zero ambitions. 3. A coherent industrial policy that includes a tax framework, incentivizing investment, fosters research and innovation in the UK, takes a joined-up approach to immigration, skills and employment policies that ensure the sector has access to the labour it needs. 4. An agricultural budget that enables the delivery of environmental objectives, delivers targets for climate and biodiversity. 5. An approach to trade that seeks to reduce non-tariff barriers with key trading partners. And 6. A long-term partnership with industry to tackle obesity and health inequalities in communities across the UK. The basic responsibility of any government is to ensure its citizens are safe and properly fed. The letter reads, "But while we have heard much about defence and energy security in recent weeks, we've heard very little about food security. The lack of focus on food in the political narrative during the campaigns demonstrates a worrying blind spot for those that govern us." It goes on to say that a thriving food and drink sector will help boost economic growth and provide varied employment opportunities at all levels, before highlighting the important role the industry must play in the pursuit of net zero. "We should never take our food security for granted, and whoever forms the next government will need to address these issues as a priority. Taken together, these policies can provide the critical ingredients confidence that will allow industry to deliver a resilient food system, investing for the future, driving productivity, leading the way in energy efficiency, continuing the journey of protecting and enhancing the environment, and most of all ensuring that British food remains on our shelves and available for all." Food ingredients manufacturer Beneo has appointed Olivier Roques as its new chief executive, effective immediately. An industry veteran with more than 30 years of experience in the international ingredients industry, Roques joins the business from Agrana Fruit Group, where he previously served as chief executive. Roques started his career in the dairy and flavour industries, followed by more than 20 years in leadership roles in the USA and Europe at Agrana Fruit. This included positions in sales, food safety and quality, and new product development. In addition to his role as CEO, he will also be responsible for overseeing all sales and marketing as Beneo's chief sales officer, succeeding Dominic Spielers. Commenting on his appointment, Roques said, "I'm really looking forward to working with the people and products of Beneo. The portfolio supports the company's purpose to contribute to better nutrition and health. We will continue to create strategic partnerships with our customers around the globe and adapt to their market needs. Our customers value both the sound science supporting our ingredients, as well as the expert know-how and quality we offer them along the entire value chain. I found a great group of colleagues eager to accelerate our development in that direction, giving me confidence that Beneo will further strengthen this unique chain of expertise to support our customers' products. Roke's appointment followed the installation of a new heat pump at Beneo's site in Wingemole, Belgium, that will enable energy to be recovered from wastewater, dropping the manufacturer's CO2 emissions significantly. Roland van Hoogheden, the operations managing director for specialty rice ingredients at Beneo, said the investment represented an important sustainability milestone for the business. Meanwhile, earlier this month, Weetabix parent company Post Holdings appointed a new managing director for the cereal brand as it's named a new leader of its refrigerated retail unit. Captains of industry from across the food and beverage sector descended on the Hilton Bankside in London last week to examine the pressures affecting their businesses and discuss the potential solutions to them. Key topics brought up by delegates included work towards meeting environmental and social governance, ESG targets, the complexities of new regulations, and trading outside of the EU. Nick Bahari, Vion Food Group country manager for the UK and Ireland, said the conversation in the room surrounding sustainability confirmed that the industry was headed in the right direction and that businesses should go and keep investing in areas such as sustainable meat in the future. Ricky Flax, Delightful Food Group chief executive, said the forum had helped to reiterate just how overcomplicated current rules and regulations were, and that he wasn't alone in that observation. Everything being introduced is really positive and we're going in the right direction, but the UK government, not allowing smaller and medium-sized companies to actually be able to implement things without spending an absolute fortune. Dual Fuel founder Tim Davies said it was encouraging to see that most businesses were facing the same problems, but to different degrees. If you like the same colour of problem, but a different shade of it, he added. When you are at the coalface in a business, it sometimes is easy to personalise the challenge. This is just us that is facing this. It's only when you take a step away, as this event has allowed me to, and talk to my peer group and other industry leaders, that actually we're all in this together. We compete, but we all have the same common issues we face as well. Adam Starkey, founder and executive chair of Green Gourmet, summed up the forum best. I'm the person who hates Teams meetings, and I think virtual conferences are terrible for industry. You need to be in the same space, you need to drink coffee, it's got to be face-to-face. Tate & Lyle has entered into an agreement to acquire nature-based ingredients provider CP Kelco. The deal with current owner Huber is worth $1.8 billion, approximately £1.4 billion, and forms part of wider strategic transformation at Tate & Lyle. CP Kelco is a leader in pectin and specialty gums, with Tate & Lyle stating that the deal strengthens its expertise across three core platforms of sweetening, mouthfeel, and fortification. On the 23rd of May 2024, the global F&B ingredients firms announced the sale of Primient for $350 million, a move which also signalled at the firm's desire to shift its approach. According to Tate & Lyle, the proposed transaction is expected to drive stronger revenue growth and significant adjusted EBITDA margin improvement over the next few years. Huber will also take a 16% stake in Tate & Lyle and will be entered in to appoint 2 non-executive directors to the board. Commenting on the proposed deal, Tate & Lyle chief executive Nick Hampton said a combination with CP Kelco is the perfect fit for Tate & Lyle's growth-focused strategy and purpose. It significantly strengthens our sweetening, mouthfeel, and fortification platforms, enhances our solutions capabilities across our 4 core categories, and unlocks new growth opportunities. Together, we will have a compelling customer proposition. Following on from the announcement of the proposed sale of our remaining interest in Primient last month, the proposed combination with CP Kelco represents a significant acceleration of our growth-focused strategy. It creates a leading global specialty food and beverage solutions business ideally placed to benefit from the structural trends towards a more plant-based, clean label, and sustainable ingredients and solutions. The growth potential of the proposed combined business is significant, and we look forward to the future with confidence and excitement. Meanwhile, Huber President and CEO Gretchen W. McLean said that along with Tate & Lyle, the firm was taking a bold and strategic step. Huber has been an excellent steward of CP Kelco for the past 20 years, with a relentless pursuit to growing and creating value as a leading provider of nature-based specialty ingredient solutions. This step unlocks the full value of CP Kelco, and our long-term partnership as a shareholder in Tate & Lyle signifies Huber's long-term desire to remain engaged in the attractive food and beverage market. Our collective rich histories and depth of experience, combined with our shared purpose, values and commitment to our customers, employees and communities, will enhance future value for all stakeholders. The US government has urged the EU to delay the implementation of new regulations that will ban the import of commodities linked to deforestation. Both Reuters and the Financial Times gained access to a letter sent to the European Commission on the 30th of May 2024 by senior US figures calling for the European Union Deforestation Regulations EUDR start date to be pushed back. Signed by Trade Representatives Catherine Tai, Agricultural Secretary Thomas Vilsack, and Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo, the letter states that US exporters are unlikely to be able to meet the deadline. From the 30th of December, companies with more than 250 employees will be required to provide proof that their supply chain does not contribute to deforestation when trading soy, beef, coffee, palm oil, and other products into the EU. Commodities will also need to be produced in accordance with the relevant legislation of the country of production and be covered by a due diligence statement. We therefore urge the European Commission to delay the implementation of this regulation and subsequent enforcement penalties until these substantial challenges have been addressed. It comes after 50 US senators wrote to Tai on the 8th of March, requesting that the US seeks delays to the implementation of EUDR due to concerns that the new rules will negatively impact producers by imposing costly requirements on exporters that will limit market access for the $3.5 billion in US forest-derived products entering the EU annually. Speaking to Reuters, a spokesperson for the European Commission confirmed that the letter had been received. We keep the situation under constant review and we are working hard to ensure that all the conditions are met for the smooth implementation of the law. The British Egg Industry Council, BEIC, has launched an updated code of practice for the production of British Lion certified egg products. The standard has been designed to embrace the latest food safety advances, including 64 new criteria, while also recognising the level of innovation taking place within the sector. Version 3 of the Code of Practice is released amid ongoing food safety outbreaks linked to eggs and egg products produced outside of the UK. More than 30 years after the launch of the Processing Code in 1995, British Lion remains the only recognised industry standard for processed eggs anywhere in the world. The code sets standards across all systems of production, protecting eggs from when they are laid to the time they are delivered to manufacturers and food service operators. In addition to the standards of the British Lion Shell Egg Code of Practice, which includes all over 700 audible points, processors of British Lion egg products must adhere to a further wide range of additional standards. Commenting on the unveiling of the new code, BEIC Chief Executive Gary Ford said that maintaining and upholding high standards was as important now as it ever was. For more than 25 years, the Code of Practice for production of lion-quality egg products has provided peace of mind, ensuring retailers, food manufacturers, food service operators, wholesalers and other organisations can safely serve UK consumers British egg products without the risk, food miles and challenges of traceability involved in importing egg products. I am proud to say that version 3 pushes the standards even further, incorporating new industry advice and providing specific measures and controls, particularly around some of the new and more innovative products, to ensure that the British public gets the quality, safe and domestically produced egg products they expect and deserve. Meanwhile, Institute of Food Science and Technology presiding Sterling Crew welcomed the introduction of version 3 of the Code of Practice. There's an assumption that once an egg has been pasteurised that it's automatically safe, but there's a lot more to it, especially where some egg products such as egg white are heat treated. With ongoing food safety incidents involving eggs and egg products produced outside the UK, there are potential risks associated with egg products that aren't produced to the same standards of the British Lion Code Practice, and I will always insist my colleagues, customers and friends ask for British Lion egg products if they want food safety assurance. Lean manufacturing is a philosophy that comes with impressive history, although there are examples of process thinking from as far back as the 1450s and the Arsenal in Venice, a complex of former shipyards and armories in the city of Venice. The example probably most frequently given is the production model of Henry Ford in the early years of the 20th century. Whilst the Ford manufacturing system removed inefficiencies and achieved never-before-attained levels of manufacturing quality and consistency, it had a significant flaw. This was best summed up by Henry Ford himself, when he allegedly offered car buyers any colour the customer wants, as long as it's black. As consumer expectations moved increasingly towards choice, the Ford model struggled until in the 1930s, when other industrialists turned their thoughts to this new challenge. Kiichiro Toyoda, Taiichi Ohno and others at Toyota began to introduce a series of innovations into their production processes that enable Toyota to provide both continuity in process flow as well as variety in production offerings. The scene was set for the growth of lean manufacturing. In the Toyota production system, the focus was shifted away from individual machines towards the flow of a product through the entire process. Toyota concluded that by right-sizing machines for required volumes, introducing machine self-monitoring, lining machines up in a process sequence, pioneering fast setups so each machine could make small volumes of many parts, and ensuring each process step notified the previous step of its needs for materials, it would be possible to obtain low cost and high quality, high variety and efficiency, alongside a low waste and rapid throughput production. Adoption of these principles in many companies, globally including food manufacturing, is testament to that conclusion. At the heart of lean philosophy is an emphasis on waste reduction and continuous improvement. In the context of ESG, environmental, social and governance, that makes lean a concept that was way ahead of its time. Why are ESG and lean manufacturing good partners? Lean is a methodology that focuses on minimizing waste within manufacturing systems while simultaneously maximizing profitability. It is therefore unsurprising that the first element lends itself well to achieving certain ESG goals. Minimizing waste throughout a manufacturing system means less environmental damage, more efficient working, less pressure on staff, potential savings for customers and consumers, and less demands made on the supply chain. Whilst the lean methodology will not drive all of your ESG commitments, it is certainly an important part of any manufacturer's sustainability program, both in terms of building a better, more profitable and more commercially sustainable business, and as a fundamental element of any integrated ESG plan. It is perhaps not surprising that lean manufacturing principles can play a crucial part in help food manufacturers to achieve their ESG goals and aspirations. By incorporating ESG considerations into the whole of the production and distribution process, food manufacturers can minimize their environmental impact, improve their reputation, and reduce costs. For any food manufacturer to succeed in all these ESG dimensions, the business must fully embed their ESG framework within their business model. ESG should not be seen as a bolt-on or a secondary requirement that is not integral to the business. It's a way to ensure there is a positive impact on staff, customers, consumers, and stakeholders, delivering against solid ethical business principles and ensuring the business is sustainable in every sense of the word. Value creation can be achieved in this way. Embedding ESG into a lean food manufacturing system removes any accusations that it might be a hindrance, given the emphasis on lean manufacturing on defining value, value stream mapping, creating flow, establishing pull, and continuous improvement. By analyzing a value stream or an entire end-to-end process, organizations can escalate the value of their ESG activities, benefiting the company enormously as well as the planet and its people. Value stream mapping enables the food manufacturer to create the type of integrated system that is efficient, effective, consistent, and sustainable. As climate change and social pressures increasingly add to the risks, complexities, and uncertainties faced by businesses, it has never been more important to develop a holistic business model. It is certain that climate-related legislation will continue to expand, capturing greater numbers of businesses as it does so. In addition, there will be more emphasis on global levelling up as countries seek to benefit from the ESG efforts their organisations are making versus those in other locations with lower achievement thresholds. A good example of this is EU CBAM and from January 2027, UK CBAM. This stands for the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. It seeks to apply a financial levy to companies importing certain goods from third-party companies, with carbon emissions standards lower than those of the EU and now the UK. In addition, food manufacturers are facing the triple challenges of hugely increased input costs, pressure on raw material sourcing, and delivering and supply chain restrictions. The more a company's ESG commitments are integrated into its lean manufacturing model, the better able it will be to deal with all these complexities to the positive benefit of the business. its people, its customers and consumers, its supply chain and the planet. In a food manufacturing context, a reduction in defects and wastage, excess use of raw material inputs, preventable defects, costs associated with reprocessing defective items, and unnecessary product characteristics not required by customers is the very essence of efficient production, and as a result, greater environmental benefit. Not all manufacturing companies operate on lean principles, but many food manufacturers do so. For most, it is a small step from lean to ESG lean. Shortening changeover times, reducing overproduction, improving inventory management, decreasing defects, standardizing work processes, shortening lead times, lowering production costs, developing workforce flexibility, continuously improving operations, and enhancing food safety are at the very heart of the lean manufacturing process for food manufacturers, but they are also at the heart of food business sustainability in all senses. The so-called 4 Ps of lean manufacturing embrace the very principles that ESG embeds, namely purpose, process, people, and performance, which makes it an essential ally in fighting climate change and injustice in the world. Essentially, process optimization, not just in the production sense, but for every aspect of a food manufacturing business, is no longer just good sense, it really is now best practice. The Food Standards Agency FSA has given monk fruit decoctions the green light, with the commodity consumed to a significant degree in the UK before May 1997. This decision follows 7 years of evidence collecting from Monk Fruit Corp, a global monk fruit company, which prepared and submitted the dossier to the FSA. As of 27th of June 2024, the work has paid off, having received confirmation that the ingredient can now be used in food and beverage products sold in the UK. The FSA has also provided independent verification monk fruit decoctions were consumed prior to the novel food cut-off date in the EU. As the UK was an EU member until February 2020, the decision still holds weight and means the ingredient can also be sold in the EU. David Thorold, Monk Fruit Group, General Manager of Sales and Marketing, said the company is delighted with the decision. This adds a great tasting, clean label, 100% natural option to the sugar reduction toolkit, which will have a significant positive impact for food and beverage companies and consumers. There is a huge potential for monk fruit in the UK and EU. Monk fruit decoctions are a unique food ingredient because they contribute sweetness while adding minimal sugar and calories. This is thanks to the sweet mogricide molecule, which occurs naturally in the fruit. It is worth noting that monk fruit decoctions are not equivalent to monk fruit extract sweeteners, which are considered a food additive. As Thorold explained, monk fruit extract sweeteners are made by selective processing, which concentrates a mogricide V molecule, in some cases to a concentration of more than 50%. Currently, there is no UK or EU approval for monk fruit extract sweeteners. Monk Fruit Corp's monk fruit decoctions, which have been confirmed by UK FSA as not novel foods, are processed in a way which does not selectively concentrate the sweet mogricide molecules, and are therefore equivalent to the traditional food and not classified as a sweetener food additive. The method of manufacture and specification for the monk fruit decoctions, accepted as not novel food by UK FSA, were determined by Monk Fruit Corp, after an extensive analysis of traditional consumption and preparation methods. The company has now developed a new commercial offering for the UK and EU in order to have a product that complies with the specification. Monk fruit decoctions are a 100% natural, great-tasting, sweet, low-calorie traditional food, as opposed to a food additive. The ingredient declaration will be concentrated monk fruit infusion, which makes it a consumer-friendly, clean label option for sugar reduction. Our experience with monk fruit in other markets tells us that consumers readily accept the new ingredient because of the fruit designation, which conveys safety, familiarity, and great taste. Today's decision also aligns the UK with the US, Canada, Australia, India, Mexico, and New Zealand, and Israel, where regulatory approvals for monk fruit as a non-novel sweetener are already in place. Many of these approvals have also been swayed by monk fruit, which also serves several large F&B companies across the globe. The UK FSA ruling today is the latest in a long history of regulatory approvals, which we have achieved. Monk Fruit Corp, along with our in-market partners, have been responsible for the first approval of monk fruit ingredients for general use in the food in the USA, Canada, Australia, India, Mexico, New Zealand, and Israel. We are delighted to have achieved this regulatory milestone in the UK, which further solidifies our position as the world's leading and most innovative monk fruit company. Thorold added that many of its current international customers will likely be its first UK patrons too. A number of our large global customers have been eager to extend the use of our current monk fruit decoctions to their products in the UK and EU. We anticipate that these customers will be launching new products incorporating our new UK and EU compliant monk fruit decoctions in the near future. Morrisons, the supermarket, is celebrating 125 years since William Morrison started the business as an egg and butter market stall in Bradford, with the butter celebrating the past. On its 125th anniversary, Morrisons is introducing a limited edition heritage butter packaging design, which is one of its first ever products. The packaging features a Union Jack, gold wrapper and blue and red accents, commemorating Morrisons' long-standing support for British food supplies. The special heritage butter reflects our commitment to quality, food making and tradition, bringing a touch of nostalgia to our shelves. We hope our customers enjoy this unique piece of history as much as we enjoyed creating it, commented Gail Paddy, own brand director at Morrisons. The design will don its own brand salted and unsalted butters, which will be available while stocks last for the next 4 weeks. Offering historical context, Professor Rachel Balby, FBA author of Back to the Shops, The High Street in History and the Future, said butter has always occupied a unique place as an everyday luxury food. Morrisons' first customers of 1899 would have had their butter carefully weighed out by the pound or half-pound across the counter. Without home refrigerators, it would have been kept in the larder before being brought out for tea. Butter was a special treat then and it is still now, perfect to celebrate this 125th anniversary. Today, Morrisons boasts 497 supermarkets and operates more than 1,600 convenience stores nationwide. The supermarket employs more than 100,000 people, including 6,500 trained butchers, bakers, fishmongers, cheesemongers, florists and other skilled store specialists. Alongside its limited edition decorated butter packs, the supermarket is also rolling out several other initiatives, including a special basket bonus for more cardholders, alongside a £1 million charitable fund to enhance community spaces across the UK. The chair of beer manufacturer Adnams has confirmed his intention to step down. Ahead of the firm's AGM on 27th June, the board announced that Chair Jonathan Adnams and Senior Independent Director Steve Sharp have both notified their intention to step down at or before the 2025 AGM. The timings of their departure will be in part determined the outcome of the review to raise additional capital, a move that the brewer announced earlier in the year. The Adnams board added that it has made progress in its review of options to fund its future growth plans, with interest secured from multiple parties. A board committee is currently evaluating these proposals in order to determine which route offers the best long-term value for the company and its shareholders. During the 12 months to the 31st of December 2023, Adnams suffered a pre-tax loss of £4 million, despite increasing its sales by 3% year-on-year. Speaking at the time, Adnams chief executive Andy Wood said, "As we continue to pursue our strategy, it's important that we leverage our distinctive strengths as a heritage-rich, innovative company to their fullest. The Adnams brand continues to hold significant equity and is championed and cherished by its customers." Wood is due to step down from the role this month, with Jenny Hannon set to take up the role on the 1st of July. Hannon will become the first woman to serve as Adnams chief executive in its 150-year history. In the competitive landscape of the food industry, developing new products and refining existing ones is not just a matter of taste, but a complex and often high-stakes endeavour. A misstep in new product development, NPD, can damage your brand and bottom line, with studies estimating that more than £30 million is wasted each year on failed food and beverage launches. Independent sensory labs are critical in mitigating this risk, offering impartial insights that can significantly impact a product's success. What is sensory tasting? Sensory testing involves evaluating food products based on their sensory attributes, such as taste, aroma, texture, and appearance. This type of testing is essential for creating new products that resonate with customers, ensuring batch consistency and high standards, and refining existing products based on consumer feedback. Sensory analysis plays a crucial role at every stage of NPD. Its opportunity identification, product design and development, testing, and launch. How sensory testing can be used in NPD. Alison Friel, Director of Technical Services at NSF, underscored the crucial role sensory analysis plays in identifying characteristics that appeal to target demographics. This information can be used to optimize recipes, select the best raw materials, and refine processing methods. Independent testing ensures that these decisions are based on objective, reliable data, in addition to helping maintain consistent product quality which is essential for building brand loyalty and ensuring regulatory compliance. Independent sensory testing objectively assesses product quality, helping manufacturers identify and address potential issues before products reach the market. This proactive approach reduces the risk of product recalls and enhances consumer trust. Sensory data can be used to benchmark products against competitors, identify unique selling points, and develop marketing claims that resonate with consumers. Independent testing ensures that these claims are backed by credible, unbiased data. When NSF recently opened its new European headquarters in Brussels, the first use of its cutting-edge sensory lab was a Mastercook's Belgium testing session, organised with Carrefour. The session featured 10 of Belgium's top chefs evaluating a range of Carrefour food products. It also marked the 10-year partnership between Carrefour and the Belgian Association of Mastercooks, which to date has resulted in almost 200 Carrefour products being approved by Mastercooks. The Mastercook session aligns closely with Carrefour's product development and quality assurance goals, by leveraging the expertise of distinguished chefs to ensure our products meet the highest standards of taste and quality, explained Christelle Chang-Ponka, Food Quality and Sustainable Development Manager at Carrefour. Through this partnership, 10 master chefs from Belgium rigorously test a selection of our Carrefour branded products. Their approval allows us to confidently label these products with the selected by Mastercook's logo, signifying exceptional quality to our products. This collaboration not only enhances our product development process by incorporating valuable feedback from culinary experts, but also reinforces our commitment to providing superior products. The Mastercook endorsement acts as a testament to our dedication to quality assurance, helping us maintain customer trust and satisfaction over the long term. NSF's test kitchens are equipped with semi-professional equipment, enabling accurate replication of conditions and equipment used in domestic kitchens. This setup ensures that products are tested in environments that closely mimic how consumers will use them, providing a more relevant and actionable insights. Ponka said taste is the priority in the quality of Carrefour products. To ensure this, it is important for us to conduct tests in a high-quality laboratory. NSF's sensory testing services provide objective scientific assessments of our products' sensory attributes such as taste, texture, and appearance. This rigorous testing helps us identify areas for improvement and fine-tune our products to better meet consumer preferences. Moreover, the data and insights gained from these tests support our commitment to continuous innovation and excellence in product development. Independent sensory testing adds significant value to the NPD process by providing objective feedback and offering unbiased and reliable assessment of a product's potential success. Sensory testing is an ongoing process that plays a crucial role in extending a product's life cycle. By applying taste evaluations and benchmark tests as part of your NPD process, manufacturers can better predict a product's success before it ever hits store shelves, regularly reviewing a product's attributes, composition, nutritional values, and most importantly, taste can significantly extend its market relevance and boost the return on investment in research and design. Outsourcing sensory analysis to independent laboratories can be more cost-effective than maintaining an in-house sensory team and laboratory. Third-party labs have the expertise, equipment, and resources to conduct comprehensive sensory evaluations efficiently. This allows manufacturers to focus on their core competencies while still benefiting from high-quality sensory data. When choosing an independent food sensory lab, manufacturers should consider several critical factors to ensure they receive high-quality and reliable results. Firstly, the lab's accreditation and certifications, such as ISO 9001, are essential indicators of its technical competence and adherence to international standards. Expertise and experience in this specific food category being tested are crucial, as different products require distinct sensory evaluation methods. Additionally, manufacturers should verify the lab's capability to provide detailed, actionable data analysis and interpretation, helping to translate sensory findings into meaningful insights for product development and quality control. Transparent communication and a proven track record of working with reputable clients further underscore the lab's reliability and credibility. As the food industry continues to evolve, the importance of reliable sensory analysis will only increase, making independent testing an invaluable tool for achieving excellence in food quality and customer satisfaction. Recipe box service Gousto has announced its expansion into Northern Ireland. From the 25th of June 2024, Gousto's range of 100 weekly recipes will be available for order across the country, with deliveries set to begin on the 1st of July. The introduction of Northern Ireland comes after the business reported a record underlying EBITDA in 2023 of £26 million. As in the rest of the UK, Gusto caters households with 1 to 5 people, with customers able to order via the app or online. To begin with, consumers in Northern Ireland will have access to delivery slots on Monday and Tuesday, versus the 7 days elsewhere in the UK. Gusto's recipes originate from 44 regions across the world, and it has developed vegetarian, plant-based and family-friendly options. Meanwhile, the Save and Savour range is priced at 50p less per portion. Users that sign up will also have access to recommendations from the Gusto AI tool. Meals will be picked, packed and distributed from the firm's fulfillment centre in Warrington, which Gusto claims is able to limit operational food waste to less than 1%. The centre is powered by 3 algorithms developed in-house: auto-replenish, auto-routing and pick face optimization, which results in a maximum pack speed that is 140% faster than its first-generation facilities, with a pick accuracy of 99.97%. We are incredibly excited to bring Gusto to even more households with the launch in Northern Ireland, said Timo Bolt, CEO and founder of Gusto. We're offering Northern Ireland the same amazing choice and variety the rest of the country has come to love, with chef-created recipes to suit all occasions and tastes. This expansion is a significant step in our vision to become the UK's most loved way to eat dinner. Founded in 2012, Gusto achieved B Corp status in 2021 and has said that its meals contribute 23% lower greenhouse gas emissions than a traditional supermarket shop. Engine Capital has called on the C&C Group board to conduct a strategic review aimed at sale. The activist investor, which owns slightly less than a 5% stake in C&C, said in a letter to the board that the manufacturer is undervalued due to structural and self-inflicted problems which make it unfit for public markets. C&C, which possesses a portfolio of brands including Tennent's, Bulmers and Magners, has had 4 CEOs in less than 4 years, while its Magners unit recently took a €125 million goodwill impairment. The investor believes that C&C would be attractive to either strategic or private equity buyers due to its strong brands and free cash flow generation. Engine Capital projects that buyers would be willing to pay up to 263p per share in a sale, representing a significant premium on its current trading price. We invested in C&C more than 4 years ago, due to the company's high-quality portfolio of brands, leading distribution position in the UK and Ireland beverage markets, strong free cash flow generation and the ample opportunities for the board to significantly increase shareholder value. Despite these favourable attributes, C&C has been a perennial underperformer and today is deeply misunderstood and undervalued by the market because of a combination of structural and self-inflicted problems. The letter then asserted that the best path forward for C&C was for the board to explore strategic alternatives. In response, the C&C board issued a statement which said that it welcomes feedback from all shareholders and has a clear focus on creating shareholder value. As set out in the recent financial year 2024 year-end results update, the underlying performance of the business has been in line with expectations, and progress has been made in returning capital to shareholders. Operationally, the key priority is to deliver the substantial actions currently being progressed at pace throughout the business, driving forward both brand and distribution revenue, improving margin while returning up to €150 million by the end of financial year 2027. Britvic rejected a £3.2 billion takeover bid from Carlsberg on the 17th of June 2024, it has been revealed. After an initial bid of 1,200p per share was turned down, Carlsberg submitted an improved offer of 1,250p per share on the 11th of June. However, that was also rejected by the Britvic board earlier this week. The share price of Britvic is 1,162p as of the 21st of June. The soft drinks manufacturer operates brands in the UK, such as Robinsons and Pepsi Max. In a statement issued confirming that the second offer has not been accepted, Carlsberg said, "The firm believes that the proposal represents a compelling opportunity for Britvic shareholders to realise their investment in full and cash as an attractive valuation." Carlsberg, which owns beer brands including 1664 and Brooklyn, said it is now considering its position. The statement added Carlsberg takes a disciplined approach to evaluating acquisition opportunities and will only proceed with a transaction that is strategically and financially attractive to Carlsberg and its shareholders. Any offer, if made, is likely to be solely in cash and is expected to be fully debt-financed. Carlsberg believes that the potential transaction would enable it to capture appealing long-term growth opportunities from Britvic's comprehensive portfolio of leading brands in an attractive segment of the beverage market, where Carlsberg already has a strong track record. The potential transaction is fully aligned with Carlsberg's ambitious growth agenda, as set out in its Accelerate Sale strategy announced in February 2024. In response, a Britvic statement read, "The board remains confident in the current and future prospects of Britvic. It recognises its fiduciary duties and will consider any further proposals on its merits. There can be no certainty that any offer will be made from the company, nor as to the terms of any such offer should one be made." Plant-based ready meals manufacturer All Plants has raised an additional £1.8 million in finance as it announces the appointment of its first chairman. The funding round, led by ReFood, secured further investment from existing investors Molten Ventures, Felix Capital and Otiva. All Plants said it had made remarkable strides in the first year of its 2-year pathway to profit plan, with the business closing the gap to becoming EBITDA, which is earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation and amortization, positive by more than 80% within 12 months. This recent cash injection has supported the manufacturer's transformation from operating solely in the direct-to-consumer space to a truly omni-channel business with a presence in retail and food service channels. Jonathan Petrides, All Plants founder and chief executive, said, "We're thrilled to see our vision come to life as we close in on profitability. This additional funding is a testament to the hard work and dedication of our team and the unwavering support of our investors. We're more committed than ever to making plant-based eating seductively delicious and easy for everyone. To support the company's next stage of growth, All Plants has appointed Tim Kelly as its first chairman of the board. Kelly boasts a 40-year career within the food and drink industry and has held a number of directorships along some of the biggest names in the sector, including Premier Foods, Burt's Snack and Veg Express. Commenting on his appointment, he said, "I'm excited to join All Plants at such a pivotal moment. The progress the company has made is impressive, and I look forward to working with the team to drive further growth and innovation. Together, we will continue to lead the way transforming the plant-based food category, inspiring the planet to eat more plants." All Plants plant-based meals are handmade 24 hours a day by 140 chefs in the company's own kitchen, Europe's biggest plant-based kitchen running on 100% renewable energy, and delivered across the entirety of Great Britain. Since 2017, more than 3.5 million plants meals have been eaten, according to the company. The business has doubled revenue every year since launch. Samworth Brothers has appointed Simon Wookey as its new Chief Executive Officer. Wookey will take on the role of CEO from the 1st of July 2024 after a transition period, stepping up from his current position as Chief Commercial Officer at the Leicester-based food manufacturer. The announcement comes in response to current boss Hugo Maloney stepping down in order to pursue other opportunities. With 35 years of experience in the food industry, Wookey joined Samworth Brothers as a Group Executive Board Director in January 2019. Prior to arriving at Samworth Brothers, he worked for 20 years at Greencore, where he held a variety of senior commercial and managing director positions. On leaving Greencore, Wookey joined Maple Leaf Foods in Toronto, Canada, as president of its prepared food businesses for 4 years before returning to the UK in 2012, following which he held several senior positions at Two Sisters Food Group, including managing director of its convenience business. Commenting on the departure of Maloney, the firm's chair, Mark Samworth, said under Hugo's leadership, the business continued its recovery from COVID and its aftermath and rose to the challenge of successfully managing and mitigating significant inflationary pressures. With the executive team, he has reset our business strategy and has refined our operating model and ways of working to help us better act as one Samworth Brothers with our customers and suppliers. Samworth Brothers is well positioned for the future, and in the years to come, the business will benefit from his development of our modernisation program. Hugo has made a significant contribution to the performance of our business, and we wish him every success in the future. Senior figures from across the food and drink manufacturing sectors discussed the growing conversation surrounding ultra-processed foods, UPFs, during a recent Business Leaders Forum session. Convening in London on the 13th of June 2024 for the Business Leaders Forum, a collection of food and beverage bosses shared their thoughts on their coverage in the media and how the industry can move forward for the better. The sector has received criticism in recent weeks, failing to protect and prevent obesity and allowing unhealthy foods to be marketed to children. with politicians and food scientists calling for new regulations to be introduced in order to protect public health. Meanwhile, research is being conducted about the potential health risks of UPF and certain substances included in the manufacturing process, amid growing concerns among consumers about the nutritional content of everyday food and beverages. To begin the discussion, several attendees agreed that action needed to be taken to ensure that the sector offered the tastiest and healthiest options possible, but argued that the debate should be conducted in accordance with scientific advice. The UPF conversation has been hijacked by the national media, said one attendee, kicking off the discussion. Guideline daily amounts on packaging are there for a reason, as we need a certain amount of each category. We shouldn't be demonising certain ingredients, but instead need to look at the holistic picture of what humans need to consume. A fellow guest felt that a lack of education about nutrition was driving the debate. A number of scientific bodies have not concluded one way or another on UPFs, but this debate has been propelled elsewhere. Too much emotional hyperbole in the media, not enough balanced evidence-based debate, nuance has been taken out, and this ends up with consumers being confused. This was a sentiment shared elsewhere in the room, with an attendee calling on the industry to work in order to rebuild trust between manufacturers and the public. There is a huge disconnect between consumers and the production process. The public has very little trust in the industry, which makes consumers skeptical about every ingredient that is included. Consumers don't know the impact of each ingredient on factors such as structural integrity, shelf life, and taste consistency. In order to rebuild trust, a fellow guest argued the F&B industry needs to confront the UPF debate and provide honest and transparent guidance. We cannot ignore terms such as UPF because it is so much in the zeitgeist, even if there is little agreement over its meaning or definition. People are suspicious of the food industry as we have a vested interest, so it is integral that we rebuild trust so that education is taken seriously and people are willing to listen. This was echoed elsewhere in the room. We can never get away from social media and sensationalism reporting on topics such as UPFs. Therefore, we need to work around it. Also, the UK government needs to take more responsibility to support healthy eating on a population-wide basis, because as a food industry, we cannot achieve this alone, especially with the conflicting messaging in the media and online. With an election on the horizon, this is not the only call for government action, even though there was a sense of frustration about the failure of past policies in the realm of health. Over my career in the sector, we have seen 30 different policies designed to tackle obesity, but they have all failed. Another added at time of an election, political parties are going to talk about crackdowns because it is something voters are concerned about. In order to counter this narrative, they suggested science is not perfect and consumers are not perfect or uniform. We need patience and tolerance, which will allow us to find a sustainable and healthy solution. This issue cannot be resolved overnight. The attendee also called on the food and drink industry to communicate with consumers about healthy eating through their marketing campaigns. By showing consumers what responsible consumption looks like, we can drive change in small ways. This was echoed by other guests, with one calling for fellow leaders in the space to be prepared to get on the front foot and cut through the populism. As things stand, processed food is needed in order to feed the country, and the food industry needs to stand up for itself. We need to be able to answer these questions with scientific backing and drive the conversation rather than allowing it to play out in newspapers. The industry, consumers, and policymakers should be looking at unnecessary processed ingredients. However, manufacturers are reliant on suppliers and how they source and create ingredients. There is too much cyclical change in the advice given, and manufacturers are constantly having to adapt. One guest cautioned that while the industry needed to present a message based in scientific evidence, it faced a huge challenge in delivering such a complex message. Supermarkets could use technology to aid shoppers with a health breakdown of their trolley, and this will make informed decisions easier. Instead, consumers need to check every individual package, and this is time-intensive and unreasonable. Before concluding, the assembled leaders discussed the need to encourage more people to cook at home from scratch, a trend that could help reduce the amount of UPFs being consumed. More education is needed around cheap and quick scratch cooking, but we have attempted to use blogs and social media to raise awareness. COVID actually accentuated this as people were unable to eat out and instead switched to experimenting at home. Vegan options are often processed and contain a lot of preservatives, but more natural plant-based ingredients that can be cooked at home offer an alternative. This was echoed by a fellow guest, who also called on consumers to be given more support with simple recipes and easy ways to cook at home that balance health with cost and time. Another attendee warned, though, that scratch cooking was not possible for everyone. The cost of living crisis has restricted the ability of consumers to make informed choices due to the intense time and money pressures. Education around home cooking is good, but many people feel like they don't have the time and resources. As you'll have seen with the opinions voiced above, UPFs represent a thorny and complex topic. However, it is a crucial debate for the industry to resolve. Sleaford Quality Foods has entered into a 3-year strategic partnership with the Natasha Allergy Research Foundation. The ingredients firm will support the charity's work to raise awareness of food allergies as well as help fund new scientific research. Commenting on the partnership, Sleaford Managing Director James Arnold said, "As a key importer and supplier of food ingredients, and by working with our robust global supply chain, we have a responsibility to ensure we do everything we can to prevent allergic reactions to food products experienced by so many people in the world today. So we are supporting Natasha's foundation to help them fulfill their ambition to make allergy history. The issue is close to our heart. The young family of one of our colleagues have directly experienced allergic reactions, so we are more than aware of the need for the food sector to urgently address this challenge." The Natasha Allergy Research Foundation was founded in 2019 by Tanya and Nadim Ednaroos after their daughter Natasha died aged 15 from a severe allergic reaction to sesame. Their campaigning in the wake of her death led to the creation of Natasha's Law, also known as the UK Food Information Amendment, which requires food businesses to provide full ingredient lists and allergen labelling on food that is pre-packaged for direct sale. Tanya Ednan Laperouse added, "The unprecedented rise in allergic disease over the last 30 years means there's never been a more important time to understand what is fueling the global allergy epidemic. So many people today are living with a food allergy, including 1 in 13 school children. That's why we are delighted that Sleaford Quality Foods are joining us in the fight to make allergy history. Their support is funding the important work we are doing to raise awareness of food allergies and carry out new scientific research." The manufacturing arm of Morrisons is set to deploy digital twin technology as part of its bid to reduce energy use and carbon emissions. The 49,000 square foot site in Winsford, Cheshire, is operated by Myton Food Group and will become the UK's first large-scale food production facility to use the digital twin technology from a global climate technology firm IES as part of its net zero journey. Supplying the 497 Morrison stores across the UK, Myton Food Group owns 19 food manufacturing locations, including Winsford, where 600 people are employed. This live digital replica of the Winsford site will respond and behave like its real-life counterpart, providing operational insights and forecasting the impact of retrofit options in order to inform decarbonisation plans. The technology works by developing a digital energy model of the site using the IES virtual environment, giving detailed information on the building layout and HVAC systems and occupancy profiles. The model is then fed with metered data from the factory to create a performance digital twin. This performance digital twin can then be linked to energy and carbon management platform IES Live, which can forecast the effectiveness of various energy and carbon conservation measures. These range from simple operational adjustments to the deployment of renewables on site. Once retrofit options have been implemented, IES Live can track and verify that the predicted savings have been realised. The project estimates that energy savings of up to 20% will be achieved in the short term, with further savings to be made down the line. Myton Food Group has committed to reaching net zero on its own operations by 2035, ahead of the wider industry's target of 2040. On the project, Adam Goves, sector leader for manufacturing and infrastructure at IES, said, "This collaborative project is a major milestone that sets a precedent for the wider food manufacturing industry. It's great to be on board with Myton Food Group at this major milestone in its sustainability journey, providing the business with the evidence base to help make informed decisions about future operations at its Winsford facility." Sophie Throop, Manufacturing Technical and Sustainability Director for Myton Food Group, added, "We're looking forward to working with IES to help create a digital footprint for the Winsford site. We hope that through this partnership, the technology will improve our efficiencies throughout the site and help us work towards our goal of having net zero carbon emissions across our own operations by 2035, giving us learnings we can use across the rest of our manufacturing sites." Rather than solely relying on experience to be the contributing factor for bringing new recruits on board, we've expanded our process to hire based on potential and ability to learn. We've introduced practical exercises that help identify potential skills and unique abilities that new hires could bring to the table, as well as regular assessments to ensure people are equipped with the right resources and equipment to perform the job well. Whilst much of the conversation focused on those just starting their career, another person said that work also needs to be done around those starting families. Parental leave is rubbish. We need to be offering parental leave to anyone with a small child, regardless of their gender, regardless of how long they've worked for that company. Some places are doing it, and as a result, families feel cared for. They feel like they matter to that workplace and don't feel that they have to struggle through to make things work and burn the candle at both ends. So will a lack of joined-up thinking and independent strides, yet another eco-label, ultimately be our undoing as an industry? I'll let you decide on that one, but will leave you with the idiom, too many cooks spoil the broth. This year's Food Manufacturers Business Leaders Forum has received great praise again from its delegates as a must-attend session for food and drink producers. As food and drink businesses struggle to cope with a constantly shifting world of regulations, geopolitical tensions, we explore how you can make your food supply chain more sustainable and adaptable. Food supply chains need to be intricately planned, especially when it comes to fresh food, to maintain our just-in-time system and at a level of continuity that protects the UK's food security. But no matter how much planning you do, there are still parts of the supply chain that you just cannot control. Freak weather events can bring the entire country to a standstill, and upsets in the geopolitical landscape can leave food rotting on the docks if alternative transports can't be arranged. Food manufacturers are more susceptible than most supply chain problems due to a number of factors such as perishability of goods and the knock-on effects of climate change, which is driving an increase in environmental disasters that range from flash flooding to crop damage, explained Simon Thompson, Vice President of Sales UK and Nordics at Jaeger. He urged manufacturers to keep a keen eye on numerous trends, as the impact of seemingly unconnected events could drive delays and stalls in supply. For example, recently in the Institute of Export and International Trade, it highlights that there are potential shortages concerning rice coming from India. The country is the world's largest rice exporter, shipping more than 4.5 million tonnes annually, 35% of which passes through the Red Sea, now a dangerous route for cargo ships. Estimates suggest that some $30 billion in rice exports could be lost if the crisis continues. In the face of such uncertainty in the supply chain, identifying low-cost and efficient alternative transport options are a key element in any food and drink manufacturer's resilience strategy. Supply chain managers that can identify and quickly secure alternative sources and routes in case of an adverse event are better positioned to address any future disruptions. This, in turn, relies on having an alternative plan on how to conduct trade to drive resilience, mitigate risks and optimize costs and efficiencies to react flexibly to unexpected changes in their business environment. Thompson pointed toward a greater use of technology and automation to help make dynamic and flexible plans that effectively manage and minimize the impact of unexpected events. Automated systems can process huge volumes of data from supplier sources, analyze changes in performance over time, and help prevent potential bottlenecks from occurring. So far, use of AI, artificial intelligence, has mainly been limited to specific tasks based on predefined algorithms. When applied to supply chain management, AI could help make informed and timely buying decisions based on pricing, market trends, the risk of disruptions to supply chains, and other factors. Now, generative artificial intelligence, such as the popular ChatGPT, has expanded the potential for AI to also create new content and intelligent analysis. Digital tools also foster closer real-time collaboration with suppliers, which in turn enhance transparency and intelligence sharing. By all accounts, agility is the name of the game if food and drink businesses want to level up their supply chains. The unpredictable nature of the world is only going to get worse as time goes on, so being flexible and able to adapt is going to be key as we navigate future difficulties. Traditional supply chain models are often too rigid to handle the unpredictability of the contemporary consumer product industry. Therefore, a consumer product supply chain that is adaptive to market forces can be a critical asset, said Katie Gallagher, 4C Associates Director and Head of Consumer Products. When adopting agile supply chain practices, consumers' need become a greater priority, though a key enabler of agility is implementing advanced data analytics for real-time decision-making that incorporates data for consumer habits, as well as data inputs from the entire ecosystem. While the implementation of an agile supply chain could hold promise for enhancing responsiveness and competitiveness in food and drink businesses, It's essential to recognise that it may not be the ideal solution for every organisation, as it is certainly not a one-size-fits-all in terms of implementation. The challenges involved including cultural shifts to embrace flexibility and collaboration, as well as technological investment required and supply risk management demand careful consideration. Therefore, businesses must assess their unique circumstances, capabilities and readiness before embarking on the journey towards agility in their supply chains. In summary, consumer products businesses should prioritize enhancing their supply chain operations to improve responsiveness to unpredictable consumer trends, strengthen resilience against shocks, and optimize each stage of their operation to drive down costs and stay ahead of the competition. Extreme weather may be unpredictable, but one constant is the presence of longer, hotter summers. It's during these months that the cold chain needs to work even harder to prevent food from spoiling on the road. With this in mind, cold chain operators have ample opportunities to save their companies money. As Lineage Regional Vice President Claire Walters points out, temperature-controlled storage is an energy-intensive industry. With the world getting hotter, global warming exceeding 1.5 centigrade across an entire year in 2023, for the first time, according to the EU's Copernicus Climate Change Service, the industry can't afford to sit idle. Firstly, by using real-time intelligence platforms and autonomous data-driven solutions, companies can access, trace and process millions of data points, such as inventory demands, storage and warehouse temperatures, and delivery statuses, allowing teams to analyze where excess energy is being used and optimize energy consumption levels. For instance, with transportation, this means more efficient routes and loads can be configured, reducing fuel consumption and improving product quality. Moreover, by leveraging advanced technologies, companies can transform traditional processes to make them more efficient. Investing in solar energy technology is a no-brainer for businesses looking to manage their energy consumption, which can be further complemented by switching to LED lighting and variable frequency drives in refrigeration systems, with the added bonus of limiting their environmental impact. We have also invested in fully automated warehouses, which offer additional opportunities for energy savings and efficiencies. In traditional warehouses, forklifts are typically used to transport goods on pallets in and out of the cold store. However, in an automated warehouse using a conveyor system, we can reduce the size of the doors as only a pallet needs to pass through from the warehouse to the loading docks. This smaller opening helps minimize heat entry via doors, thereby improving energy efficiency. Additionally, automated warehouses using cranes can be built taller than traditional warehouses, increasing their density relative to their footprint. This design reduces heat entry via the roof relative to the stored products, potentially decreasing demand on the refrigeration system. For Walters, the future of the cold chain lies in aligning digitalization and sustainability. By embracing innovation and environmental stewardship, it is possible to maintain the highest standards of food safety and quality while significantly reducing emissions. Emissions remain one of the most important considerations to any business. As previously stated, the world is getting hotter, and targets to limit global warming seem to be even further out of reach than ever before. To be truly environmentally conscious, sometimes a supply chain operator needs to look outside the box on ways to cut carbon emissions. Simple changes further down the supply chain could make a big difference. You can cut down the amount of miles your vehicles have to travel to reach customers, or switch out all the light bulbs in the warehouse with energy-saving alternatives all you want, but have you considered the carbon cost of your storage equipment? Plastic boxes and pallets could have travelled halfway around the world to make it to the UK, creating a substantial carbon impact that isn't instantly visible at a casual glance of your operations. Logistics equipment provider Paleo Tower found that by transporting just 607 plastic boxes to the UK, it generates the same amount of carbon emissions as an average SME. Matthew Palmer, managing director at Paleo Tower, said by shifting the manufacturing of our plastic box pallets from overseas to the UK, we'll not only gain more control over the production process, but will drastically reduce the carbon emissions we emit as a business annually. In an industry which is typically known as having its environmental challenges, we are keen to lead the way and spread awareness to our customers about the importance of investing in sustainable practices from the ground up, starting with the equipment they use to transport their goods. By purchasing plastic boxes from Paleo Tower, your company will significantly reduce its carbon footprint and help improve the environment as a whole. Senior figures from across the food supply chain have called for greater levels of collaboration as the industry looks to overcome the challenges currently facing global food systems. Speaking during an event to celebrate 20 years of the European Food and Farming Partnerships, EFFP, a consultancy that specialises in supply chain relationships and the strategic sourcing of raw materials. Leaders from various organisations within food production expressed their desire to encourage industry-wide cooperation in a way that benefits the entire F&B sector and secures the long-term food security of the UK and the wider world. Hosted by EFFP partners Annie Richardson, Duncan Lawson and Peter Wordsworth, the event took place at Canada House in central London in the lead-up to the UK general election on the 4th of July 2024. The partners welcomed 3 guest speakers to share their experiences before opening the discussion up to the wider audience with the goal of answering the following questions. What are we going to do in the short and medium term to achieve more sustainable, resilient and profitable supply chains? How do we better balance short-term and long-term? And what stands in the way of building more collaborative relationships? To kick things off, it was argued that a fundamental mindset shift was required throughout the food supply chain if the desired changes are to be achieved. Without widespread buy-in, unforeseen consequences can arise, and therefore collaboration between producers, processors, government and wider society is essential. Next, a speaker highlighted some of the opportunities they had identified within their own farming business. These include prioritising gross margins over yields and earning premiums for food that is produced to higher standards. The guests also talked about the need for every decision to be taken with a view on the future, not just the next years. One example was the farm's foray into direct-to-consumer sales, which can reduce reliance on supermarkets and creates a window into the local community. They also talked about the benefits of embracing farm clusters and working with partners and intermediaries that understand the importance of quality and employing ethical standards. To conclude, they called on the UK government to deliver greater transparency and consistency in policy, which would allow for a longer-term approach. Next up, a speaker looked at the importance of understanding every stakeholder throughout the food supply chain, ranging from producers and suppliers to retailers and consumers. Each brings their own opportunities and pressures, but having a clear view of each one is vital for planning. The speaker then looked at the value of being part of a cooperative, which by its nature is very collaborative. They explained that cooperatives often take a longer-term view of profit and sustainability than private or public companies, and this is because of the sense of shared success and failure. To conclude, they talked about the vision and purpose that drives everything within their business and how that is transferred down to the team. Without this, they argued, people won't buy in to what you are all working towards. The final speaker noted the lack of connection between younger people and food and suggested this likely was driving the recruitment crisis in the sector. Possible solutions they offered included investment into technology and automation, both in order to mitigate the impact of labour shortages, but also to attract staff. After hearing each of the speakers, the discussion was opened up to the floor. One attendee noted that each of the key questions asked at the top were interlinked and argued that only through short-term action, long-term planning and industry-wide collaboration can solve any of the issues within the sectors. An attendee also explained that while current supply chains are both competitive and interdependent, the weighting needs to change. At the moment, they said producers and processors are too competitive with one another, and this is at the expense of the long-term interests of the wider supply chain. Another person said that the climate crisis was in many ways driving greater levels of collaboration because it offered a collective purpose. Nature is our boss. There is clear consensus around the need to tackle climate change and restore nature because ultimately, without the environment, the entire system would collapse. While this long-term thinking might be possible for food supply chains, it is also reliant on support from government and a similar forward-thinking outlook. For example, confidence for inward investment in the UK is reliant on a land use strategy and common carbon metrics that the whole industry can use and understand. On the topic of carbon metrics, another person warned that it was also important to look beyond the carbon, both as a resource but also at the inputs to food production and not just the outputs. A lone focus on carbon, he added, can lead to perverse outcomes. Finally, it was agreed that policy needs to both guarantee the quality of UK produce while also protecting suppliers working to those standards. A speaker argued that to ensure this, imports need to be held to the same standards, while exporters should better utilise their quality as a selling point. Discount retail Aldi is to remove plastic packaging from its banana range in a trial across stores in England. The retailer, reportedly the UK's fourth largest supermarket, is replacing the traditional plastic bag with a paper band alternative on selected lines including its Nature's Pick 5-pack, Midi bananas and the Organic 6-pack. Stores in the Northeast, Yorkshire and the Southwest and the Midlands will be taking part in the trial. Should it prove successful, the change would help to remove an estimated 234 tonnes of plastic packaging per year. Commenting on the change, Aldi Plastics and Packaging Director Luke Emery said, "At Aldi, we know how important reducing plastic is to our customers, colleagues and the future of the planet. We are constantly reviewing ways we can do this, and our latest trial on bananas is another great step on that journey." It's introducing a host of packaging reduction initiatives in recent across its stores, including thinner bags for its onions, and replacing the current non-recyclable packaging on its specially selected West Country and Yorkshire block butter with a paper-based alternative wrap. This year has seen a number of food and drink firms announce plans to reduce the amount of plastic and non-recyclable packaging from the products in a bid to become more sustainable. Treuhen Dairy has been acquired by German yogurts and desserts maker Ehrmann for an unknown sum, with plans to open a new production facility as it expands its reach into the UK market. In addition to its long-term commitment to grow sales of Treuhen's portfolio of branded and own-label Cornish dairy products, Ehrmann will also make a £20 million investment in the dairy's processing capacity and capabilities. This includes a brand new production facility set to open in 2026, which will produce Ehrmann pudding products and expected to account for 15% of its global sales each year. Christian Ehrmann, chairman of Ehrmann, explained Ehrmann has enjoyed success in the UK over the last 2 years, working with major supermarket chains to bring a new dairy taste to consumers. The acquisition is highly significant as it opens up local UK production, enabling us to reduce the carbon footprint and guarantee the freshness of our products. Choosing Treuhen's impressively high-quality Cornish milk production, we're delighted to bring German product innovation together with the very best British milk. The acquisition will secure the jobs of more than 260 people currently working at Cornish Dairy, with plans to create many new high-skilled roles in the future. Treuhen Dairy Chief Executive Paul Byrne said, "We're delighted that we're able to expand our offering, create more jobs in the local economy, and further bring the joy of quality Cornish produce to more taste buds across the UK. The new products are already proven in other markets, so it's great to be producing them with excellent British milk to be enjoyed by more British taste buds." Ehrmann has been selling its products in the UK through Aldi, Lidl, Iceland and the Co-op since 2022. The addition of Treuhen will support the group as it increases distribution of its products in the UK. Francis Clark, owner of Treuhen Dairy, added, "We're incredibly proud of our roots in quality pastures and cows that produce some of the best milk in the world. Quality and sustainable growth are core values we share deeply with our new colleagues at Ehrmann. That's why we decided to join forces to breathe fresh air into the Cornish dairy industry as we enter our next phase of expansion." By 2025, it's predicted that there will be more than 75 million smart connected devices, yet despite our instantaneous online lifestyles, we're still experiencing a sense of disconnect between the food industry, governments and consumers. This year's Food Manufacturer Business Leaders Forum explored a number of topics, from health and ultra-processed foods to what we need from the next government, to risk management and compliance. But the theme that kept cropping up throughout the day was a lack of unity. As always, the annual event invites manufacturing C-suites and other influential voices from food and drink to talk openly about important matters under Chatham House rules. With ultra-processed foods being the hot ticket among national newspapers, podcasts, influencers, and even government, it was only the right that the forum gave space for the leaders to share their own views. What was clear from the off is that no one has a clear-cut definition of UPFs, even if they claim they do, and that most of the discussion has so far been driven by mainstream media sensationalism. Leadership coach and industry consultant John Poole described this aptly. UPF is becoming an increasingly talked about topic in the media and on social media, and yet is clear that there is no still consensus over what the term really means. There's these conspiracies going on in the food industry. One delegate said that the food industry has designed products to make people eat lots of them as much as possible, but we tend to design products based on what people like eating. It's unlikely that food businesses are going to stop making products people like. Indeed, arguments made by the likes of Henry Dibbleby and Chris Van Tullochen have raised issues with the addictiveness of certain foods due to their mouthfeel. While one might argue that a balance can be struck between healthy and taste good, finding that equilibrium is not a simple task. The reality is that processing has its place, for example, to create free-from products, to make foods cheaper, and to extend shelf life. In fact, many of the advantages of processing are enabling the others asks of consumers more choice for hypersensitive individuals, affordability, and less waste. And as one attendee said, the later of those will be especially important as we move to less stable types of packaging, away from plastic to cardboard, for example. When it gets soggy on the shelf, who's complaining? The food sector is not unfamiliar to having such hotly debated conversations, with numerous ingredients having been thrust into the spotlight and tarnished with the bad health brush previously. If anyone remembers the 1980s low-fat ideology. And as another person said, get your nutrition right rather than getting distracted into conversations about aspartame. Of course, they were referring to the more recent chatter over the sweeteners of safety, which was later dismissed by the World Health Organization. Interestingly, but probably unsurprisingly, that news stretched across far fewer column inches than the initial spin. Similar to fashion, food is at the mercy of trends. We used to fortify the product with 11 different minerals because that was the big thing. Then we made them organic, then we made them local. The wheel just goes round. The problem is that food is more complicated than leopard print and florals, an opinion which was echoed by someone else who said, how do we deliver these more complex measures, and the whole factual debate. You have people saying my mother's recipe didn't have citric acid in it, it had lemon juice. And I'm going, yeah, but how many lemons can a person squeeze? There is this disconnect between consumers and what needs to be in their product. The consensus of the room is that the term ultra-processed food is unhelpful, although it was acknowledged that there are somewhat because it's catchy and widely known. I don't think we fight against the term, even though I hate it. However, it was pointed out from the manufacturer's point of view, a more useful way to look at it is perhaps unnecessarily processed. Rather than following hasty judgments made by folk through a plethora of non-scientific sources, ask yourself, is there a valid reason for that ingredient? If yes, then stick with it. While another attendee said, from a consumer point of view, eating everything in moderation is probably the simplest message that we need to drive home. The conversation steered to whether UK government should intervene on health, and with both Labour and Conservatives making promises to clamp down or investigate UPFs further, it could be that we do see a new policy emerging post-July 4th. Despite this, there have been conflicting news suggesting that there's been a lack of attention placed on food during the election campaign, so far. Of the 6 areas that industry figureheads such as the NFU and FDF are rallying upon, ultra-processed foods is not mentioned. Rather, they ask for focus to be upon tackling obesity and health inequalities, alongside other issues such as easing trade barriers, giving way to investment opportunities, and helping industry to achieve net zero. For some at the forum, the government stepping in and introducing health policies will be a welcomed move that will help create unity among consumers, retailers, and manufacturers, while others aren't so sure. Government has to work out how it's going to educate people on what food looks like, but another countered that more regulation is not necessary and that the industry is responsible for enough. Overwhelm as a result of regulation was in fact the main topic of last year's forum. We don't need more regulations, we need more dialogue. There should be more interaction between government and the industry. A Minister for Food, which has been something industry has been running for some time now, was raised as one way to resolve this, particularly given the siloed way food is governed. We need consistency in policy and messaging. There seems to be a lot of mixed signals or messaging that's coming out depending on what party or time of year it is. This is leading to sound bites in an effort to win votes or to win trust rather than long-term initiatives that are actually followed through. Another person said that while policy can be useful, there is a fear around misguided invention and unintended consequences as a result of disjointed thinking. Speaking with Paul on this matter, he agreed that government has a role to play, but said we should not place too much emphasis or reliance on waiting for government to solve our issues. We as an industry should look to work proactively to find solutions. Tim Davies, founder of Jewelful, also said whilst many challenges come with the territory of operating in a fiercely price-sensitive and competitive sector, price pressure, margin pressure, competitive forces, many fall outside the usual cut and thrust of business. These larger iceberg challenges generate considerable uncertainty for the industry, and can only be alleviated by swift government action and or intervention on issues such as UPF, labour shortages through Brexit, and the administrative burden of exported, also blamed on Brexit. The food industry has thus far not spoken as one in seeking government action on these issues, and it must do so to ensure government hears and understands the full voice and weight of the industry. This is the leading way by bringing leaders from the industry together to act with common purpose on these iceberg challenges. Another delegate said that there's a warning for the UK government was often a rushed affair, recalling a time they managed to and only got 3 minutes. If you get in front of them, you've got to really plan what you're going to say. Josh Tomlinson, Procurement Risk and Supply Director for Amber, a sponsor of this year's forum, said the deliberation around where health responsibility lies is similar to debates happening within the energy sector. Some of the discussions centred on the responsibility for healthy choices and how this has a knock-on effect, particularly for a public asset like the NHS. Does responsibility sit with the consumer, the manufacturer, or the government? To me, there is a similar debate in energy around whether it's up to the consumer to reduce demand for fossil fuels, or whether it's up to suppliers, the government, to enable and enforce this in order to protect the environment. We had interesting conversations about the upcoming general elections and what we expect to come from them, added Seamus Kerrigan, Manufacturing Director at Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific partner CCEP. For CCEP, our key focus is on the introduction of an interoperable deposit return scheme, DRS. It has a crucial role to play in influencing consumers' behaviour, increasing recycling rates, and unlocking more recycled content. But the industry and government must work together to make the introduction of a well-designed DRS possible. The ways in which food producers are pulled with consumers, retailers, and regulations often tugging in different directions means there is an inordinate amount of pressure on producers to collect lots of data, and very quickly. This has, for example, resulted in there being around 400 different kinds of eco-labels, and often rather expensive ways of doing things, such as life cycle assessments, which aren't always feasible for the SMEs. Everyone's trying to achieve the same thing, but we were working on our silos, we're duplicating all this work, a delegate raised. When you do look at all the different businesses that are out there, everyone does stuff slightly differently. The lack of harmony in data has been a widely known issue of contention in food and drink for several years now, and this has been particularly evident in sustainability. Greenwashing has become a familiar turn of phrase in the public's lexicon as such. Now pressure is intensifying as new regulations, such as the CSRD and EUDR, emerge and net zero deadlines loom closer. The most important of the challenges we face has to be the environment. Neil Powell Cook, owner of Golden Acre Foods, said, "It is complex, there is a shortage of informed staff with practical skills, and while there may be rewards for premium green products, we really need more regulation, which will be efficient in requiring positive changes and a level playing field. There is a mountain of changes coming through in Europe that are very likely to affect those of us who trade with Europe, and with the prospect of a new government, it seems likely that similar rules will be implemented in the UK anyway." Ahmed Arman, Amber's net zero lead, agreed the pressure is extraordinary, but added that for any concerned industry folk, the firm can support with untangling this and helping with various compliance obligations. Dan McGlynn, Senior Account Executive at TraceGains, which also sponsored the event this year, believes the industry wants to do the right thing, but affordable access to reliably, timely and validated data and insights is holding it back. We need to come together to adopt a network approach to sharing data, improving transparency and trust. Rahul Kale, International Business Director at Vibrant Foods, said that cost was a hindrance, with many producers forced to put important issues on the back burner. The biggest challenge I see in the future, if the cost of borrowing goes up, then how will companies manage the balance between manufacturing and maintaining profits and shareholder value without reducing their allocation of resources towards causes like ESG? Although inflation is on the decline, the general climate is of a doom and gloom, and is not likely to improve for the rest of 2024. Nick Bahari, country manager for UK and Ireland at Vion Food Group, concurred, stating that with all the issues explored at forum, many decisions come down to the size of your wallet. It was interesting to hear the different approaches to the pressure of the green agenda by small companies and large companies. Adam Starkey, chair at Green Gourmet, said, "It made me realise that whilst smaller companies are focused on margin and reducing costs, if they want to win contracts with global companies, then they need to make sure that they have policies in place." As a workshop exercise, the delegates were asked how the sector could build in resilience. Among the ideas shared, this one stood out: simplicity as a strategy for resilience. Sometimes there'll come a point where we have to implement something really quickly, really urgently. I would suggest that we innately design in simplicity. A recurring topic of the forum for a few years has been the issue of recruitment and retention. Securing talent has been a concern many have forced to neglect. I don't think it's realistic for small business to give this a big priority, as we should be or want to. Being profitable, staying alive pretty much takes precedence, one attendee said. Lee Walker, senior manager in solution consulting at Action, said he was surprised by the extent to which smaller companies are struggling with recruitment due to other pressing priorities. This underscored the need for more streamlined and efficient recruitment processes. He said the industry's biggest challenge is navigating the complex web of regulations and the inefficiencies introduced by factors like Brexit. This complexity often forces companies to be reactive rather than strategic. Addressing these regulatory hurdles with robust compliance tools and proactive risk management is crucial. The biggest opportunity lies in leveraging technology to drive efficiency and resilience. By investing in automation, digital workflows, and data-driven insights, companies can not only reduce their reliance on manual labour, but also enhance their ability to respond to market demands and regulatory changes swiftly. Although automation is certainly a good opportunity for the labour crisis, the food sector will still need to plug the human skills gap to some degree. Perceptions around the food industry were raised at previous forums, ideas that manufacturing is a very smelly and undesirable environment. This year, focusing on what leaders have done since October 2023, perceptions were highlighted again. This time it was focused on the repositioning of adverts and the power of language. You have to have adverts which are compelling and talking about the science and tech. I heard about a farm in Lincolnshire which are looking for tractor drivers, so they posted advert tractor drivers wanted and got 0 applications. They reposted the advert, but this time they wrote advanced data technologists required, and they got loads of applications. They then brought all these young people in, they showed everything, explained the datasets and all remote monitoring, and everything else that goes on in the tractor. People don't realise the biggest issue is how do you bring it to life. On a similar vein, CCEP says it has been looking at recruitment in a new way, as Kerrigan explained. I was pleased to speak about the challenge of tackling gender balance in manufacturing and CCEP's new recruitment approach, which sparked great conversation amongst attendees. Saputo Dairy UK is to remove non-recyclable cover papers from 3 of its most popular spreadable products, eliminating 44 tonnes of unnecessary packaging. As part of its commitment to ensure all packaging is reusable, recyclable, or compostable by 2025, the manufacturer is removing the non-recyclable cover papers from its Clover, Utterly, Butterly, and Country Life spreadable products. Cover papers on spreads packaging was traditionally used to flatten the product, for even filling, and to provide a surface for promotional messages. The removal of the papers means the product will now be fully recyclable. Saputo had laid to rest any misconceptions surrounding the purpose of the cover papers, pointing out that they never served as a tamper-evident feature or for maintaining the quality or freshness of the spreads. Joanna Swan, Senior Brand Manager for Spreads at Saputo Dairy UK, said, "As a producer of leading British food brands, we are determined to play an active role in reducing waste and looking after our natural resources. The cover paper is not needed for product quality, freshness, or hygiene, as the lid does this job. By removing it, we can save a significant amount of unnecessary packaging each year from going to landfill." A printed message alerting customers of the move will be on existing cover papers from May until the end of June, with full removal of the papers commencing from July 2024. In general, people want to do the right thing, but there is a lot of ambiguity and varying guidance around what can or cannot be recycled. Therefore, removing unnecessary packaging is the good choice for the environment. As a leading brand, this one small change from us can make a difference to the planet. Supreme has announced the acquisition of Clearly Drink's parent company Acorn Topco. The deal is worth £15 million, according to FMCG firm Supreme, which added the addition of Clearly will help the business broaden its portfolio. Clearly is a long-standing manufacturer of specialised canned and bottled at-source spring water and soft drinks based in Sunderland. The firm currently supplies close to 70 customers across the UK, including major retailers such as Waitrose, Aldi, Tesco, Sainsbury's and Farm Foods. In the year ended 31st December 2023, Clearly reported revenues of £22.4 million and adjusted EBITDA of £3 million, alongside providing private and own label beverages for supermarkets and discounters and acting as a contract manufacturer soft drinks companies around the world. Clearly is the owner of drinks brands Perfectly Clear, Northumbria Spring and Revolution Waves. The business employs around 100 members of staff and operates across a 150,000 square foot freehold site, which includes 3 on-site natural spring water boreholes capable of accessing up to 300 million litres of fresh spring water. The facility is fully automated, having received a multi-million-pound investment, and contains a new fully automated can line with the capacity to produce £350 million cans of drinks per year. In addition to cans, Clearly has the manufacturing capabilities to package products in glass or PET bottles, further accommodating both medium and large size retailers. Commenting on the deal, Supreme Chief Executive Sandy Chadha said, "We are delighted to be acquiring Clearly, a high-quality manufacturer and brand owner of soft drinks, which I believe delivers a significant component of our broader diversification strategy. Our enlarged business is not only gaining a strong additional pillar which fully aligns with our vaping, lighting, batteries and sports nutrition, our wellness categories, but also a significant opportunity to develop and capitalise on further across and upsell opportunities, which our trusted reputation across the UK retail space facilitates. We look forward to welcoming Clearly into the Supreme family and updating shareholders on our progress over the course of the current financial year." Nomad Foods, which owns a number of Europe's iconic frozen food brands, is leading the charge for greener frozen food storage as it explores if freezer temperatures can be increased safely. The 18-month study conducted by Nomad and Camden BRI reveals that a 3-degree increase in frozen food storage temperatures could reduce freezer energy consumption by 10% without the need to reformulate. The study involves 9 savoury frozen food products: poultry, coated fish, natural fish, vegetables, plant-based foods, and pizza. 4 temperatures ranging from -18 to -9, and 8 key areas including food safety, texture, nutrition, energy use, and packaging impact were tested. After 18 months, no significant change had occurred in the products kept at 15 degrees versus -18 degrees, with the exception of some vegetables which, when past their best date, did witness a drop in vitamin C levels. This latest set of results follows the publication of the 12-month findings, which Nomad says adds further weight to safe storage at -15 degrees as a possibility. Options for the study to be peer-reviewed are now being explored. The study comes at the same time as Nomad Food has become the first food manufacturer to sign up to an industry initiative known as Move to -15, launched at COP28. The company's CEO, Stefan de Siesmaker, is now calling on other frozen manufacturers to join the movement. "We already know that frozen food compares very well against alternative preservation methods in terms of carbon footprint. The latest results of our study with Camden BRI underlines the critical role frozen food has in reducing the impact of the wider food industry on climate change. However, we can't do this alone, which is why we are calling on other frozen food manufacturers to join us and the Move to -15 coalition to ensure the full breadth of products within the frozen category are tested at higher temperatures." Silvery Tweed invests in allergen-free line improvements. The cereal manufacturer has added a new sieve at the start of its allergen-free seed cleaning line at Berwick-upon-Tweed. The addition of the sieve at the Silvery Tweed site aims to improve the overall efficacy and efficiency of the entire line, alongside improving its seed cleaning process. The company is one of the leading suppliers to the UK breakfast cereal, bread and bakery markets, cleaning and processing grain from growers based largely in the Borders area within a 40-mile radius of its Berwick-upon-Tweed base. The manufacturer's managing director, Robert Gladstone, said the opportunity was identified through the business's ongoing analysis of contaminants. He said, "Our standards are highly regarded, but we are always seeking to raise the bar through innovation and investment. As our procurement base evolves, the new sieve means that we can handle seeds and grains from wider sources and different origins while continuing to offer our customers the high standard of product they expect from us." Follows the appointment of Paul Trotter as technical manager earlier this year, alongside a £600,000 investment made in 2022, which saw Silvery Tweed install a new line to create a dedicated allergen-free seed cleaning plant. The move enabled the producer to process a wider range of ingredients and reduce the need to transplant uncleaned seeds to a specialist facility. Carlsberg's acquisition of soft drinks maker Britvic could be back on the table after PepsiCo agrees to waive a clause potentially blocking its takeover. Britvic revealed last week that it had shut down a potential takeover bid from the brewer worth £3.2 billion, 1,250 pence per share, a 7.6% increase from Britvic's share value as of the 21st of June. However, Carlsberg has not given up on its acquisition plans and has announced it has reached an agreement with PepsiCo regarding its bottling arrangements with Britvic. This so-called change of control clause would allow the drinks giant to end its bottling deal with Britvic should it be acquired by another company, ultimately making the business a less attractive takeover target. By waiving this clause, PepsiCo has removed one more obstacle, preventing a potential takeover of Britvic by the Dutch brewer. That said, Britvic has already rejected 2 offers for the business. Carlsberg confirms that it has reached agreement with PepsiCo, whereby PepsiCo has agreed to waive the change of control clause in the bottling arrangements it has with Britvic. This waiver will come into effect should an acquisition of Britvic by Carlsberg, which is the recommendation of Britvic's board, proceed to completion. Britvic bottles PepsiCo drinks under license in the UK, but also controls a stable of household names in the soft drinks market, including Robinsons, R. Whites, and J2O. Carlsberg is considering its position, the spokesman added. There can be no certainty that any offer will be made. A further announcement will be made as appropriate. The growth of the alternative proteins market, which includes plant-based, cultivated meat and fermented products, has been one of the most significant developments in food manufacturing over the past 20 years. Where once vegetarian and vegan diets were considered niche, more people in the UK are opting to reduce their consumption of meat and animal products or cut them out altogether every year. However, it has not been plain sailing for the relatively young category. The past year or so has seen the market reach a consolidation stage, with some brands being bought up by bigger players and others exiting altogether. Several countries have sought to implement new rules designed at reducing confusion around the labelling of meat-free products, while others have been banned the development of new technologies, such as cultivated meat. All in all, it is fair to say that this sector will continue to generate headlines, especially as manufacturers come under more pressure from consumers and governments to offer sustainable food options. According to research by the University of Oxford, a high meat diet leads to 10.24 kilograms in CO2 emissions per day, whereas vegetarian and vegan diets contribute 4.16 kilograms and 2.47 kilograms respectively. With that and other research in mind, it is incumbent upon the sector to get people eating less meat, but in a way that leads to a sustainable future for the sector. To take stock of this, they spoke to several key players within the alternative protein space and asked where we are and where we might be going. According to the EU-based Smart Protein project, the UK is one of the largest markets for alternative proteins in Europe. In 2020, sales of products across the category reached nearly £640 million, while British firms in the space raised £41 million during that same year. Furthermore, the investment in alternatives proteins between 2019 and 2020 represents 90% of the total investment made in the UK category since 2006, evidence of its rapid growth in recent years. Looking ahead, the Green Alliance projects that the UK alternative proteins market could be worth £6.8 billion annually and create 25,000 jobs by 2035. But what has driven the category to develop? Sandy De Houwer, Global Marketing Director for Meat and Dairy Alternative Solutions, Cargill, believes that the pursuit of sustainability has been a primary driver. With the pressing challenge of feeding a fast-progressing global population more sustainably, there's a growing imperative to explore alternative protein sources. This imperative is mirrored in consumer preferences, with sustainability being a top consideration, alongside desires for healthier and more mindful eating habits. This analysis is supported by Health Focus International findings, which showed that 62% of consumers in EMEA have expressed interest in plant-based protein options, with that number even higher among younger people. Alison Riley, head of marketing at the Vegan Food Group, VFG, echoed De Houwer while she also pointed to concerns about animal welfare and health. The alternative protein category has been shaped and driven by consumers seeking more ethical, healthy and environmentally sustainable options to meat, due to heightened awareness of the destructive impact meat has on animal welfare, our health and the planet. Palm Baines, co-founder of plant-based Asian food manufacturer Chicken, added awareness of how animal-based products are produced, the environmental impact, combined with the cruelty animals are enduring, has increased significantly over the past 5 years, through social media and popularity of documentaries such as The Game Changers and The Blue Planet. In addition to ethical and environmental considerations, Director for EMEA Protein Marketing at ADM, Alicia Humpert, credits improvements made to the taste of products that now fill supermarket shelves. The alternative protein market has expanded to encompass an array of offerings, reaching beyond the veggie burger to whole muscle meat alternatives and plant-based frozen treats. Consumers' demand for protein diversity and choice drives this evolution. Consumers also recognize protein consumption is not an all-or-nothing approach, but rather there are a spectrum of options that can meet their needs, thus opening up the category to more protein exploration and innovations. This change has been brought about by advancements in food science and technology. Companies are now able to create products that closely mimic the sensory experiences of traditional meat, dairy, and eggs, satisfying the curiosity of consumers eager to explore new dietary possibilities without compromising the sensory experience. While the growth of the alternative proteins category has been significant, it has not yet managed to appeal to a proportion of consumers. According to data published by the Smart Protein Project, 37% of UK consumers said that taste was preventing them from eating more plant-based products, while 43% cited price as an obstacle. When asked what the food industry can do to increase the appeal of meat-free alternatives, Consumer Director at Quorn Foods Jill Riley said that improving taste perceptions must be central to its approach. Taste is still the number one driver when it comes to all food decisions. We know that a barrier for people considering meat-free can be the idea it won't be the same as the meat dishes they're used to. We continue to challenge this perception with all of Quorn's product launches. Riley explained that Quorn has placed specific emphasis on understanding what consumers want and ensuring its products are accessible. Investing heavily in consumer research, taste and sensory technology allows us to keep creating products that our shoppers love and that make switching to meat-free so simple and enjoyable. Baines agreed, saying that the key to the future of alternative proteins was quality, quality, quality. Manufacturers have to invest in research and development and up their game to ensure that alternative protein products close the gap between the animal protein they are replicating in terms of texture, appearance, flavour and nutritionals. Only then can they attract a larger, wider target audience. In addition to quality, Humpert argued that the nutritional content of meat-free products will continue to come under greater scrutiny. Alternative proteins have not been exempt from the ongoing debate surrounding ultra-processed foods, UPFs, and ADM research has shown that nearly half of consumers interested in the category seek plant-based products with an enhanced nutritional profile. Familiar plant proteins like soy, pea, and wheat, coupled with lentils and other wholesome ingredients, such as beans, pulses, ancient grains, seeds, and nuts, cater to a wide range of dietary preferences. However, while consumers see various benefits in plant-based products, 55% and 61% of global plant-forward consumers feel they're missing certain nutrients in plant-based meat and dairy alternatives. Manufacturers can solve this challenge by incorporating ingredients like fiber, pre, pro, and postbiotics, botanicals, and more to meet consumer demands for expanded food and nutrition optionality, ultimately making protein alternatives more attractive to consumers. New technology will also be crucial as the industry looks to develop a broad range of alternative protein products that taste good and appeal to a diverse range of consumers. Cargill is working with several partners with this in mind, including Cocos and Enough. Innovations such as whole cut technologies and cultivated proteins offer promising avenues for creating meat analogues and hybrid products. We're helping Cocos scale up its technology for producing plant-based bacon, with a goal of producing as much as 1,000 tons of 3D printed plant-based bacon in 2024. Moreover, partnerships like Cargill's collaboration with Enough showcase the potential for more sustainable protein production through mycoprotein fermentation. Enough's abundant mycoprotein not only addresses environmental concerns, but also offers meat-like textures, desirable nutritional profiles, and scalability. After years of growth, 2023 proved a difficult year for the many firms within the alternative protein space. It was first reported in June of last year that both Plant and Bean and Meatless Farm had entered administration, with rising costs and the competitive nature of the sector citing as a contributing factor in each instance. A few months later, and Love Satan announced that it had ceased trading. Plant and Bean was acquired by V-Bites, which subsequently went into administration itself before being revived under the leadership of Heather Mills, while Meatless Farm was bought by VFC Foods. Both brands are now part of VFG. The group also acquired Clive's Purely Plants last year, before also purchasing Tofu Town in February 2024. Asked to reflect on the amount of consolidation in the sector, Riley attributed the trend to several variables. Some brands lacked product quality, while others have priced themselves out of the market, and this has led to competitors being unable to manage rising input costs. At VFG, we have been fortunate to have the backing of a single investor who is committed to the movement and the sector, whereas many brands have been funded by multiple investors who backed out when the market became more challenging. Quorn and Riley noted that while the market was inundated with new products, not all managed to keep shoppers coming back. Focusing on products that will recruit and keep shoppers in the category is key. This is driven by quality food that tastes great and is available at accessible price points. For brands to stay out on shelf, it is also vital to continually invest in long-term growth, as well as responding to the changing needs of the consumer in the short term. Finally, Baines agreed that this period of consolidation was typical for any young category where numerous brands look to capitalize on an opportunity. However, he witnessed the crucial variables of taste and price being placed too low down the priority list by certain firms. This has all inevitably led to some brands not going the distance. The alternative proteins category has come a long way, but still has untapped potential. In order to keep growing and appeal to more consumers than ever before, though, Humpert believes that investment in technology, infrastructure and research is essential. Collaboration across the industry, including working with manufacturers, academics and startups, is also critical for advancement. For example, ADM recently unveiled a new innovation center on the grounds of Wageningen University in the Netherlands to enhance customer collaborations and work closely with industry partners, ensuring new product development in the plant-based space addresses formulation requirements and evolving consumer demands. Meanwhile, Baines warned that industry cannot become overconfident and satisfied with the progress made up until this point. Continued investment into product innovations to drive mainstream appeal is key for this category. Continually improving product quality remains a key factor, and brand owners should not become complacent, but stay ahead of the competition by delivering the very best products in the market. As for Quorn, Riley said that the manufacturer was committed to delivering at taste but at an affordable price. She added, "We know that value for money continues to be on shoppers' minds. We will be keeping this at the forefront of our strategy, challenging taste and affordability perceptions. While many brands and products come and go, Quorn has been a constant, also delivering a share growth ahead of the total market in key areas." De Houwer echoed this sentiment and explained that affordability was key if the category was to attract meat eaters and those looking to reduce the consumption of animal products. Achieving a price parity with animal-derived solutions is imperative, necessitating innovation to optimize production processes and reduce costs. We can do this through innovation, doing more with less, and leveraging our full portfolio of solutions. If this price parity is achieved, ADM research has shown that consumers are curious to experiment with a wide range of alternative protein offerings. When asked about technological advances, global plant-forward consumers stated they're most interested in trying plant-based products with novel plant-based ingredients, followed by hybrid alternative options, then fermentation-derived sources, and lastly cellular agriculture-created products. As we look ahead, there is great opportunity for manufacturers to leverage new protein sources, blends, hybrids, and advancements in technology that can support an optimized sensorial experience and nutritional value. Whatever comes next, the stakes are high as the global food industry looks to reduce its impact on the environment and bolster food security into the future. Whether the innovation and investment that is necessary arrives remains to be seen. The Welsh Government has announced plans to host the country's first ever conference focusing on sustainability in the food and drinks industry, set to be held on Wednesday the 3rd of July 2024 at the All Nations Centre in Cardiff. It will be open to all food and drink businesses and professionals in Wales. The Food and Drinks Wales Sustainability Conference which is being delivered by the Welsh Government's Food and Drink Wales Sustainability Cluster in collaboration with the Food and Drink Wales Insight Programme, has been developed in order to help businesses improve the sustainability of their processes in areas that matter most to consumers. Using an interactive mix of activities and networking opportunities, the event aims to increase business knowledge around market insights, consumer trends, and buyer corporate social responsibility. CSR. The conference will also offer the opportunity to take part in the Carbon Reduction Plan pilot program, designed to support business baseline their carbon emissions and develop actionable carbon reduction plans. Speaking ahead of the conference, Food and Drink Wales Sustainability Cluster lead Mark Grant said, "We are thrilled to launch the first sustainability conference in Wales. We have many great speakers with extensive knowledge and experience in the industry joining us, so it promises to be a beneficial event for all food and drink businesses and professionals in Wales. It'll be a great chance for the industry to come together at this unique event to discuss and tackle sustainability." Launched in January 2020, the Food and Drink Wales Sustainability Cluster uses a three-pronged approach of government, industry and academia working hand in hand to tackle common industry problems. The cluster has over 100 producer members, along with 60 government bodies, academic organisations and support organisations, including Food Innovation Wales, AMRC Cymru, Fairshare RAP Cymru, National Farmers Union NFU, Farmers Union of Wales FUW, and Highview SIG Cymru HCC. IGD Head of Sustainability Fiona Powell, who is speaking at the event, said, "I am delighted to be a part of the Food and Drink Wales Sustainability Conference, where I'll be given an overview of how sustainable packaging is evolving, with some key insights on the current progress of environmental labelling in the UK. This will give the SME delegates insight as to what they can be planning for within their own business over the medium term." Weetabix parent company Post Holdings has appointed a new managing director for the cereal brand as it names a new leader of its refrigerated retail unit. Current commercial director Colm O'Dwyer will succeed Sally Abbott as managing director for the manufacturer effective of 1st of October. Abbott will transition to a strategic advisor role through her planned retirement on the 31st of March 2025. O'Dwyer joined Weetabix from Coca-Cola Enterprises in the UK in 2016 and eventually became a general manager of the Weetabix on-the-go business. He has served as commercial director since 2018, taking over responsibility of Weetabix's international business in 2022. Post President and Chief Executive Robert V. Vitale said, "Sally has been an exceptional leader, helping to successfully integrate Weetabix into Post and building on the success of this iconic company. We wish Sally the best as she approaches her next chapter and congratulate Colm on his new role. Colm's experience across innovation, brand management, revenue growth and customer relationships makes him exceptionally qualified to lead Weetabix. Abbott and O'Dwyer will continue working closely together through March of next year to ensure a smooth business transition, while Weetabix evaluates candidates to backfill the commercial director role." Post Holdings also announced the appointment of Mike McCoy to the role of President and Chief Executive of its refrigerated retail business on the 1st of October 2024. He succeeds Mark Delahanty, who transitions to a strategic advisor role ahead of his retirement on 31st of May 2025. McCoy boasts a wealth of industry experience to his new role, having served as Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer for the business since 2019. He joined Post in 2014 as Vice President of Internal Audit, transitioning to the role of Executive Vice President and Chief Administrative Officer for Bob Evans Farms after its acquisition by Post in 2018. Mark's leadership has significantly contributed to Post's success through the years, first integrating our cereal businesses and then leading our refrigerated retail business. We wish Mark well in his upcoming retirement and are excited to transition leadership of the business to Mike. Mike has grown his career through a variety of critical business areas within Post and will be bringing valuable leadership experience and enthusiasm to refrigerated retail. A team of students from the University of Surrey has been announced as the winners of Eco-Trophy UK. The pair, whose alcoholic boba product, Boozy Balls, wowed the panel of expert judges from across the food and beverage industry, won a £2,000 prize and will now represent the UK at the European Finals in Paris on the 20th to 21st of October 2024 at Food Exhibition Sale. In Paris, the team will go up against 20 other national winners from across Europe as they compete for a reward of €4,000. In the 12th annual edition of the Dragon's Den style competition, which challenges students to develop innovative and sustainable products. Boozy Balls beat out teams from Queen's University Belfast and Nottingham Trent University, who finished second and third respectively, in a fiercely fought event held at Nestlé Confectionery Product Technology Centre in York. Nodo from Queen's University Belfast took home £1,000 for their sustainable cookie dough product, while Marble from Nottingham Trent University won £500 for their oat-based ice cream. Meanwhile, Manchester Metropolitan University secured the Food Safety Prize for the team's Viennese-style biscuit product called Fidelities. In addition to the prize money, Boozy Balls earned a year's free membership to the Institute of Food Science and Technology and mentorship from the judges to aid in their preparations for the European final. Bertrand Emond, Membership Ambassador, Professional Development and Culture Excellence Lead at Camden BRI, which organises the UK Heat Round alongside IFST, said the food industry faces fundamental challenges, including reducing our environmental impact, meeting a growing global demand for food, producing more from less as pressure increases on resources, and reformulating and creating new products to meet diet and health requirements. Using science and innovation effectively will be critical to survival and competitive advantage. We must support efforts to unlock, nurture and drive innovation in the industry that helps us to meet these challenges. Ectrophilia is a fantastic platform and source of innovation and inspiration for the industry, capitalising on the creativity and energy of our brightest and most enterprising food students, supported by the best academic institutions. Chris Gilbert-Wood, Acting Chief Executive of the IFST, also expressed his enthusiasm about the final of this year's competition. The Ectrophilia competition is always one of the highlights of the IFST year, and we are thrilled with the range of entries from across the UK. Food and drink businesses are one of the most consistent innovators in the UK economy. This competition helps to encourage new generations of entrepreneurs into rewarding careers in the food system. Dr. Veronica Giatucci, teaching fellow in food science at the University of Surrey, added that the faculty was beyond proud of the Boozy Balls team. Giatucci continued, the competition featured high standard products with great market potential, all with a key eye of sustainability ranging from milk alternatives to baked goods. Most leaders aspire to be positive and encouraging, but how do senior leaders inspire, support and empower others to become leaders of the future? Jacinta George, Managing Director of RSSL, is extremely passionate about wanting to grow our next generation of talent. Here she shares the various tips that she has. Turning managers into leaders. It is an exciting moment for an employee when they receive their first promotion to a management role. It is often a recognition of an individual's capability in their current role or their potential as a people manager. That said, there are distinct differences between a manager of people or a function and becoming a true leader. This distinction is something George recognises, especially for those being promoted to more senior roles in RSSL. We are a vibrant organisation and it's changing all the time. We have a lot of great managers, and what I find myself asking for is leadership. I catch people when they get to a certain level, what we call a group leader, and although they're expected to manage their team, we also want them to be leading into the future and leading out of the status quo. When you have a strong leadership, it's marvellous. It's not about just one person being a leader, it's everyone being the leader within themselves. What I enjoy at an early career stage is unleashing the leadership from within. They have frequently reported on the critical problem facing the food sector in attracting and bringing on new talent. The food industry needs to find ways to compete against other sectors if we are going to actively encourage the next generation of leaders to join the industry. This means actively providing opportunities and demonstrating possible career pathways that young people want to buy into. This is where George is really passionate. I love to see the growth in those early in their careers. We're about to see off of our most recent tranche of interns, and the transformation that happens from them coming in, fresh from university, is just amazing. If that's what can happen in 1 year, imagine the potential for their future. We also have apprentices, and I think every one of our degree level apprentices has gained a distinction. So I feel we nurture them well through a very hard environment of having to study part-time while working. Growing a talent, whether via internships, graduate schemes or through apprenticeships, does need careful management. An organisation needs to provide the opportunities to enable people to gain experience. That said, it doesn't need to be driven by the business. Given the right support, future leaders will actively seek opportunities to develop themselves. I love when people put themselves forward, whether that's within their department for a project or for a community activity, or perhaps leading a sustainability initiative. These all provide opportunities to demonstrate their leadership skills, so I'm keen to encourage people to step up and put themselves forward. RSSL is in a good position to provide broad experience across the business for its talents. Because of our growth, we've been looking to actively move people across the organisation. Last year, 22% of our population were promoted or moved on a lateral assignment. We actively encourage people when they are ready to be promoted to look for experience in another department. We think this is often more beneficial when you experience a new environment and leadership style. Of course, not all food businesses are large enough or have the scope of opportunities that RSSL can offer, but it's still often possible to expose up-and-coming talent to new experiences by involving them in projects or sometimes even activities outside of the business. Aspiring leaders need to develop an independence of thought and a mindset of being prepared to challenge the current ways of doing things. For some, this is a natural behaviour, while for others, this inner confidence needs to be encouraged through an empowering and supportive climate. Whatever the personality, it still requires courage, especially if expected to challenge well-established paradigms. George is keen to encourage an environment where leaders can positively challenge without fear of criticism. I want leaders who will spot if something isn't right. I want them to catch hold of a problem and take it to a place where there is a newer, better solution. For me, there are no sacred cows, so I want leaders to have the courage of their convictions, to put their head above the parapet and try something different. When things don't work out, it's a case of fail fast, reflect and carry on. Whilst George encourages leaders to constantly spot things that aren't working, or which could work better, she recognised the need for this to be positive and constructive. It's easy to say this isn't working or to just complain. It's another matter to think about what that then needs to happen to fix it. It takes courage and energy to channel this into a considered solution. I heard a great line once, which I can't take the credit for: don't be a complainer, be a mainstream solution provider. This sums it up to me. A broad study of leadership behaviours conducted in the 1990s by a leading occupational psychologist highlighted a link between those who demonstrated strong personal development behaviours and excellence in leadership. George takes her own personal development seriously, but also demonstrates the same commitment with others in the business. Everybody will have in their goals a personal development goal, and we offer a lot of support through learning and development, including people management training, which we run constantly. Beyond the formal training, George also encourages people to have a development mindset. I like to meet with folks to chat about their development. A couple of years ago, I held 100 development discussions, which were really enriching. From these, you find out whether people are taking their development seriously, and at the time, I'm signalling that I take their development seriously. I recognise this is a big commitment, but I see it as an investment. You may have just had a conversation with someone, and the next day an opportunity may present itself which you can direct them towards. It's like a form of matchmaking. During our wide-ranging discussion, we touched on the analogy of supporting and encouraging young birds to fly from their nest. This in turn led to George describing another ornithological analogy. When geese fly, they fly in formation and they have a target. RSSL, we are not just about doing random analysis. Like geese, we are very focused in what we do. It's about understanding a client's broader issues and helping them find solutions. George continued the analogy, and geese support each other in flight. When one goose gets tired, another comes forward to take the lead. Similarly, in our leadership, we care for and support each other. Jacinta George is the Managing Director for Reading Scientific Services Ltd, RSSL, a scientific research organisation serving the food and healthcare sectors. Prior to joining RSSL, she served as the Director for Ingredient Research and Wellbeing at Mondelez International and has held various operational and commercial roles within Kraft Foods and Cadbury in the UK, Ireland and the US. Jacinta studied chemistry and then business, and this is a Fellow of the Institute of Food Science and Technology and the Royal Society of Chemistry, RSC, where she was president of the RSC's Industry and Technology Division Council. Until 2022, Jacinta was a non-executive director of the Local Enterprise Partnership, LEP, for Thames Valley, Berkshire, representing life sciences and healthcare, and chairing the LEP's Business Environment Programme. As defined by HSBC, an act of fraud is where there is suspicious activity or when a transaction debits your account which you had no knowledge or didn't authorise. But fraud can also come in the forms of scams where the victim is tricked into authorising a fraudulent activity. Fraud can be dated back to 300 BC, although one imagines it predates even that, when two Greek sea merchants was said to have taken out an insurance policy on their ship and its cargo. The deal, known as a bottomry, would see merchants borrow money which they were required to repay with interest after seeing their wares. If they failed to sell their merchandise, the ship and cargo would be claimed by the lender. In a money-making scheme, the two men, Hegestratus and Xenosthemus, planned to sink the ship after they had sold their cargo and keep the money. It didn't quite go to plan, though, with the chaps caught red-handed. Today, fraudsters are much savvier, and the forms in which it manifests are more complicated, especially as technology has advanced. In terms of the most common acts of fraud, you have insider/employee fraud. Internal threats of fraud in the food and beverage sector can take many forms, ranging from theft of commercial data to divulging sensitive pricing and ingredient information to third parties, to misappropriation of money and diverting assets from delivery or supply. Invoice fraud. This is where fake invoices are generated or legitimate where invoices are altered to overcharge for goods or services, or to divert funds for seemingly genuine goods and services into a fraudster's accounts. This is an area of risk typically associated with cybercrime and prominent in sectors such as food and drink, given the volume of transactions and international supply chains where verification of account details is harder. Product substitution. This is where there is substitution of products used in the supply chain for inferior or counterfeit materials. These are often of poor quality and can lead to the overall product being defective, causing quality control issues, customer dissatisfaction, and in severe cases where a product has been adulterated with a chemical or allergen, an adverse reaction or death. Kickbacks and bribery. This occurs when individuals within the supply chain accept bribes or kickbacks from suppliers in exchange for favoring their products or services, or for easing the passage of goods across borders, often at the expense of the victim company's best interests. Companies should also be aware of the Bribery Act 2010, which, among other offences, states that a commercial organisation can be guilty of an offence if they fail to prevent persons associated with it from bribing. Data manipulation. Fraudsters may manipulate supply chain data, such as inventory levels, production figures, or sales data, to mislead stakeholders and create false financial statements. An example of this is the patisserie Valerie scandal. Ghost employees and vendors. This is where a fraudster creates fictitious employees of vendors to issue fraudulent payments and divert funds. Sanctions violations. These are occasions where economic sanctions are put in place that restrict the flow of assets to or from certain countries, individuals, or businesses. By importing goods from those countries, businesses may be placed breached of those sanctions, which can cause significant reputational damage as well as monetary. There are many ways in which sanctions can be violated, and this often takes the form of disguising where goods have come from. Examples of this include deliberately disabling a ship's tracking system or setting up a complex and confusing network of companies to avoid detection. Contract and misrepresentation fraud. This is where there is a misrepresentation in terms of pricing, ability to deliver a project based on experience or resource, or other aspects of the supply chain contract, which can lead to losses for one of the contracting parties. Cybercrime. Data breaches is one of the most common forms of cyber threat, and it occurs when fraudsters gain access to sensitive information, often customers' data. It can also include ransomware attacks, phishing and social engineering, malware, viruses, and emails being compromised. How to protect your business. Company culture. For Tenet Law, the first step is to protect your organization by knowing your employees and driving a strong company culture. Knowing your employees can aid in identifying individuals who might be facing some circumstances that leave them in ethical dilemmas, which could lead them to committing fraud. Good people can do bad things depending on their circumstances, and that is why your business needs your employees to be your eyes and ears. Your employees will only take up that responsibility if they work in an environment where culture and integrity are strong. This means employers need to be in the room with their employees, metaphorically and at times physically, as the law firm explained. As a business, you need to understand the challenges employees face and determine the best ways you can assist them. You can do this by encouraging a culture of openness, whereby employees can share not just their personal concerns, but also worries they may have about fellow colleagues. Empower your team's voice. When employees believe their input is valued and action will be taken, they are more likely to speak up. By increasing engagement and motivation and using terminology such as us rather than me can foster a sense of ownership and commitment to the business's success, whereas a negative culture can contribute to dishonest behavior and put honest employees off from raising concerns. Avoid headless chicken moments. It's also important that you know how you respond to fraud before it happens. As the tenant law team explains, you need to consider things such as who should take ownership of an investigation team, who should be in that team and why. What is your approach to each type of fraud? How often do you update the fraud response plan to make sure the right people can be contacted immediately? Your investigation team should be led by someone within your organisation. You know your organisation best. This shows that you are taking ownership of the situation. Your insurance policies, such as fidelity policies, will have a number of condition precedents, which can act as a great tip to your organisation for best practice. Taking legal advice on both HR and recovery strategies, getting early decisions wrong can be costly. Consider which third parties may have been involved, if any, decide your priorities, recovery or punishment. This helps set a strategy of whether you make a complaint to the police or seek recovery via the civil court, or a combination of the two. You should also consider how the event coming into the public domain could affect your business. Implementing protective practices. If you want your team to speak up, you need to create a platform to do so. Compliance should be built from the ground up. Senior managers should learn from those with their ear to the ground and embrace this knowledge to build resilience. Brave conversations need to be had, asking colleagues how fraud could happen in their roles. If an employee is concerned about wrongdoing or having spotted potential risks, they need an employer who generally wants to listen and welcomes the feedback. Trust needs to go both ways. As a leader, you need to trust your team, and in turn, they need to trust you. This will create a culture of openness, and it will also demonstrate that you care and want to protect your employees. Belief in your employees gives them safety, and a byproduct of that is the desire of employees to then look out for their employer. Tenet also suggests asking yourself, why do you want to prevent fraud? For the food and drink sector, health and safety should probably be your top priorities. But if your employees don't know this and understood how dangerous fraud can be to the sector, how can you expect them to care and protect the business? They need to think about what specific damage could fraud do to your business, and is this communicated to your employees? The key is knowing which assets, if impacted by fraud, would cause the most damage to the business. Build a risk management program based around the matrix of the largest impact measured against the risk of that impact happening. Understand the types of fraud risk that may be in play, employee breach of confidence, collusion with a contractor, cybercrime. Based on this, your risk management policies and procedures will be fit for purpose. Alongside championing this positive whistleblowing culture, there are also some other simple everyday measures you can take. Make payments via BACS to known bank accounts for suppliers to avoid the risk of fake invoices to illegitimate accounts and reduce the needs for expense claims. Put checks and measures in place even for trusted and long-standing employees. Use peer reviews and audits to check the integrity of transactions and integrity of external relationships. Undertake some analysis from time to time to check for an increase in number of suppliers, a rise in expense claims, or any unusual patterns, such as sudden escalation in the use of costs of a particular supplier. It's important that you know your suppliers. Undertake due diligence before engaging with suppliers to check the business credentials and see if there are any undeclared connections to employees. It is also important to be familiar with invoices and pricing structure, and to double-check invoices in support of expenses directly with suppliers to ensure the correct name and payments details appear. Spot check the amount claimed on an invoice directly with the supplier from time to time. An investigation has been launched by the UK Health Security Agency (UKHSA), together with public health agencies across the UK, following a rising number of Shiga toxin-producing E. coli (STEC) reports. Officials believe this is a singular outbreak of E. coli, but due to the wide spread of cases geographically, it is likely linked to a nationally distributed food item or multiple food items. As of the 4th of June, there have been 113 confirmed cases associated with this outbreak of STEC 145 in the UK. The majority have been in England, 81 cases, with 61% of those impacted in this part of UK hospitalised. Elsewhere in Wales and Scotland, there have been 18 and 13 reports, respectively. There's also so far only been one reported case in Northern Ireland, but evidence suggests they were infected while visiting England. On average, the UK sees around 1,500 cases of STEC over the course of a year. Numbers of confirmed cases associated with this particular outbreak are expected to rise as further samples undergo whole genome sequencing. The outbreak has impacted children as young as 2, up to adults aged 79, however, the majority of cases appear to be in young adults. While the source has not been confirmed, there is no evidence yet to suggest a link to open farms, drinking water, or swimming in contaminated seawater, lakes, or rivers. The FSA is working with UK HSA and relevant public health bodies to identify the source of the illness, which is likely to be linked to one or more food items. Darren Whitby, Head of Incidence and Resilience at the Food Standards Agency, has said, "We always advise consumers and those looking after vulnerable people to ensure good hygiene practices are followed when handling and preparing food. Regularly washing hands with soap and warm water and ensuring equipment, utensils and surfaces foods it come into contact with are cleaned thoroughly to prevent cross-contamination. You should not prepare food for others if you have symptoms or for 48 hours after symptoms stop." Officials say further information and advice will be published as the investigation continues. However, it is also noted that not all outbreak investigations reveal a source, particularly if they are linked to products that are quickly leaving the supply chain. Industry analysis of 2024's first quarter has revealed disappointing news for UK trade and manufacturing revenues, with numbers taking a big hit, but new opportunities to enhance existing trade deals may offer light at the end of the tunnel. Small to medium food manufacturers have seen their revenues fall by 6% in the first quarter of 2024, according to the latest Manufacturers Health Index. The data is compiled by inventory management software providers Unleashed and is based on data from every purchase, sale and stock movement made by more than 1,790 UK manufacturers over the last 6 years. Alongside a bad first quarter, the index also revealed that UK food manufacturing year-on-year performance fell by 9% when compared to the same period in 2023. Although UK food producers witnessed a decline, beverage manufacturing saw a major lift, with the highest rise in revenue at 63% across manufacturing as a whole. Beverages also saw year-on-year revenue grow by 121% since the same period last year. Joe Llewellyn, General Manager of Cloud ERP at Unleashed's parent company, the Access Group, called the results disappointing, but countered their manufacturers are at the mercy of a number of driving forces which are out of their hands. The report also found that those who'd invested in e-commerce reporting strong returns, while lead times across the entire manufacturing sector have been cut down by an average of 20 days. We know from speaking to SME manufacturers how important technology is in driving operational efficiencies and diversifying their sales channels, and these investments are starting to bear fruit. Inflation has battered the manufacturing industry, but the short lead times we see today are a small reprieve and a sign that they're in control of one of their biggest costs, their inventory. This will help them to remain resilient and take advantage of more favourable economic conditions in the future. Elsewhere, a recent analysis from the Food and Drink Federation of Q1 has also shown a significant decline in export volumes between January to March 2024, driven by rising costs and global economic shutdown. The numbers show export volumes have fallen by more than 20%, representing the lowest Q1 volumes in the last 15 years, save for a period in 2021, which saw the end of the transition period and the global pandemic. The total export value of food and drink for Q1 stood at £5.7 billion, falling 5.3% when compared with the same period in 2023. Ireland remains the UK's largest export market, despite a fall of 3.5% to £1 billion. Meanwhile, food imports increased by more than 7% on the year at the same time as values rose. Increasing by 0.4% to £14.8 billion, the report highlights the impact of the introduction of the Export Health Certificate for medium-risk EU goods in January under the Board Target operating model. The FDA says this has resulted in increased costs and bureaucracy for traders, reflected in the decline of beef and poultry imports. Balwinder Doot, the Federation's Director of Industrial Growth and Sustainability, emphasised the important role of the UK's food supply chain to the nation's resilience and economy against these worrying findings. Our analysis is concerning, with food export volumes seeing a significant decline by over a fifth on the year. The next government must help unlock the full competitive trade potential of the UK's largest manufacturing sector by delivering a trade strategy that builds business confidence and provides greater support for exporters to arrest this decline. The report also flagged opportunities to enhance existing trade arrangements with Turkey, South Africa and Morocco, alongside highlighting new prospects in the Gulf region, the UK's second largest non-EU market for food and drink exports. Turkey has seen a 0.8% increase and is now in the top 20 destinations for food and drink exports, reaching a record high of £60 million. Imports have also witnessed an uptick of 15.2%, reaching £197.5 million. Fruits and fish represent the highest value imports at £54.7 million and £30.4 million respectively. Meanwhile, exports to the Gulf Cooperation Council (GCC) increased by 4.3%, almost reaching £196 million, with these at £12 million and soft drinks at £5.8 million, showing a strong growth. The Scottish drinks brand Magnum has launched a £1 million production and bottling centre for its Scotch malt whisky cream liqueur. A project 3 years in the making, the new production facility in Kirkcaldy, Fife, has capacity for 40 bottles of Magnum per minute. The site is complete with dedicated cream vat, as well as specialist rinsing, filling, capping and labelling equipment. The new purpose-built production centre, billed as only global production and bottling a centre of its kind in Scotland, will also house liquid and dry goods all under one roof, helping to minimise the brand's carbon footprint and will support 6 full-time skilled jobs. Commenting on the launch, Magnum director Lee Schofield said, "This is a really significant milestone for our truly Scottish brand. Magnum is now the only Scotch malt whisky cream liqueur that is exclusively crafted and bottled right here in Scotland. With our new dedicated cream production facility in Fife, engineered solely for Magnum, we're able to scale up as required. Innovation is very much on our agenda, but always with provenance, premium ingredients and packaging sustainability in our DNA. Magnum plan to distribute 135,000 litres of its cream liqueur across Scotland, the rest of the UK, Canada, the US and South Africa in 2024. As the only cream bottler now in Scotland, we can bottle what we want when we want," Schofield said. "It also means we can innovate in the category with the potential to introduce rum or tequila cream liqueurs in the future. In the meantime, our vision for Magnum is compromising and our ambition is straightforward, to craft a premium cream liqueur, one that contains the finest single malt Scotch whisky and only single malt." Magnum's new production and bottling centre is being developed and managed by supply chain provider QAS Group, which owns and operates the facility on the Mitchelson Industrial Estate in Kirkcaldy. Derek Page, director at QAS Group, said, "We're really excited to be supporting Magnum as it makes its name as a truly iconic Scottish brand and already have everything in place to get this premium product to market around the world." Muller has agreed to acquire powdered milk producer Yewtree Dairy for an undisclosed sum pending regulatory approval. With the acquisition, Muller will use Yewtree Dairy's production capabilities for milk powder to grow its export business, drive supply chain resilience and secure a positive future for the British dairy industry. Rob Hutchison, Muller Milk and Ingredients Chief Executive, said the acquisition underlined the group's ambition to grow and build a better future for the sector. Yewtree Dairy has excellent processing capabilities, a talented team with great expertise, and strong relationships with its customers and supplying farms, said Hutchison. "When combined with our well-invested and resilient network, I am very confident that these two family-owned businesses will complement each other really well. This acquisition will enable us to tap into global dairy consumption growth, unlock additional export opportunities, and continue to drive supply chain resilience. Completion of the deal is expected later this year, subject to approval from the Competition and Markets Authority. Once completed, Muller plans to significantly invest in the capacity and capabilities of the Skelmersdale milk drying site. This investment, partnered with Muller's internal expertise and experience, will enable the business to become a major producer and exporter of powdered milk products made in Britain with milk from British dairy farms. Yewtree Dairy's Carl Woodcock added, "We as a family are very proud of the dairy business we have built and are looking forward to seeing the progression and development of the Skelmersdale operation. The family felt the time was right to explore new opportunities while retaining our farming roots. After meeting with the Muller family, we feel confident that this is the right decision for the business to be part of a larger organisation for the next phase of growth that will benefit our staff, farmers and customers in the longer term. Muller UK and Ireland is wholly owned by Terhens Group Theo Muller, which employs more than 32,000 people throughout the UK. In the UK, Muller develops, manufactures and markets a wide range of branded and private label dairy products made with milk from 1,300 farmers in Britain alongside a designated plant-based range. As the UK general election looms, they pull together the core arse of 6 different federations representing the food and drink sector to identify what they need. The UK food and drink sector contributes £38 billion to the nation's economy, according to Food and Drink Federation's FDF estimates. providing ample career opportunities and, of course, serving its vital role of keeping consumers fed. Whilst the industry is well versed in hard times, the next leg of the journey is littered with hurdles. To achieve some of the greatest and most necessary ambitions we are facing, the industry will not only need support from its next government, but to work with it collaboratively. We focus on what issues are going to be in place, including domestic and international supply. The International Meat Trade Association, IMTA, which represents UK companies importing and exporting meat, has 5 key asks for the next UK government. Among these is a heavy emphasis on ensuring import controls are proportionate and trade facilitative. To aid this, the association is calling on the UK government to review the capabilities of DEFRA's import team, ensuring it is sufficiently staffed and able to cope with the 24-hour nature of trade. As outlined in IMTA 2024 manifesto, meat imports are of the utmost importance to the UK, with approximately 2.2 million tonnes of meat or meat products from around 50 countries imported last year. The IMTA notes that imports remove a tremendous level of potential food waste. For example, the UK currently imports 24.7 million kilos of lamb legs. A single leg weighs on average 2.5 kilograms. To meet demand without imports, the UK would need to produce an additional 4.9 million lambs. Moreover, it would then have to find a market for the remaining 75% of the carcass made up of cuts of meat and offal, which the UK does create sufficient demand for right now. While the UK does not export as much meat as it imports, around 14.8% of its total production in 2023, the UK's international foothold remains a priority. As mentioned, the UK does not consume certain parts of the animal in great quantities, so having the ability to ship that to where it is high demand adds value to the overall carcass. This means better returns to the producer and makes the industry more economically sustainable. To this end, the IMTA is urging the next political power to bring in a bespoke agreement addressing current veterinary issues between the UK and EU and ease the strain on SPS export barriers. The FDF's manifesto echoes some of the IMTA's wishes, with the Federation calling for a more strategic approach to imports. The FDF believes the next government needs to establish a more efficient process for duty suspensions, which it believes will increase pace, predictability, and transparency, helping business react to seasonal supply challenges. The FDF agrees trade between the UK and EU must be simplified. It contends that the UK government could achieve this by seeking opportunities to improve the UK-EU trade and cooperation agreement ahead of the 5-year review, and by removing impediments such as UK-wide not-for-EU labelling. For Rod Addy, Director General of the Provision Trade Federation International Trade, it's also a top priority. We need to consolidate and build relationships with all of our trading partners, which allow us to continue supplying consumers with affordable, healthy and sustainable products and to open opportunities to new export markets elsewhere. These relationships need to be as free and frictionless as possible, where necessary providing for mutual recognition of standards to minimise the barriers to trade. But he also emphasised the importance in food security and domestic supply. Food security needs to be made a priority in its own right and a shared responsibility between government and industry at all levels, he continued. Resilience means maintaining access to diverse and sustainable sources of supply from world markets, as well as increasing production at home. For Addy, plans to increase domestic supply need to be based on comparative advantage and aligned with wider environmental and climate change objectives. Talking from the cold chain's perspective, the Cold Chain Federation, CCF, Chief Executive Phil Pluck said there are 2 key actions his association would be seeing within the first 100 days. The first is to designate the cold chain as a Cabinet Office ministerial portfolio. The responsibility for our industry resting with a single Cabinet Office Minister from the outset will provide a much-needed point of focus and enable rapid response to any threats to the integrity of perishable supply chains. The second early priority is formal recognition that the temperature-controlled supply chain is critical to national infrastructure. Experts from the cold chain should be at the top table in times of crisis response, and temperature-controlled storage and distribution operations should be specifically recognised in critical national infrastructure resilience planning. Communication and collaboration. These actions in the first 100 days will create the right platform for the collaborative work needed afterwards to make progress on the key areas identified in our cold chain manifesto. driving cold chain sustainability and enhancing energy efficiency, enabling emission-free transport refrigeration, developing the next generation of cold chain talent, and removing barriers to international trade in temperature-sensitive products. The British Meat Processors Association CEO agreed collaboration is key going forward, particularly when it comes to resilience. If we want food security for a growing UK population, we need a smoothly functioning domestic food supply chain. Government policy can help or hinder that and will form part of the next government's legacy, Nick Allen, BMPA's chief executive, stated. One of our main priorities for the next government is to get some clarity which has been in short supply recently. Whether it's future food policy, land use framework, labour shortages, or food security and sustainability, we've had several announcements and motherhood statements from politicians of all stripes, but precious little detail. This lack of clarity is hampering our members' ability to forward plan and make investment commitments. At the root of this is a fundamental lack of understanding from policymakers of how the food supply chain works and the complex web of interdependent moving parts that make it run smoothly. This lack of understanding has been caused by government not working closely enough with industry. It has led directly to ill thought through policy decisions, and it's had serious unintended consequences that have cost businesses more in overheads, stoked food price inflation, and impacted our ability to trade. As an example, the meat industry is currently struggling with new workforce legislation that is stifling our ability to fill skilled vacancies and border controls that have added significant cost, making us less competitive on the world stage and hiking prices for UK shoppers. The British meat industry asks that policymakers consult with their on-the-ground industry experts who can help identify impacts and opportunities. We'd also like to see the different government departments and civil servants work more closely together to ensure there are no detrimental unintended consequences for the food supply chain of future policy decisions. The FDF has similar wishes, with the association urging whoever wins the next election to create a formal food and drink innovation partnership like those with other manufacturing sectors. In this way, the FDF believes the government will be able to understand the industry's processes and challenges much better. Its manifesto also offers suggestions around promoting next-gen talent, including the reform of the apprenticeship levy, a globally competitive immigration system, and increased collaboration between schools and local manufacturers. The workforce is also among the British Frozen Food Federation's wishlist, which is calling for investment into training programs and apprenticeships, alongside revising the shortage occupation list to include seasonal workers. But the Federation's boss, Rupert Ashby, is also keen to emphasise the role frozen food could play in helping address some of the biggest challenges on all parties' agendas. Easing the cost of living crisis, he offered as an example, encouraging healthier lifestyles and meeting the UK's environmental targets. We're keen to see the new administration take action to support the industry in achieving these aims, and we've laid out the key priorities. They include reforming tax policies to make frozen foods more affordable, sustainable and accessible, investing in innovation, cutting red tape, developing a skilled workforce, and improving public perception of frozen food. Climate change. Climate change is a common theme across the manifestos and wish lists published by the many food and drink associations representing the sector. As Addy pointed out, collaboration between UK government and industry will also be important here too. Support will be needed to increase the supply of renewable energy, for more effective and efficient natural resource management, for the development of common methodologies for measuring environmental impacts, and for emissions reduction strategies which provide a level playing field, including in cross-border trade. Government and industry also need to work together to develop and exploit the potential for new technologies and alternative production methods where barriers to progress would be beyond the scope of individual commercial businesses. Meanwhile, the FDF says it wants to work with the government to help deliver on net zero ambitions, to restore biodiversity, create a fully functioning circular economy, and reduce food waste. On net zero, the Federation believes the next political power needs to build on the successes of the Industrial Energy Transformation Fund, with green incentives and grants to ensure manufacturers of all sizes are able to invest in energy efficiency and decarbonisation. It is also pushing for further and attractive investment into the UK's recycling infrastructure, addressing the complexity and fragmentation of the current system. As the manifesto reads, the government should ring-fence EPR fees to ensure that local authorities use the additional funding to improve the UK's recycling infrastructure. It should also confirm acceptance of mass balance accounting to unlock investment in chemical recycling. For BFF, regulations around food labelling and packaging need to be streamlined to reduce complexity and cost, and the plastic packaging tax scheme revisited to account for the low availability of food-grade recycled plastic content packaging. Sourcing this, the Frozen Focused Federation contends places an unfair burden on food manufacturers when striving to meet recycling targets. Meanwhile, the CCF is calling for further support to be provided to operators to bridge the enhanced capital cost of emerging technologies and overcoming grid connection challenges to enable the installation of charging infrastructure. On a similar vein, it wants to tackle overchilling in the food supply chain through the deployment of renewable energy. Health and well-being. With the NHS on its knees and reviews into ultra-processed foods ongoing, health is another common occurrence between associations' manifestos. The FDA has several suggestions around health. Among them is to provide broader and more accessible financial support for reformulation and healthier product innovation. It states this could be achieved through existing R&D, tax credits, grants, and capital allowance schemes. This should include bringing capital within the scope of R&D tax credits, the FDF manifesto reads, thus allowing companies to offset the significant upfront costs that can often prevent further investment in product reformulation and innovation. The Federation is also calling for regional and national programs to be set out through government funding. It recommends basing this on the Scottish Government-funded Reformulation for Health programme, and estimates such a scheme could be established across the whole of the UK for £4 million a year, or £3 million for England alone. ADDI agreed health, in particular having a definition of health, is a top priority. As a country, we need to improve our understanding of what constitutes healthy and balanced diets and lifestyles, and the importance of consuming a variety of food types in order to provide a full range of essential nutrients for adults and children at all stages of their lives. Labelling and point-of-sale information is only one part of the solution. More needs to be done to reconnect people with where their food comes from, how it is produced, and improve cooking skills, especially as part of the educational curriculum. Manufacturers need to be encouraged to produce portion sizes to meet all customer needs. Ashby believes frozen food could be a workable answer amidst the health and cost of living crisis, which are so intrinsically linked. As such, the BFF is eager for the next UK government to help change outdated perceptions of frozen food and promote it as a healthy, convenient, affordable, and sustainable choice through public education campaigns countering the idea that frozen is inferior to fresh. And don't leave us in the dark. The association representing the voices of the UK's food and drink system will undoubtedly be following the election with keen interest. However, as outlined, one hopes that the period does not hinder our vital sector as it continues to deal with new regulations and border issues which require support. IMTA Strategy Director Katrina Welsh agreed we'll be following the election with interest, particularly on what each of the major political parties has to say on key member issues such as trade policy, the border, food policy, and sustainability. We hope that trade associations and members will still be able to receive answers on operational questions during the pre-election period of sensitivity, as ongoing engagement with officials is crucial on certain top trade topics. Almost half of Brits, 45%, say they wouldn't be able to identify an ultra-processed food or beverage or know the difference between them and minimally processed foods, according to new research consultancy Savanta Comres. In a survey of 2002 UK shoppers, more than 45% respondents said they had eaten ultra-processed foods twice a day, including chicken nuggets, burgers, frozen meals, and crisps. The study also found that 21% believed orange juice was ultra-processed, with a further 19% admitting that they had avoided buying orange juice because of the misconception that it was ultra-processed. Commenting on the survey, nutritionist and health writer Dr. Emma Derbyshire said some of the misunderstandings around ultra-processed foods are resulting in consumers avoiding certain products which contain health benefits. Products like 100% orange juice are essential in a balanced diet and provide essential vitamins and minerals such as vitamin C and potassium needed to help meet an individual's nutrient needs. Ultra-processed foods were identified as one of the five key challenges facing the food and drink industry. In particular, the group highlighted the lack of universally agreed or official definition for ultra-processed foods, and that there are multiple models for categorizing them. As it stands, the NOVA classification, the most concrete definition, stems from this. which categorizes all food products into one of four groups. 1 is unprocessed and minimally processed, 2 is processed culinary ingredients, 3 is processed, and 4 is ultra-processed. Outside of the media scrutiny around the subject and its influence on consumer perceptions and desires, concerns were also raised that the increased focus on the level of processing of products and ingredients may be at the detriment of the need to remain focused on the nutritional value of products. The ANOVA classification is a term used within the food and drinks industry to identify how and when products are processed and to what extent they reach. There are 4 categories under this system, which defines them as 1, unprocessed and minimally processed, which means either they're not processed at all or they might be heat treated because they might not be eligible to be kind of consumed as is by humans. It might be kind of toxic unless they're processed. 2 is processed culinary ingredients. So this will be anything that kind of has to go into kitchens, into production sites. So you might have certain types of sauces, tomato sauces, oils, anything of those kind of varieties that are then used within those restaurants to turn into various forms of finished dishes. 3rd is processed. Similar to the processed and minimally processed, it might have to go through a couple of rounds of processing to make sure that it's not only just consumable, but actually that it tastes nice. And 4 is ultra processed, where it is created almost functionally to be as bad for you as possible. It's high fat, salt and sugar, which is under the HFSS legislation. It's nasty and has been linked to issues such as cancer, diabetes, and various other health complications. It is often a case where the product is so soft and you can't recognize the types of ingredients that are actually in there. There's so many ingredients. Think of things like bread. You wouldn't think bread is ultra processed, but it is when you buy it from a lot of supermarkets. It has about 20 or 30 different ingredients when your standard loaf of bread should only really have water, yeast, flour, salt, maybe a couple of flavorings or seeds in there, and that should be your ingredient base. 11 farmers across the globe will receive financial backing from Innocent Drinks to help support projects that safeguard the future of fruit and vegetables. The Farmer Innovation Fund FIF was launched in 2021 to help support in the transition to low-carbon farming and promote projects which improved both biodiversity and a fairer practice. With more than half of the Smoothie Giant's carbon footprint coming from its ingredients, investing in innovative farm practices will be key to achieving a 50% reduction of its Scope 3 emissions by 2030. This year, the pot saw an increase to £1 million, with 11 recipients based across 10 countries taking a share. An external advisory board of experts was enlisted to help select the ultimate winners. Each winning project is looking to address key agricultural challenges, including soil health, biodiversity, climate change, and water use. Among the projects to be named, 4 are previous winners. Nick Canny, CEO Innocent Drinks, said our Farmer Innovation Fund enables us to build meaningful partnerships with our suppliers to help make sure we can keep enjoying fruit and veg for years to come. This year's winners are embarking on some truly innovative projects that show real potential for playing a part in the future of farming. I'm proud that we're able to support them in delivering sustainable and healthy diets. For Pixley Berries, a UK-based blackcurrant supplier, this is a consecutive win, having been a 2023 FIF recipient. Anna Ralph, managing director at Pixley Berries, commented, "Regenerative farming is a learning curve, and being a winner for the second year running means we can advance our work to identify pragmatic approaches with deliverable benefits to blackcurrant growings and other crops." The company's project revolves around a biostimulant and a sensory device to take care of its blackcurrants. By combining biostimulants, measuring chlorophyll microbials, and focusing on minimum cultivations, we're pioneering a new approach. Through this, we hope to develop a revitalized agronomy fit for our times, both adapting to and mitigating climate change. The other winners include Agrarias Manchegas, a Spanish grape supplier and winner of FIF in 2022, which has plans to transform into a fully functioning smart farm. Iberfruta, a fellow Spain-based supplier of peaches, will trial irrigation adjustments and install sensors to evaluate the psychological and agronomic behavior of peach trees under deficit irrigation strategies. Meanwhile, Aspis, a peach supplier in Greece, will carry out a life cycle assessment of peaches assessing and evaluating the CO2 footprint of each production stage of peach puree. Time for B, part of the Dola Foundation in Poland, an apple supplier in Poland and 2022 winner. Time for B will continue its plans to improve agricultural sustainability, increase biodiversity, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Fruitolite is another 2022 winner. The Costa Rica pineapple supplier plans to focus on a new project this time around, which will establish a biofertilizer plant specifically for pineapple cultivation. G&T Group, a carrot supplier based in the Netherlands, Belgium, and Germany, will work with select farmers to create plots of wildflowers, herbs, and plants that attract pollinators and increase biodiversity. Mother Dairy, an Indian-based mango supplier, will carry out a baseline report and educate farmers about the impact of greenhouse gas emissions on climate change and their livelihoods. Netherlands-based chicory root fiber supplier Sensors, meanwhile, aims for 20 to 30% crop yield improvement by trialling seed embedding technology to stimulate uniform crop growth. Sol Organica, a passion fruit and dragon fruit supplier in Nicaragua, will implement the conversion of food waste into compost to reduce costs, sequester carbon, and reduce methane emissions. And finally, SVZ, another winner for Spain and a supplier of strawberries, will implement a Hydrix system to optimize water and fertilizer consumption. Innocent says it will be monitoring the funded projects and intends to share the learnings with the wider industry. A food waste recycling operator in Lincolnshire has been given planning permission to build a second anaerobic digestion plant in the area. The UK-based anaerobic digestion AD operator Biotech intends to build a new plant at the Hemswell Cliff site near Gainsborough following approval from Lincolnshire County Council's Planning and Regulation Committee on Monday the 3rd of June. AD is the sustainable process of recycling food waste into methane-rich biogas and biofertilizer. Food waste enters a building where it is processed into a liquid porridge and then pumped into the AD plant. The bacteria then feeds on the food waste, breaking it down to produce biogas. Biogas is captured and used as a fuel in combined heat and power (CHP) units to produce renewable electricity and heat, or it's cleaned and sent directly to the gas grid. The waste is pasteurized to ensure that any pathogens are destroyed, and the biofertilizer digestate is stored in large lagoons ready to be applied on farmland when the crops require it. Last year, Biotech recycled over 600,000 tons of food waste across its 6 sites, transforming it into 300 megawatt hours of energy. Its new 6MWAD plant will include a waste reception building, 3 digesters, a gas bag, and a new access road. It will produce a quantity of green energy that is equivalent to powering more than 19,000 homes when fully operational. According to Biotech's Chief Commercial Officer Lee Dobinson, the facility will increase the group's processing capacity by 200,000 tonnes annually. This will allow us to meet growing demands for food waste recycling, increase green energy outputs, and further strengthen our voice as market leaders. Big Four supermarket Asda has expanded its brand back of store food donation scheme in partnership with food distributor FareShare and local food sharing app Odeo. The partnership will ensure surplus food can be collected from 209 Asda stores when local charity support may not be available. FareShare local food charities will still be prioritised for donations, with plans to double the amount of surplus food redistributed by the retailer. The redistributor will also connect Odeo's Food Waste Heroes with their local Asda stores, who in turn share the food with their community free of charge. Asda's new partnership with Odeo will see more than 680 donation slots added to its back-of-store donation scheme over the coming weeks, providing a much-needed avenue for redistributing surplus to areas where charities aren't available to collect. Chris Comerford, Asda Chief Commercial Officer for Food, said redistributing surplus food continues to be a priority for our business, and we are proud to be continuing the progress we've made up to date. Increasing the number of donation opportunities and how we work with charity partners means we can provide even more support to local communities, while at the same time reducing food waste. Asda's marked 10 years in a partnership with FareShare last November, during which the retailer has provided 16,000 tonnes of surplus food from its stores and depots, the equivalent of over 38 million meals. This food has since been redistributed by FareShare to their network of over 8,500 charities and community groups in the process. Katie Sadler, head of Go, added, "We're incredibly grateful to Asda for supporting our mission to ensure no good food goes to waste. This partnership will continue to ensure charities continue to have access to food throughout the week, and where they aren't available, Oleo's Food Waste Heroes can step in to collect unsold surplus instead of letting it go to waste. The partnership will fair share, and Olio will be across superstores and supermarkets with a separate program to be trialled for Asda's Express convenience sites. Sasha Celestial One, Olio's co-founder and chief operating officer, concluded, "We feel incredibly proud to be working with another retailer that's making meaningful commitments to fighting food waste and feeding communities, especially at a time when so many in this country are struggling to feed themselves and their families." Bakers have been urged to turn to natural flavours in an effort to protect against cocoa price rises. Liz Gabriel, bakery specialist at European Flavour Specialist ITS, urged baked goods manufacturers to cut down the usage of cacao and chocolate in their recipes in light of prices hitting an all-time high. To this end, she suggested producers turn to more straightforward and stable natural flavours to achieve the same effect in their products. This helps protect against the current cost fluctuations in the cacao market, helping to give better stability in the supply chain and, of course, steadying the price of the finished products. ITS claimed that natural flavours also offer bakers more options and flexibility around the flavour of the finished product, as many different profiles are available. Instead of relying on a simple cacao flavour, producers could opt combinations such as chocolate orange or even ruby chocolate. Bakeries can also tap into other indulgent and well-loved indulgent flavours to help take the place of chocolate, caramel being the obvious first choice when it comes to indulgent flavours, particularly when creating a filling for a muffin or donut, for example. As well as the standard caramel flavour profile, other flavours like salted caramel, caramelised biscuit, or even a braver take like caramel can help create additional flavour notes to frostings, for example, and that all-important mouthfeel. Other options include white chocolate, which Gabriel noted was seeing a resurgence in both indulgent and standard ranges, and does not rely on cacao powder like its partner flavour. Gabriel's words followed news from the International Cacao Organisation, the ICCO, that the 2023 to 2024 season would end in a higher deficit than previously expected, with global production and grindings projected to decline by 11.7% and 4.3% respectively. Though at the start of the season there was uncertainty regarding cacao demand due to increasing cacao prices, current available data reveal that cacao grinding activities have so far been unrelenting in important countries, despite the record cacao price rallies. However, grinding at origin, which was earlier on viewed as an impetus to prop up demand as producing countries engaged earnestly in value addition investments, has slowed down due to the lack of beans. The ICCO also reported a decline in trade activities, which it suspects was caused by a supply tightness from top producing countries in West Africa. The world cuisine market is becoming an important and lucrative market for the UK, growing by 7.7% in 2022. While some areas are notably linked to a specific cuisine, Italian food, for example, brings vivid imagery of pizza and pasta to mind, the UK's food culture is much more borrowed. Far from the outdated view of fish and chips, the nation's ever-growing cultural vibrancy has seen an abundance of cuisines grace its hospitality and retail sectors. According to Mintel's UK World Cuisines Market Report of 2023, as many as 92% of Brits ate world cuisines at home in 3 months to March 2023. Golden Acre Foods, which saw its 25th birthday this year, is among the companies supplying the UK with such variety. It presently sources from more than 10 countries, with Poland, Germany and Spain accounting for the biggest proportion of its business. In 2021, the company launched its first range of Romanian brands to meet the changing needs of the UK population, and more recently it expanded its World Foods range to feature a range of South Asian brands, including spice mixes, snacks, sweets and drinks. The company has also developed a number of brands in direct response to the changing shopper and customer needs. Alongside Golden Acre Yogurts, the company produces Najma, a leading UK halal cooked meat brand, Elsinore, a Scandinavian-inspired seafood brand, ActiShake, a nutritious, low-fat, high-protein drink, and Jaldi Eats, a new range of on-the-go halal food. Since its inception in 1999, it has continued to grow as a business and now boasts a revenue of £120 million a year. Speaking with the business sales director, Dan Sparshett, on the topic of World Foods, he explained the demographic and thus food landscape has changed significantly since Golden Acre's beginnings, and this has been reflected in the company's own evolution too. Our business started in dairy, supplying a variety of products to both retail and food service customers. Then around 15 years ago, we began to diversify. The UK Polish population was growing, and we began discussions with retailers about serving the needs of this growing demographic through providing a range of authentic Polish food brands. And the UK landscape continues to evolve. We have a diverse population with a wide geographic spread, and whether inspired by travel, social media, or cooking programs, people are keen to try new cuisines and experience new tastes. As a result, the World Foods offering in supermarkets has needed to adapt and grow to reflect changing shopper needs. It's not just about having a set range of products to meet consumer needs either. Population data tells us the geographic spread of our World Foods audience is now broader than ever. We work with retailers to help map this audience to make sure the right range is in the right stores, but add to that a growing interest in World Foods from the wider population, and there is a strong argument to expand distribution even further. Retailers also need to make sure they do enough to communicate their offerings to each target audience and attract them away from specialist independent stores. And buyers and suppliers must make sure there is a steady stream of new, authentic products entering the category to keep ranges exciting and up to date. According to Sparshot, authenticity within World Foods has been gaining momentum, in particular with shoppers keeping a close eye on ingredient labels. Authenticity is key to consumers. It's a trend we've observed for the last few years, and if anything, it is becoming even more important within World Foods. In 2022, we brought leading South Asian spice brand Suhana to UK supermarkets. It is a familiar and much-loved brand that appeals to both World Food shoppers and mainstream shoppers looking for a more authentic cooking experience. We have since expanded our range of South Asian brands into the UK retail, encouraging consumers with Indian, Pakistani and Bangladeshi heritage to shop UK supermarkets alongside specialist retailers. Alongside an appetite for authenticity, Sparshot said there's an exciting fusion trend emerging between India and Chinese cuisine, such as stir-fry and soy sauce alongside the spicy punch of Indian cuisine. Findings from Intel's report reveal that 85% of world cuisine consumers in the UK would be interested in trying a new cuisine that shares ingredients with another world cuisine they like. Changes to UK demographics have also helped to influence the evolution of World Foods further. For example, the growth in the UK Romanian population has been significant over the last 10 years. In response, in 2021, it launched a range of popular Romanian brands within UK supermarkets, fueling further growth for the category. Of course, recent challenges around supply chains will have weighed particularly heavy on the shoulders of businesses like Golden Acre. They said there have been two main hurdles. Early 2024 saw the introduction of Export Health Certificates, EHC, on medium and high-risk goods coming into the UK. The opening of the border control post-BCP on the 30th of April and the commencement of both documentary and physical checks has led to a significant increase in charges for all products of animal origin, POAO. What is still unclear at this early stage is the length of delays we can expect for any checks that do take place. The second challenge is linked to specific situations that arise in the supply chain. The Red Sea supply route has seen disruption for goods coming from the Middle East and South Asia transitioning through the Suez Canal. Many vessels are diverting around the Horn of Africa, meaning longer shipping times, port congestion on arrival, increased emissions, and a surge in costs for shipping containers. A key focus for all companies importing and exporting goods will be ensuring that they are up to date with the ever-evolving regulations and processes, not an easy feat. To this end, the Golden Acre team has expanded post-Brexit, focusing in on certain skill sets. This has included recruiting transport and customs experts to manage the additional administration needed to import products into the UK. We've worked closely with our partners in the EU to help guide and support them through the UK changes as this becomes increasingly complex. Driven predominantly by the pandemic and intensified by these more recent events, the need to strengthen our domestic supply chain has been squarely thrust into the spotlight. But will this hinder suppliers such as Golden Acre in the future? We absolutely support and recognise the drive to source food locally and sustainably in the UK. At Golden Acre, we are serving a diverse population's love of brands and food from their home countries, which in most cases cannot be produced within the UK. We do look for opportunities to make these brands locally, but where we cannot, we then try to bring these to the UK in a sustainable and cost-effective way. Reports of exploding cans of beer have sparked the recall of a range of Indian Pale Ale IPA from drinks firm Brew York on a precautionary basis. The threat of explosion in its Juice Forsyth beers was a result of overcarbonisation in the drinks, according to the brewer. As such, the affected cans pose a threat of injury to consumers. Brew York has recalled 440 milliliter cans of Juice Forsyth with the batch code GYLE1036 and the best before date of the 23rd of July 2024. Consumers who may have bought the affected products were advised to safely dispose of the cans by opening them under water while wearing appropriate hand and eye protection. Once the drink is disposed of, consumers can send an image of the can to Brew York with the batch code and best before date clearly visible to receive a coupon for use on its website to cover the cost of the can. A point of sale notice will be displayed in all retail stores that are selling this product. This notice explains to customers why the product is being recalled and tells them what to do if they've bought the product. Potentially explosive bottles of booze were also behind a recall last year as well. Jeremy Clarkson owned Hawkston Cider recalled this titular drink after it was discovered over-fermentation in the bottle had caused some of them to explode. The Grand Tour presenter comically took to social media to demonstrate the proper way to diffuse the drinks in a similar manner to what was being described by Brew York. Meanwhile, last month, Costa and Malika has recalled a range of pasta sauces over fears that it may contain pieces of glass. Tropicana, the drinks brand, has revealed its Master of Orange, Natalie Lignite, is the most important asset for developing its orange juice's flavour profiles. This decision to ensure the taste buds of its Master of Orange comes as research reveals Brits' appetite for the citrus juice, with the average consumer drinking 104 glasses of orange juice per year. In fact, as many as 80% UK adults drink fresh orange juice, with this number increasing to 91% among 18 to 34-year-olds. This is now my 19th year working for Tropicana, and I'm honoured that the brand has taken the extra step to ensure my taste buds, which have enabled me to develop the best quality juice for so many years. According to Tropicana, Lignite's skills are just as rare and critical as those of a sommelier, a role which sees her selecting the 4 best oranges out of 60 different varietals, which are then crafted and blended. To emphasise her mastery and to highlight the process behind orange juice production, the brand will be inviting a one winner to its factory in Belgium. The Instagram competition, which wraps up in a couple of days, will see the winning creator a signature blend of their own alongside Lignite with 170 of their limited edition bottles created and given away. There is so much intricacy and technique myself and the team put into every batch of Tropicana to become that juice we all know and love. So I'm delighted to give someone an opportunity to experience this firsthand. Agriculture technology solutions must address financing for smallholder farms together with Scope 3 emissions and inequity across multiple sectors of the industry in order to meet sustainability goals. This was the consensus among panelists at a recent webinar co-hosted by the Food and Land Use FOLU Coalition, World Business Council for Sustainable Development WBCSD, and Women Business Coalition. Titled How Can Businesses Secure a More Sustainable, Equitable and Resilient Future for the Food Sector, the webinar was moderated by FOLU Coalition Executive Director Morgan Gillespie and featured a panel of 5 industry experts. They included Emmeline Fellis, Senior Director of Agriculture and Food and a member of the WBCSD's Extended Leadership Group, Owen Bethels, Nestlé's Environmental Impact Lead for Global Public Affairs, Milindi Sibomano, Chief Agricultural Officer of the One Acre Fund Rwanda, Luke Pritchard, Deputy Director for Nature-Based Solutions at the We Mean Business Coalition, and Alex Adrioli, a Research Manager at Systemic. The event delved into key insights from FOLU, We Mean Business, and WBCSD's recently published report series, Future Fit Food and Agriculture, while the panelists emphasised the need to drive agricultural tech adoption among smallholder farms. They also looked at new financing sources, identified untapped areas for innovation, highlighted the potential of underutilised indigenous crops, and explored the role companies should play in making the global food system fit for the future. The urgency of food systems transformation. Gillespie began by emphasising the urgency of transforming food systems and highlighting research from the Food Systems Economic Commission, FSEC. The report revealed that the current food system was incurring annual costs of over $10 trillion, with projections suggesting a further $4 trillion increase by 2050 due to health and environmental damages. She said that food and land use systems are the largest driver of ecosystem conversion and biodiversity loss accounting for 70% of freshwater withdrawals globally. Addressing Scope 3 emissions. Next, Andreoli presented key findings from the Future Fit Food and Agriculture Report series, stressing the significance of Scope 3 emissions. These constituted 90% of emissions for large multinational food companies, mainly from purchased ingredients and products. He noted agriculture and land use change within company value chains account for approximately half of global food system emissions. To mitigate these emissions, the report recommended an annual investment of $205 billion between 2025 and 2030. While this figure seems massive, it actually represents under 2% of food sector revenues. This investment would support on-farm solutions, such as agroforestry and anaerobic digesters, which could enhance farmer revenues and increase carbon sequestration. Overcoming cost inequities. Andreoli went on to address the inequitable distribution of transition costs across the value chain, illustrating this disparity by comparing the financial burden of achieving mitigation targets among different actors in the beef industry. For a Brazilian beef farmer, for example, the transitional costs could lead to insolvency, while for a multinational food company, it represents less than 1% of revenues. To address this, he added companies needed to collaborate with farmers and policymakers to develop equitable solutions and manage transition costs effectively. Financing and support for farmers. Expanding on this point, Phyllis highlighted the need for financial support to ensure income stability for farmers. She said less than 4% of companies identify living income benchmarks or calculate living income gaps. The very first step is to start measuring and identifying interventions that support farmers. We need to have clearer asks in terms of finance, and we need to define clear solutions. We need to find ways to go through public and private sources and other supporting solutions for farmers, such as supplying low or no interest working capital loans to farmers, securing offtake agreements to guarantee demand for sustainable products, and offering at premium prices. At the same time, Bethel emphasized the importance of funding frontline projects. He stated that the number one thing companies should do is allocate sufficient funding to the front line, to the people who implement these projects as part of their net zero and transition plans. Enhancing farmer engagement and market connectivity. Continuing on the subject of cooperating with farmers, Sibomana discussed the importance of maintaining proximity to farmers and providing continuous advisory support. He noted that the lack of advisory extension support is one of the biggest challenges in transitioning farmers to new technologies and practices. He also emphasized the need for strong information loops between farmers and markets to ensure consistent quality and demand for produce. In our work with farmers in East Africa on market linkages, we find that there's a big disconnect. Whatever the quality required from markets, farmers are not able to meet that or are trying to grow into that, but the markets are not yet ready to risk or invest at that level, so I think there needs to be that information loop connecting farmers to businesses. Barriers to market access and financing. Sibomana went on to say that smallholder farmers often struggled with accessing higher value markets due to stringent requirements like certifications. We understand the value of certifications, but for a smallholder farmer with limited means, it's sometimes a barrier to entry. How can we incentivize farmers to go from point A to point B? The current subsidy system also played a significant role in these inequities. Sibomana stressed the enormous amount of environmentally harmful agricultural subsidies, approximately $405.55 trillion annually, that needs reallocation. He also advocated for redirecting these subsidies to support climate-smart agricultural practices without taking essential support away from farmers. Sibomana said, if we don't align how these subsidies are flowing, it isn't going to make much of a dent in what the private sector does. But we also need to be politically prudent and cognizant of what those subsidies are for farmers around the world. Those subsidies will keep the lights on and the farms running. Innovating beyond commodity-centric systems. In addition to addressing Scope 3 emissions and ramping up support for farmers, the panelists also discussed the issue of commodity-centric systems. In particular, Pritchard called for a shift from such systems to a model that valued environmental and societal impact. That system has been successful in driving operational and economic efficiencies, especially in some of these complex international supply chains. But I think it's also come at the expense of farmers. This mindset reinforces the notion that the way farmers steward land and cultivate crops is interchangeable and there are little consequences. We need to transition to a system where we place value not just on what comes off the farm, but also on what happens on the farm. It's changing that fundamental relationship with farmers, so we're not just having these one-off transactional experiences, but putting the farmers at the centre of the system as indispensable long-term partners vital for establishing dependable, resilient supply chains in the face of climate change. Then went on to highlight the progress of companies like Nestle, Danone and Pepsi in moving towards a post-commodity era. However, he also warned of a dire need to accelerate along this path to ensure sufficient investments in the correct areas and minimise transitional risk for farmers. Harnessing indigenous crops and untapped innovations. The panel also identified the potential of underutilised indigenous crops, which were often more resilient to local climates and conditions. As such, they could play a crucial role in sustainable agricultural practices and food sovereignty. To this end, Fellis emphasised the need for a shift towards regenerative systems that prioritise resilience to climate change and equitable food distribution. Additionally, the panel identified several untapped areas for agricultural technology innovation. Fellis mentioned the importance of developing appropriate metrics to measure and understand risks and opportunities in corporate performance. This will allow them to mobilise different actions outside the companies and will really help shift the investment to research and development and innovation, as well as procurement. In a similar vein, the panel discussed the necessity of investments in farm equipment tailored for regenerative agriculture and polycultural practices. Silberman highlighted the challenges in making such technology affordable and accessible to smallholder farmers, saying that developing local solutions and supporting micro-level entrepreneurs could bridge this gap. Driving agricultural tech, adaptation and innovation. Expanding on the need for a paradigm shift towards regenerative agriculture and more innovative approaches to reduce labour and enhance efficiency, Bethel said we need to consider how to create a bottom-up movement of policy change that isn't about imposing something from a big multinational. He also emphasised the importance of grassroots support and dialogue with farmers. Pritchard, on the other hand, pointed out that by reducing food waste and loss could lead to significant efficiency gains midstream and downstream. Highlighting the untapped potential in the supply chain beyond the farm level, he said, "We're producing more than enough food to do it already. It's about getting it to the right places and making sure we're not losing it along the way." The role of businesses and policymakers. The collaboration between businesses and policymakers was another critical point of the webinar. Bethel brought up the necessity of creating an enabling environment to achieve significant sustainability goals, saying engagement with policymakers is crucial. Having the right enabling environment will help us go from a project-based approach to a 20% reduction by 2025. I think we can do that without necessarily having big shifts in external policy, but getting to 50% reduction and net zero and creating other positive outcomes in biodiversity and water resources does require a slightly bigger system shift. He added that Nestle offered innovative solutions like microinsurance for coffee farmers to protect against climate impacts, thereby demonstrating how business could lead in supporting farmers through the transition to more sustainable practices. Pritchard perhaps summed up the key findings of the webinar best by saying, "Placing farmers at the centre of the system as indispensable long-term partners is vital for establishing resilient supply chains in the face of climate change." Is private equity investment best placed to serve agri-technology? It's a question that was put to Sao Paulo-based Brazil Aqua Capital, a private equity firm investing in sustainable and innovative companies within the agriculture and food sectors, which has announced the final closing of its Ag and Food PE Fund 3. Fund 3 has received $450 million of committed capital, surpassing its original target of $400 million. It will continue to apply Aqua Capital's successful middle market investment strategy in agriculture and food while partnering with management teams to drive value creation through operational enhancement, strategic change, improved governance, and successful integration of accretive add-on acquisitions. We are in the midst of an extraordinary transformation of the agri-business and food value chains. Fund 3, this will seek to generate strong risk-adjusted returns by investing in companies leading the transition throughout the Americas, said Sebastian Povic, managing partner. We will continue to leverage our unique sector knowledge and reputation to identify sectors and companies poised for accelerated growth and deep transformation and systematically select companies capable of delivering strong growth and differentiation. Aqua Capital's investment strategy is based on acquiring and building platforms to become sector leaders through buy and build strategies and serial roll-ups. Investing in high-growth agribusiness and food companies led by strong entrepreneurs to help scale their proven business models, the focus on Funds 1 and 2 was across different segments of the agribusiness and food value chain in Latin America. The latest fund sees the company expand into North America. Fund 3 has already invested in 5 platforms across Latin America and the US, with almost 50% of its capital committed. The current portfolio includes investments in high-value sustainable ag inputs, omnichannel retailing, and ag tech services. Fund 3 is investing in companies across the Americas, focused on regenerative agriculture contributing to carbon reduction, positive changes in GHG emissions, and small and mid-sized farmers' inclusion. Fund 3 Limited partners are a diverse group of institutional investors from across the globe, including asset managers, sovereign wealth funds, endowments, development financial institutions, fund of funds, and family offices. Fund 3 received considerable commitments from returning limited partners, while also welcoming a significant number of new investors to the firm. With over $1.1 billion in assets under management, Aqua Capital is one of the largest private equity firms managing investments in innovative and sustainable businesses throughout the agribusiness and food value chain. The firm seeks to invest in companies with successful track records, strong management teams, and growth potential to become sector leaders. Since inception, Capital has made more than 45 investments grouped by platforms across the Americas, Latin, and North America. Aqua Capital says that through its professionalization, growth transformation, and impact value creation approach, it seeks to build successful, scalable, and sector-leading companies, with a focus on investment themes like growing food demand, closing productivity gaps, solving sustainability challenges, changing consumer habits, and disrupting traditional models through innovation. The news of the Fund 3 close, meanwhile, comes amid a dip in global venture capital investments in the ag tech industry. Some commentators have suggested the traditional VC model isn't suited to ag tech because the expectations of a short-term return is not consistent with agriculture. The primary benefit of private equity investment over VC investing, on the other hand, is that private equity firms typically invest in more mature and established companies, which tend to be less risky compared to the early-stage startups that the VCs target. This benefit of private equity investment is one that capital is using to its advantage. Our value creation approach is really operational rather than financial, said Aqua Capital partner Eli Ziskinst. We're trying to use leverage more conservatively and modestly and generate value from our understanding of the industry and ability to open markets for other companies and position them rightly. We think we know where to identify value and which companies and areas are unique at a specific time. We have proven capabilities of opening markets to our companies. The company has a track record in taking family-owned or growth companies and positioning them as sector leaders. We've done it over and over again, and we have a unique track record in that. Some examples of successful investments made by Aqua Capital include AgroGalaxy, one of the main retail platforms of ag inputs and services focused on agribusiness in Brazil. It has also acquired US-based Nuvo Ag, a platform that provides inputs and value-added systems such as product application and agronomic advice to farmers. Novos AG operates a disruptive franchise model, which Aqua Capital is confident enables it to attract top-tier store owners and gain market share by providing superior services while creating high dependence and repeat business. Through these two companies, we can really open the market for any product or service companies in the Americas. Between these two companies, we sell about $200 million of biologicals, we sell a lot of ag services, and we finance farmers. As a result, these companies are themselves becoming an infrastructure for product or service companies to scale up through our connection and capabilities in an arm's length agreement. I think that's pretty unique in the industry. Another difference between capital and venture capitalists is that the latter typically takes more positions. We are more concentrated for good or for bad, said Siskind. We make less bets on 8 to 10 portfolio companies. A smaller number of bets allows more focus on its portfolio, he contends. Being so operationally involved means Aqua Capital can offer greater value for farmers, added partner Gustavo Iben. There is a disconnection between the Silicon Valley approach in VCs and the farmers, he said. Those two are not talking very well. Aqua Capital, by contrast, gets very involved operating our companies. When we invest in a company, we buy, control and operate the company so that we are very close to the farmer. We think that sometimes VCs are very removed from the farmers and closer to the valley. We don't have anything against VCs, but we were born as a private equity firm. That's what we have been doing for the last 3 funds. There are not many players in the market doing a private equity. We fill that gap very nicely. This guy stressed that Aqua Capital's current portfolio of investments in Hive is high value. Sustainable inputs, omnichannel ag retailing and ag tech services is ultimately aimed at shortening the time of adoption of new technology products. Considering retail, for example, the go-to-market strategy is all about having really trusted advisors to the farmer with the ability to get them to use next-generation products, because most of the farmer budget goes into one. The importance of a comprehensive go-to-market strategy is again illustrated with Solubio, the Brazilian provider of on-farm biological solutions, in which Fund 3 took a stake. Solubio enables farmers to produce AG biologicals that, like biopesticides and biofertilizers, on site, reducing costs by up to 70% compared to off-the-shelf products. Solubio achieved over 116% CAGR revenue growth from 2018 to 2022. This kind of integrated system is well suited to biologicals, said Siskind, where there isn't one silver bullet type product suited to all farmers in all conditions. What makes sense in the biologicals market, he said, is a strong portfolio that considers the ease of farmer application and how easy it is for the third-party channel to sell it to the farmer. Syngenta Group has announced that it is expanding access to its genome editing and breeding technologies to academic researchers globally. This initiative, part of Syngenta's commitment to fostering innovation and enhancing sustainability in agriculture, is facilitated through the group's collaborative platform Shoots by Syngenta, which aims to foster innovation and sustainability in the agricultural sector. Syngenta's decision to provide rights to selected genome editing technologies, particularly optimized CRISPR's Cas12a, marks a significant step in agricultural innovation. CRISPR technology enables precise genetic modifications, allowing for the rapid development of improved plant varieties without the need to introduce DNA from other species. This can result in more productive and resilient crops, thereby addressing some of the most pressing challenges in agriculture. Gusi Wu, head of global seeds research at Syngenta, emphasized the transformative potential of CRISPR in agriculture, saying, "The increased use of CRISPR in agriculture can transform the way we approach plant breeding, accelerating the discovery and deployment of innovations that provide growers more productive and resilient crops. We are inviting universities and academic institutions from around the world to help us drive innovation to improve the sustainability of agriculture." Leading up to this announcement, Syngenta scientists had already been continuously innovating to improve CRISPR-Cas genome editing technologies. They had engineered CRISPR-Cas12a to increase both its efficiency as well as utility, significantly optimizing it as a tool for crop improvement. This is the latest development in Syngenta's openness to sharing technology with both public and private entities, enabling quick, straightforward access to its proprietary technologies for academic and non-profit research use. This was preceded by the 2023 launch of Shoots by Syngenta, which aims to create partnerships to tackle complex agricultural challenges. Since then, Syngenta has been leveraging the platforms to enhance collaboration and integration of diverse technological solutions. Through Shoots, it aims to break down barriers and encourage a wide array of scientists and researchers to contribute to solving agricultural challenges. Syngenta's head of global seeds, research and development partnerships, Stuart Harrison, highlighted the platform's collaborative nature, saying that Syngenta, as its strategy was developed, realized it couldn't solve all the problems we were trying to attack from an agricultural perspective on our own. We saw collaboration as a key component of what we do as an innovative organization. But we only had a limited amount of resources that could reach outside of Syngenta, so we started a brainstorm around how we could connect our innovation ecosystem with the external innovation ecosystem. And that's where Shoots was born. It's our mechanism to share what we do and what our areas of research focus are, but also to identify key research challenges we're currently unable to solve. We're actively looking for partners and beyond that, using this as a mechanism to share innovation success stories where we've worked with collaborators, whether they be universities, startups or other organizations, to solve some of the key problems growers are facing from an agricultural perspective. Syngenta aims to raise awareness of the Shoots platform and position it as a hub for collaborative innovation. Kendra Gittis, Open Innovation Lead for Seeds Research and Development Partnerships, said one of the things we want to do is broaden our reach beyond our current domain. So while engaging with academia and startups will help us gain a diversity of knowledge, we also want to expand and broaden our reach. By sharing our research challenges and needs, we're giving an understanding to those academics and startups of what we're looking for as Syngenta, but also through Shoots, we want to facilitate collaboration and make it easier for them to connect with the right people within Syngenta. By using a platform, they can very easily submit a research proposal or technology for evaluation and know that their idea has found the right people within Syngenta, which is a large organization to navigate as an external person, not knowing where to start. Harrison added that the Shoots portal was unique in that Syngenta was the only big agriculture company with a proprietary platform that allowed its scientists to connect with external scientists. At the same time, he said that unlike their competitors, Syngenta had chosen not to use third-party platforms. By having the Shoots capability, we actually can do much more than just promote or identify collaborators. We can also promote success stories. We're using it as a mechanism for distributing open source tools into the digital space as well. According to Harrison, the focus of Shoots is primarily to serve Syngenta's seeds and crop protection business units. As such, it has been looking at everything from early stage enabling technologies to cutting edge technologies associated with genome editing in the crop protection space, from formulation to sustainable chemistry. He added that the Shoots team had discovered and tapped into its ability to access adjacent industries, which is important as innovation in the agri-tech space comes not only from within the agricultural innovation community. A lot of the cutting-edge technologies such as genome editing or some of the cutting-edge crop protection technologies are also coming from the pharmaceutical side of the innovation ecosystem. So this is where Shoots is uniquely allowing us to collaborate with people we've never thought about collaborating with before. He went on to explain Shoots' process and rationale for investment allocation. We identify a challenge we're going after within Syngenta, post that challenge outside, then receive solutions from people externally. That then promotes a conversation and hopefully a collaboration where we can take that technology forward. We pull together a technical team that does an evaluation, then decide on what we think is the best of the technologies to move forward with. So it's a technical deep dive into what's been sent to us, which we evaluate within our research and development teams to decide which is the most promising technology. Gittis added that another priority for Shoots when making funding decisions was to ensure broad diversity of thought so that people outside Syngenta's current domain would engage with them and give them the green light to drive potential collaborations in that space. Harrison also outlined the core challenges and successes the platform has faced. One primary challenge has been educating Syngenta scientists on formulating questions that invite broader scientific engagement. This effort ensures that the challenges posed are not only relevant to Syngenta, but also solvable by a diverse scientific community beyond just major players. This inclusive approach has required extensive internal learning and adaptation over the past 6 months. I think educating our scientists to ask a question in a way that makes it accessible to the maximum amount of the scientific community is important, because if we're putting a challenge out there that can be solved only by Bayer, Corteva or Syngenta, it's not the right challenge or right question to be putting outside of Syngenta. So one of the things we've been working with our science teams is how to ask the right questions in order to be able to access the technology they need. Similarly, broadcasting that need as broadly as possible is something we've been learning how to do over the last 6 months as well. On the success front, Shoots has excelled in promoting and celebrating collaborative innovations. By effectively communicating these successful partnerships, Syngenta has been able to highlight the real-world impacts of collaborative efforts on its research and development processes. Notably, Shoots has connected Syngenta with unexpected partners, bringing in fresh perspectives and solutions from industries and research spaces previously not considered. Harrison said that collaborative innovation between us and third parties that's impacting Syngenta's research and development has been a great success story, and it's something we haven't done as much in the past, but Shoots enables the messages to get out there. We've actually identified partners we never thought of for some of the challenges. That means it's working. We've seen some solutions coming in from industries and research spaces we hadn't thought about reaching out to. Kendra Gittis elaborated on the strategy behind building relationships through Shoots. The platform emphasizes ease of connection between external parties and the right individuals within Syngenta. It starts with external researchers submitting non-confidential descriptions of their proposals, ensuring that these submissions receive acknowledgement and timely triage to assess their fit within Syngenta's research strategy. This proactive engagement ensures that potential collaborators feel welcomed and are more likely to engage with Syngenta in the future. JISCUS also highlighted the importance of maintaining an active dialogue with potential partners rather than being a transactional tool. Shoots fosters ongoing relationships, allowing Syngenta to re-engage with promising researchers as their technologies mature. Syngenta has hinted at significant upcoming announcements related to Shoots, indicating continued progress and new partnerships. In fact, it recently announced partnerships with IBM Research and US biotech firm Maxigen. Syngenta and IBM Research have leveraged IBM RxN, a language model-based software, to enhance chemical synthesis processes to enable faster and more efficient product development. This collaboration integrates predictive reactively modeling with synthesis planning, improving synthetic workflows, and environmental sustainability. In its partnership with Maxigen, Syngenta Seeds is optimizing molecular enabling technologies through the directed evolution of proteins. This collaboration has produced protein variants with significantly improved attributes, contributing to novel intellectual property. Shoots by Syngenta is also seeking new collaborators for 6 specific challenges, ranging from creating chemical building blocks from biomass waste to developing diagnostic tools for crop growth indicators. The initiative invites proposals from academia, research institutes, startups, and cross-industry sectors. The study of RNAi in biology has been around for decades, but the use of RNAi for crop protection is relatively new. They caught up with Canada-based Renaissance Bioscience Corp., which is developing a novel yeast-based RNA interference technology for sustainable and eco-friendly crop protection against insect pests. It believes there is a significant market opportunity for its technology. Up to 40% of global crop production is usually lost due to pests, and $70 billion is lost due to invasive insects. There is therefore a pressing need for effective, innovative, and environmentally friendly pest management solutions. An emerging one is RNAi technology. This uses double-stranded RNA, dsRNA molecules as effectively silence defective and undesirable genes that affect the economic traits of crops, leading to improvements in crop varieties. It is a concept that isn't quite there yet, but there are a lot of positives. Agrotherapy's Chief Technology Officer Glovison Morrow, who has nearly 25 years of experience of commercialization products, has said. It's not challenge-free, he said. Pests can still potentially develop resistance to RNAi over time, for example, while regulatory frameworks for approving and overseeing RNAi pesticides are still being developed. RNA molecules, meanwhile, can be directly applied onto crops without involving the RNAi mechanism, technology that new UK spin-out TraitSec is hoping to leverage to accelerate plant breeding and protection. Renaissance Bioscience, based in Vancouver, has developed technology that works by killing insect pests using RNA interference or an RNAi, which turns off target genes that are essential for the pests to survive or reproduce. This approach is based on gene sequences that are unique to the pests and will not harm other insects, plants, or humans. The study of RNA in biology has been around for decades, but the use of RNAi for crop protection is relatively new, said John Husneck, PhD, CSO, and co-CEO, Renaissance Bioscience. Some of the main challenges, he explained, include the instability of the RNA bioactive in the agricultural environment, the cost of producing these molecules, and regulatory concerns about the effects of the delivery technology on the environment. To overcome these challenges, the company has developed a yeast-based production and delivery platform method whereby the RNAi molecules are produced by the yeast, which is a cost-effective, safe organism that has been used in food and agriculture for millennia. This addresses the historical challenge of RNA instability because the yeast acts as a coat of armor, protecting these valuable molecules from environmental degradation. It also addresses the thorny issue of cost because yeast can be manufactured using traditional established fermentation facilities rather than requiring a de novo synthesis. Importantly, our yeast is inactivated and it can be stored at room temperature and applied to plants using standard equipment. These benefits eliminate the requirement for novel methods of storage or application techniques. The initial focus is on controlling the Colorado potato beetle, a destructive pest of potato crops that is developing resistance to traditional chemical pesticides. This technology works best at coleopteran species. However, we are also actively expanding our reach to address lepidopteran pests as well, because our technology is a plug-and-play system and can be designed to target a specific insect based on sequencing of the RNAi bioactive molecule. We have the capability of targeting a wide array of crop pests, provided the pest choose. In addition to our in-house target list of pests of interest, we're also forming strategic partnerships with key industry players to develop tailored RNAi production and delivery systems for their specific pest challenges. To the aforementioned point that pests can still potentially develop resistance to the RNAi over time, Renaissance said it's possible to input up to 5 different gene targets in the one yeast. The odds of a pest developing resistance to one gene target is possible, but slim, it pointed out, but 5 at one time is astronomical. The company received Canadian regulatory approval in 2023 for extensive field studies to test efficacy, application rates, and crop protection using this technology. This type of product has already been approved in the US for use in crop protection, and we anticipate approval in other jurisdictions will follow shortly. Because our yeast is inactivated, the only bioactive ingredient is the RNAi, which is very specific, does not affect non-target organisms, and will degrade naturally in the environment. We do not anticipate significant challenges to regulatory approval as this technology becomes more and more commonly used. Lab and field trial data are already validate the system as a robust and cost-effective RNAi delivery method in the market. Last October, Renaissance was awarded its first patent by the Chinese Patent Office for its technology for the production and delivery of RNA bioactive molecules. The patent for our yeast that produces RNAi bioactives has been granted in China and is pending in an additional 7 jurisdictions. China is the global leader in the use of traditional pesticides and also in biopesticides, and they are very interested in environmentally friendly advances such as Renaissance RNAi biopesticide technology. The technology has not yet been fully commercialized. Renaissance, however, has made significant progress in developing its novel RNAi biopesticide technology and securing regulatory approvals and patents. It is in the advanced development and field testing stage, working towards an eventual commercial launch in collaboration with partners. There is an urgent need for effective, innovative, and environmentally friendly pest management strategies and solutions to address crop destruction and yield reductions, Hans Smith said. We believe that there is significant market opportunity for our technology. Our aim is to continue working with industry leaders to develop crop protection solutions to improve food security by providing a healthier, safer alternative to chemical solutions currently in the market. In addition, Renaissance is currently using its RNA technology to develop yeast-based orally delivered vaccines for livestock such as pigs, cattle, and poultry, and aquaculture that are delivered through consumption in feed. This technology can also be applied to deliver immune support bioactives, vitamins, and minerals to livestock and aquaculture through oral delivery in feed. Founded in 2017 by Malcolm Nutt and Jonathan Quigley, Spark Labs Cultivate has supported more than 50 both Australian and international companies through its accelerator program. These companies today boast a combined market cap of over 1.7 billion Australian dollars and have raised more than $500 million in follow-on capital. Examples include Australian companies Zetifi, which delivers reliable Wi-Fi to remote farms, seaweed-based feed company Future Feed, RanchBot, which deploys small farm robots to improve water and resource use, proof that companies that began life down under can tap into universal agricultural technology challenges, and Woolumi, which offers audit-grade climate reporting for land and agricultural portfolios. Spark Labs Cultivate most recently announced a tie-up with Kansas State University's research, innovation, and partnership arm K-State Innovation Partners to drive more food tech growth. What's behind the success of the accelerator? At Spark Labs Cultivate, our success is driven by people. Since 2018, we have supported over 50 entrepreneurs in the agri-food tech sector, each with unique technologies, development stages, and geographic locations. We prioritize selecting the right individuals to join our network, and we focus on founders who are passionate about and coachable. We engage with experienced mentors committed to providing guidance and feedback to support entrepreneurs, and we select domestic and international partners enthusiastic about collaborating with our alumni. Our participants consistently highlight that our local networks and our growing alumni community are key to their success. Located in Orange, New South Wales, a prominent food production region and collocated with the NSW Department of Primary Industry, we place our participants at the heart of the food production and research and development ecosystem. This strategic location allows them to be close to their future customers and the broader industry. Our success in our first 5 years enabled us to partner with Challenger Group in 2022 to launch Cultivate Funds Management, a specialist agri-food technology ventures capital fund investing in Australian and global companies from seed to Series B. What's your approach? What companies have you backed and why? We invest in practical and scalable technologies that address challenges across the food value chain to improve the way we produce, distribute, and consume food. When backing companies, we consider market crowding, the total addressable market, adaptability, global potential, and the accumulated impact of an innovation from an environmental efficiency and economical perspective. The accelerator has a global mandate and primarily invests in developed markets. Our alumni includes innovations such as sustainable packaging solutions, advanced soil health technologies, labour-efficient robots, natural solutions for methane reduction, and more. Cultivate Funds Management has invested in 6 companies to date: Aruga, based in Israel, FutureFeed in Australia, Nutravert in USA, Wallum AI in Australia, Zetifi in Australia, and Exoflare in Australia. What are the sectors you see growth potential in? We are sector agnostic within the context of agri-food tech. We focus on companies that enhance existing food production systems with innovations that are so compelling, customers, whether farmers or other members of the agri-food ecosystem, will eagerly adopt them. Solutions that increase productivity, profitability, and time efficiency are particularly attractive investment options. With macro global trends including emissions targets, labour shortages, and biosecurity concerns, technologies leveraging AI advancements and creating a more sustainable and resilient agri-food system are poised for growth. What else do you look for in companies you support? When evaluating companies for investment, we look beyond their specific product or service to assess several key factors. A strong leadership team that is open to collaboration is crucial. We also prioritise companies with a pragmatic approach to agriculture, ensuring they work synergistically with all participants in the supply chain rather than against them. This includes understanding and addressing the needs and challenges of suppliers, distributors, and other stakeholders to foster a cooperative and efficient ecosystem. Additionally, a commitment to sustainability is essential as it ensures the company is well positioned for long-term success and resilience in an evolving market. How do you build working relationships with founders? Our accelerator program allows us to develop deep working relationships with founders. We dedicate significant time to understanding each founder's personal motivations, strengths, and journey in addition to their company's technology and business model. Through hands-on collaboration, we gain a thorough understanding of the founder's needs, which enables us to provide tailored mentorship and support that extends well beyond the program's duration. We strive to be long-term partners, often serving on advisory boards and actively supporting companies through future fundraising and strategic decisions. By fostering trust and aligning ourselves with the founder's success, we cultivate relationships that endure across the entire entrepreneurial journey. How do you define success? Success is achieved when a company we've backed executes its strategy effectively and creates both strong financial returns and meaningful impact within the agriculture and food systems. It's rewarding to play a role in our portfolio's journey, providing capital and mentorship to support scalable solutions that benefit farmers, consumers, and the environment. What's your advice for startups amid the current investment downturn? Good founders will always get funded. All markets are cyclical, and agri-food tech is no different in that respect. For investors, there are significant opportunities for value creation in a subdued environment, so founders should ensure their value proposition is communicated effectively. Agriculture remains essential, and technology will play a pivotal role in addressing the challenges of supporting a resilient and sustainable food system. While some may view the current cycle pessimistically, the agri-food tech sector is poised for continued growth and innovation. The future remains promising for those who can adapt and articulate their unique value effectively. Greater variety within agricultural areas is a potential win-win for farmers and nature. More diverse wildlife thrives on farms, benefiting both farmers and the environment. When there is variety in the agricultural landscape, a global study has found, specifically the types of crops and non-crop features on farms as well as how they are arranged, should be varied, according to research led by Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. The optimum approach would be to grow different crops like vegetables, cereals, and fruit trees on the same farm in varying field sizes and layouts, as well as have semi-natural landscape features that are not crops like shrubs, grassy borders, and strips of wildflowers. This variety increases the number of native animal and plant species such as pollinators and predators of pests, compared to agricultural lands that have just one type of crop grown on a single uniform landscape. Such an improvement in biodiversity arises because variability in crops and non-crop features creates diverse habitats for different types of wildlife. One of the main drivers of declines in biodiversity is increased farming to raise food production, so boosting the diversity of wildlife on farmlands is key in helping the environment. Farmers stand to gain too, as past research suggests that better biodiversity could improve crop yields. For example, by encouraging more pollinators of crops and more predators to feed on crop pests, say the researchers of the latest study published in March 2024 in Ecology Letters. Associate Professor Eleanor Slade from NTU's Asian School of the Environment, ASE, and senior author of the study, said, "Our study demonstrates that maintaining diverse crop and non-crop habitats within agricultural landscapes is important for agricultural biodiversity on a global scale. This finding holds significant implications and provides valuable insights for policymakers, land managers, and conservationists. By prioritizing strategies that promote crop and landscape heterogeneity, stakeholders can help preserve biodiversity and also support sustainable agricultural practices." The scientists also believe that increasing the diversity of crop types and non-crop features within farms could be a more appealing and practical approach for farmers to contribute to biodiversity conservation than existing methods. Tharaka P.S. Priyadarshana, a PhD student from ASE, and the lead author of the study, said some strategies suggested that farmers reduce farming activity to restore semi-natural habitats that encourage wildlife or consider organic farming that uses less chemicals. But when we look at the practicality of these strategies, they cannot be applied by many farmers, compared to having a good mix in crops and non-crop landscape features. Professor Emily Poppenborg-Martin from Germany's Justus University Gießen and the second author of the research said this study is very important because of the crucial results it shows for a wide range of organisms, such as invertebrate predators and pollinators, which play key roles in agriculture. The evidence is clear. Maintaining the biodiversity support system for production of food, energy, and feed goes hand in hand with learning how to diversify farmed landscapes globally. The researchers analysed close to 6,400 farmlands reported in 122 previous studies, conducted in 24 countries across Asia, Europe, North and South America. The wide scope of the study means its findings are more globally applicable than earlier studies, which drew conclusions largely based on North American and European countries. The findings are relevant to a wider range of wildlife too. Unlike past research that focused only on specific types of animals, this study analysed many different types of wildlife, including pollinators like bees, hoverflies, butterflies, predators like birds, carabid beetles and spiders, pests like aphids, plant bugs and weevils, herbaceous plants that do not have woody stems, and decomposers like dung beetles and springtails. By analysing all the results from the earlier studies together, the scientists found that varieties in crops and non-crop landscape elements on farms consistently improved the biodiversity of vertebrates like birds and invertebrates like insects, herbaceous plants, pollinators, and predators. Some types of wildlife had more gains in biodiversity than others. Statistically, vertebrates and plants benefited more when both crop and non-crop features were diverse, while invertebrates showed similar benefits from either the diversification of crops or other non-crop features. Pollinators gained more from having crops and non-crop elements with more varied layouts than better link them to one another, while predators favoured higher diversity within the types of crops and non-crop features. These positive effects on farmlands were also consistently demonstrated in both tropical and temperate environments, in annual and perennial crops, and at different spatial scales, from within a few hundred metres of the farm to an area over several kilometres beyond the farm. Priyadarshana explained that growing diverse crop types alongside non-crop features on farms results in smaller areas for each crop type and creates mini habitats between different crops and non-crop fields. This encourages the presence of certain types of wildlife beneficial for crops. For example, certain semi-natural features between crop borders, like grass strips with wildflowers, might attract certain insect pollinators that could help pollinate nearby crops. Certain crop types and semi-natural features could also attract specific predators that feed on the crop pests. They say the research findings could help balance farmers' goals to earn profits with sustainability and environmental aims. Agricultural systems are often managed to maximize their production in the economic sense, but by adapting farming practices and rethinking the way we integrate crop and non-crop habitats, they can also be managed to minimize environmental issues and maximize important services like pollination and pest control that boost crop production. The researchers now plan to look into the social aspects that need to be considered when they're trying to encourage farmers to introduce more diversity to the farms, crops, and landscapes. For instance, more studies could be done to understand better what motivates farmers to plant a variety of crops compared to just one type of crop. The concept of polyploidy has hit the headlines, but what is it and why are scientists keen to learn more about its potential impact in agriculture? David Friedberg recently revealed to an excited ag-tech world details about halogenetics radical plants to produce hardier and more productive crops. This involves artificially inducing the concept of polyploidy, where an organism has more than two sets of chromosomes, to bring new levels of precision and speed to plant breeding. A Halos technology works by disenabling the reproductive circuits in each parent plant. Normally, a random half of the genes of each parent go to the offspring, but by switching off this reproductive circuit and effectively controlling polyploidy, the offspring plant gets 100% of the genes from each parent. The fact the plant has more genes means it has more chances of inheriting a gene that will allow it to overcome or manage stress. Ahala's early trials have seen insane yield gains of 50% to 100% or more compared to regular plants. Why is there a growing interest in polyploidy? Fresh on the heels of its announcement is the news that a new $12.5 million National Science Foundation grant has been given to establish the Polyploidy Integration and Innovation Institute at the Florida Museum of Natural History. Researchers with the institute will study the effects of polyploidy in plants and animals, from entire ecosystems down to organs and cells. The aim is that these insights will lead to eventual applications in a host of areas, including agriculture, conservation, and medicine. Polyploidy is in our hearts and livers, in the vegetables we eat, and in the rogue cells that cause cancer. But it's only within the last few years that biologists have begun to recognize its significance across the tree of life. It's one of the most important biological processes that hardly anybody knows about, said Doug Soltis, a distinguished professor at the Florida Museum of Natural History. Meanwhile, the more we do know about it, the more we foresee its positive impact in agriculture. For example, it appears that controlling polyploidy can help in combating environmental stresses and improve crop resistances to pests and diseases, but it is not entirely clear how polyploidy can alleviate stress responses. Somehow, having extra gene copies can promote novel responses. Nearly all crops are polyploidy. There is therefore great interest, said Siltis, in understanding the benefits and drawbacks to polyploidy for engineering the next generation of crops. He predicts a huge role for greater understanding about polyploidy in agriculture and also the new bioengineering economy. If engineered polyploid cells can generate much more of a particular needed chemical compound than can diploids, he said. This will be used more and more in the bioeconomy to make medicines, you name it. The role of polyploidy in producing climate-resilient crops. At its most basic, polyploidy simply means having more than the normal pair of matching chromosomes. Typically, when plants and animals undergo sexual reproduction, two sets of chromosomes, one from each parent, combine to create a new organism. Humans have been aware of this concept since Austrian Gregor Mendel established the foundations of genetic inheritance by conducting experiments with pea plants. But occasionally this process goes awry, and instead of a pair of chromosomes, offspring are endowed with additional chromosome sets in a process called genome duplication. This happens frequently in plants, and for several decades, botanists were the only ones that took a significant interest in the subject. The process can be so prevalent that some plants carry around 8 or more chromosome pairs packed tightly in their cells. What is the utility of all this extra genetic material? Scientists once thought it didn't have much use at all. They then discovered it was one of the most common ways new species are formed. According to Solstice, they're still learning this. My own view is there are hundreds of thousands of cryptic polyploid species that we have never recognized or scientifically named. Polyplody has been implicated in the origin of seeds, flowers, and several plant lineages, including nearly every cultivated plant humans grow for food. And for reasons that remain unclear, there are fewer known polyplode species in the tropics than there is in colder regions, and the incidence of genome duplication appears to be higher at increased elevations. Again, this may also have serious implications for how well plants are able to cope with rapid climate change. Polyplody is already known to shape the structure of biodiversity across the plant, especially since polyplodes are often more successful in stressful environments, added Robert Guralnick, co-principal investigator on the grant and curator of biodiversity informatics at the Florida Museum. Polyplody is everywhere, but there is so much we don't know. There's so much we don't know yet, Guralnick said. What's exciting and unusual about this effort is bringing together what we can learn from lab experiments about how polyplodes perform under different conditions, with patterns we see across landscapes. This knowledge is necessary for sustaining biodiversity and critical ecological services of value to society. Polyplody is everywhere, Soltis said. It's a giant iceberg and we're at the very tip. The Institute will use new and unique data management tools and prioritize community engagement to gain as much insight as possible. We want to conduct a set of experiments that is consistent across organisms. This is the first time we'll be able to determine whether there are consistent rules that govern polyplody. Battery, a spin-out from the University of Bath, creates sustainable power from bacterial batteries that harvest electricity from soil. A new startup is aiming to form a new source of sustainable power by creating a battery that recharges itself when placed in soil. Battery, a University of Bath spin-out company, has developed bacteria-powered batteries, or batteries, which harvest green energy from soil by taking advantage of natural processes that occur in microorganisms within it. The company's CEO, Dr. Jakub Jurgowski, who undertook a PhD in chemical engineering at the university before setting up the company, explained our initial goal is to leverage the unique battery technology to accelerate the shift towards digitalization within the agriculture sector. As precision agriculture continues to demonstrate its effectiveness in boosting yields and conserving resources, the demand for sensors and Internet of Things devices continues to rise. These electronics collect and relay data on the state of the fields, empowering farmers to make well-informed decisions. However, current on-farm power delivery methods such as obstructive cabling, single-use chemical batteries, and weather-dependent solar panels largely restrict deployment of agri-data solutions. These sensors also typically require a power supply. For this reason, researchers are investigating the use of soil microbial fuel cells, a type of earth battery, to power these sensors directly from the soil they are monitoring. An earth battery is a pair of electrodes made of two dissimilar metals, such as iron and copper, which are buried in the soil or immersed in a conductive liquid like seawater. The soil or liquid acts as an electrolyte, allowing a flow of electrons between the two metals to generate an electrical current. Battery, meanwhile, says it wants to offer a more practical, affordable and reliable means of powering these electronics through soil itself. The technology has a reusable lifespan of over 25 years and an anticipated cost of around £25 per unit with no maintenance expenses, with the company promising install and forget functionality. Batteries technology builds on soil microbial fuel cells, SMFCs, which harness energy from the metabolic activity of specific microorganisms known as electrogens naturally present in soil. Electrogens have the unique ability to generate electrons during the consumption of organic compounds. These electrons are grabbed by the SMFCs and are forced to travel through an external circuit, producing electricity. The team proved the concept in 2019 by building a soil-powered water disinfection system for decentralized communities. The prototype was tested in Ikapu, a fishing village in a remote semi-arid part of northeast Brazil, where the main source of drinking water is rainwater and access to a reliable power network is scarce. Since then, the company has developed a way to effectively scale and sustain electricity generation. They achieve this using innovative designs and custom energy harvesting strategies, tailored to the biological processes in the ground. The firm will spend the upcoming 12 months refining their prototypes before advancing towards small-scale production. Ahead of the 2026 product launch, the team is inviting potential collaborators and investors in relevant fields to get in touch. Batteries directors also include chemical engineer Professor Morelli Di Lorenzo and electric electronic engineer Dr. Ben Metcalfe. Both are based in the university's Facility of Engineering and Design and are deputy directors of CBio, the Center for Bioengineering and Biomedical Technologies. Professor Mirella Di Lorenzo said farmers are increasingly valuing the importance of data to make informed decisions towards resource-efficient agricultural practices. We are removing the barrier to generating that data by creating a sustainable way to power sensors and making them always on, cheap, low maintenance and low impact. Dr. Ben Metcalfe added, "This is a powerful illustration of how our battery technology could be used, but this is just the first application of what we believe is a great method of generating clean energy in an innovative, sustainable way." Dr. Jakub Zhigalski concluded, "Bringing our product to this stage and putting theory into practice through several years of research has been a challenging yet incredibly rewarding experience. It wouldn't have been possible without our great team and the support of many others along the way. I'm excited to see the company make a positive difference in agriculture and in other sectors. We look forward to sharing more about the upcoming advancements of battery technology and future applications in the near future." Lyris, formerly Red Sea, which helps growers in the most difficult farming environments around the world to increase crop yields, reduce input costs and risks, and extend growing seasons, has completed a $16 million Series A fundraise. Now the hard work starts again. Originally conceived by scientists at the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology in Saudi Arabia, the company has developed innovative technologies to enable commercial farming in hot and arid climates globally. The company says its products tackle the real and increasing urgent challenges of extreme heat and water scarcity in agriculture. Its flagship product, Second Sky, is transparent heat-blocking greenhouse cover that blocks excessive heat, maintains consistent temperatures, and reduces heat stress on plants. Second Sky, which won the prestigious Davidson Prize in 2023 for outstanding agricultural innovation, has delivered reductions in energy usage by over 40% and water consumption by 30% at customer installations. Lyris is selling a Second Sky polycarbonate, polyethylene nets, and soon-to-be-launched shade screens to customers growing fresh produce in the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Morocco, Spain, Portugal, Mexico, and North America. It has also developed plant genetics via a novel hybridization process that has the potential to breed resiliency to salinity, heat, and drought across a broad range of crops, ensuring a stress-resistant, dependable food production. Lyris says its platform of proprietary technologies reduces energy and water consumption by up to 90% in their target markets. The fundraiser round was led by Ecosystem Integrity Fund, EIF, a San Francisco-based climate and sustainability fund, supporting high-growth companies that drive positive environmental impact. It was supported by current and new institutional investors including Global Ventures, Dubai Future District Fund, Canoe Ventures, Globovest, and Bonaventure Capital. The proceeds will support increased sales of Second Sky greenhouse covers and nets. It will also fund continued development of the company's heat-blocking products and resilient plant genetics. Lyris estimates the global market for greenhouse covers is worth $6 billion in recurring annual sales, yet growers in harsh and volatile conditions are underserved by innovation in this area, according to Sasha Brown, partner at EIF. EIF has been studying the impact of increasingly extreme weather on agriculture. Lyris' suite of products are tailored for growers in harsh and volatile conditions, who have been underserved historically by agri-climate tech innovation. These growers, who often operate on thin margins, have few options to better manage their farms to reduce the risk of crop loss, increase yields, and reduce water and energy consumption. We have invested in Lyris because we believe there are few companies that have such tremendous potential to become a critical partner for a mass market of growers as they seek to adapt their operations to withstand and mitigate changing climates. John Kepler, executive chairperson of Lyris, said the fundraising is an acknowledgement of the hard work the company has done to create truly impactful products and the potential that they have for the global farming community. Now the hard work starts again, he said, with a clear growth plan to scale up the global scales of our Second Sky infrared heat radiation blocking covers, expanding the network of manufacturers and distributors, and reaching out to farmers and growers in hot climates. We'll also continue development of our genetics business. Key to driving uptake is physically experiencing Second Sky and the data we have to demonstrate that there are tangible benefits once this material is deployed. It is very much a see-feel review experience. Anyone that walks under Second Sky compared to a traditional plastic greenhouse cover can feel the difference immediately. Understanding the metrics in terms of reduced input costs, increased yield, and extended growing season provides empirical support of the benefits it can bring to their business. The company intentionally set out to create a technology that is as easy to adopt as possible. Second Sky products are designed as a one-for-one replacement of traditional agricultural covers. It is installed in exactly the same way, no new techniques are required for deployment, and the technology starts working from the second it is installed. This complex simplicity belies the groundbreaking innovation of integrating the technology into these products. What our customers do understand is that the second Sky is installed, their crops are protected from a massive degree of the harmful near-infrared heat radiation without compromising the light their crops need to grow. Why is investment in new ag tech too often outside of farmers' means? But is this an affordable solution for growers? Farmers in controlled agricultural must periodically invest to replace their covers. On average, it's 3 years for polyethylene, 8 for polycarbonate, says Kepler. There is a premium on the price of a second Sky replacement above that cost. Most farmers will achieve a return on investment for that premium within a single annual crop season, if not sooner. Based on what we've seen, farmers generate increased profits within the first crop cycle after second Sky is installed in their farms to cover the premium paid for the material compared to traditional plastic greenhouse covers. In designing East to adopt products, a key design imperative was to ensure that was not just in terms of physical deployment as a one-for-one replacement, but to ensure that the products are accessible to the 70% of the world's farmers that are operating in low to mid-tech cultivation. For them, investment in new ag tech is all too often outside of their means. Second Sky is an investment that is affordable and delivers immediate impact. Another challenge for the company going forward is getting regulatory approval in its target markets for its plant genetics solutions, but field trial results augur well, Kepler said. In field trials for processing tomatoes, for example, we have seen impressive increases in crop yields. Of course, results need to be validated over sufficient time for us to publish these results and then seek regulatory approval. We are well underway in this process. Better Seeds welcomes former Bayer executive as chairman. The Israel-based company that uses gene editing technology, specifically CRISPR, to genetically improve crops and design better seeds, has announced the appointment of Dr. Helmut Schramm, a former Bayer Crop Life executive and highly respected agricultural industry leader, as chairman of the board. Dr. Schramm brings a wealth of experience and expertise to this role, having served as the former president of agricultural affairs at Bayer Crop Science, CEO of Bayer CS Germany LLC, and president of the Agricultural Industry Association IVA. We're incredibly honoured to have Dr. Schramm join our team as chairman, said Ido Margalit, the CEO of Better Seeds. His proven track record of success in the agricultural sector, combined with his deep understanding of the market and strategic vision, will be invaluable as we continue to develop innovative solutions to address climate change and global hunger challenges. He added that throughout his career at Bayer, Dr. Schramm has consistently demonstrated a commitment to innovation and growth within the agricultural industry. Being passionate about innovation in agriculture, I'm delighted to serve as chairman of the board of Better Seeds, said Dr. Schramm. What task could be more honourable than contributing to fight hunger? The innovative breeding technology developed by Better Seeds will be key to produce drought and heat-resistant crops, which are strongly needed in times of climate change. Together, we can shape a more sustainable future for agriculture. What's key to CRISPR's broader adoption in agriculture? Dr. Schramm's appointment comes as Better Seeds seeks to enable the broader use of CRISPR in agriculture. This technology is well known and its value is well understood. But we are seeing that even though it's been 12 years since it was discovered, there's been a slow adoption and few products on the market. The main reason for that is that using CRISPR technology is arduous and it's very difficult applying it across all crops. Margalit is himself a former Syngenta business development manager who co-founded Better Seeds in 2017 on the conviction that CRISPR tech is the future of agriculture. He said Better Seeds uses CRISPR gene editing to design better performing and more resilient crop varieties to address food security and climate change challenges facing agriculture. According to Margalit, current precision technologies can't address the fundamental challenges of climate change and reducing agriculture's carbon footprint. Via its proprietary EDGE, efficient delivery of gene editing platform, therefore it enables the application of CRISPR gene editing across a wide range of crops. It aims to boost crop yields, accelerate maturation times, and make crops more resilient to climate change factors like heat, drought, and herbicide resistance. This platform is intertwined with a unique AI-powered genome editing tool and unique climate resilience traits. Together, these solutions aim to unlock the true potential of CRISPR technology, allowing Better Seeds to design crops with built-in climate resiliency, empowering farmers with the solutions they need to adopt sustainable practices, protect the global food supply, and significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Companies have a very narrow product portfolio, and we are seeing very crops being applied with it, said Margalit. To make CRISPR easy, cheap, and broadly used, you need a delivery technology that can apply it across all crops. This is one of the fundamental technologies that we are working on. CRISPR does amazing work once in the plant, he continued. We now need a solution to enable it to reach each and every plant cell of each and every type of crop. EDGE is the key to enable the actual broad use of CRISPR. It's the missing piece in the puzzle. In order for crops to perform, they need genetic traits that enable them to survive the climate change challenges that exist, like drought and heat. Up to now, conventional breeding has not been able to provide those solutions, explained Margalit. CRISPR enables us to resurface into those plants those hidden traits that exist in those plants. Better Seeds is the first company to successfully edit the highly nutritious cowpea gene for higher mechanically harvestable yields. Its traits can reduce the water intake of farmers by 70% because the crops they planted don't need as much water. Better Seeds' business model further aims to facilitate the broader use of CRISPR technology. It recently acquired the commercial seeds unit of an Israeli company to merge seed breeding expertise with its gene editing technology for faster commercialization, as well as selling seeds direct to farmers via its fully owned subsidiary seed company. It also is licensing its technology, both EDGE and its traits, to the large multinationals. Australian researchers have shown that both liquid and pelleted forms of the red seaweed, Asparagopsis, significantly reduces methane emissions in dairy cows without affecting milk safety. Conducted at Agriculture Victoria's Ellenbank Smart Farm and funded by Agriculture Victoria, GrainCorp Limited and the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, their study highlights a promising strategy for sustainable livestock farming. With a methane suppressing effect of more than 20%, Asparagopsis is the most promising of many feeding strategies we have investigated, senior research scientist at Agriculture Victoria Rich Williams says. Red seaweeds such as Asparagopsis armata and Asparagopsis taxiformis have been widely reported to have anti-methanogenic effects when fed to dairy cows, though Williams noted the need for further research to enhance the effectiveness and delivery methods of red seaweed-based methane-blocking feeding strategies. The study involved 40 lactating Holstein Friesian cows, which were divided into 4 groups and given different dietary treatments twice daily for 34 days. The treatments included basic diets with and without seaweed supplements, provided either as a liquid or pellet. The cows' primary diet included vetch, hay, and a grain mix. Key findings revealed a 20% reduction in methane emissions for cows fed with both liquid and pelleted seaweed supplements. Critically, while the seaweed increased bromoform levels in milk, these remained far below the safety threshold for human consumption. This indicates that the seaweed supplements effectively reduce methane emissions and that the milk from these cows is safe to drink, concluding the authors. The study also explored new delivery systems such as Asparagopsis steeped in edible oils, which have proven equally effective in reducing methane emissions. Most research has focused on feeding livestock a total mixed ration TMR with Asparagopsis seaweed in every bite, say the authors. However, there's a need to find suitable ways to deliver these supplements in different farming systems where feeding isn't as frequent. Traditionally, Asparagopsis is freeze-dried and mixed into TMR with strong flavours like molasses to mask its taste. New formulations are being developed for easier on-farm use. One promising method involves soaking Asparagopsis in edible oils such as canola oil to extract and stabilise its bromoform content. Researchers concluded that both liquid and pelleted formulations are effective in reducing methane emissions, with no impact on milk yield or feed intake, and are safe for human consumption. The choice between liquid and pellet supplements can be made based on practicality and farm practices. Methane from the digestive process of livestock accounts for the majority of Australia's agricultural emissions, according to government data. FutureFeed was formed in August 2020 to commercialise the Asparagopsis based technology developed by Australia's National Science Agency, CSIRO, together with MLA and James Cook University. FutureFeed is supported by investors such as GrainCorp, Harvest Red Group, Woolworths Group, AGP Sustainable Real Assets, Spark Labs and Cultivate joint venture. The Australian government's Methane Emissions Reduction in Livestock MERIL programme is designed to support the research and development of methane-reducing livestock, feed supplements and forage feeds. As most of Australia's livestock graze over large areas and have limited contact with farmers, the MERIL programme is also supporting work into the development of technologies to deliver methane-reducing feed supplements and other solutions for pasture-based production. Created using the US company's proprietary gene editing platform that offers novel tools for CRISPR applications in plants, this is the first time that seedlessness has been achieved in any caneberry, it says. We are thrilled to share this breakthrough achievement from our talented research and development team. Pairwise scientists have used their deep knowledge of plant genetics, broad suite of CRISPR tools, and multiplex editing techniques to eliminate the hard pits in berry fruit, creating a soft, small seeds like those found in grapes and watermelon that are commonly labelled as seedless, said Ryan Bartlett, Pairwise's Chief Technology Officer. The result is the first seedless blackberry in the world. We expect that this trait will not only transform the blackberry market, but it also lays the groundwork for accelerated progress in removing seeds and pits in many other fruits such as cherries. These plans were outlined in April. It believes that using CRISPR to offer consumers tangible benefits such as improved flavour, consistency, and convenience can steer gene editing technology into the mainstream. The berry variety we edited is consistently sweet year-round and holds up well during shipment. Now consumers will have the option to choose a nutritious blackberry without seeds that also reliably delivers great flavour and quality, added Haven Baker, Pairwise co-founder and chief business officer. Blackberries are a snackable fruit with significant health benefits. However, data indicates that more than 30% of the berry buyers do not like the seeds, and many more do not even buy the fruit because of the seeds. In addition to creating the first seedless caneberry, Pairwise says it has successfully edited the same variety to eliminate thorns and create a more compact plant that delivers benefits for harvesters, growers, and the environment. The thornless and compact traits enable more efficient fruit harvesting and improve productivity and profitability for growers. The new compact trait means the plants are smaller and can be planted at a higher density per acre. Early data from Pairwise-led trials indicate the potential to greatly increase yield per acre while necessitating only a minimal increase in inputs, meaning the water and land used per crate of fruit harvested decreases significantly. Our high-density compact and thornless traits contribute to a more sustainable food system. The absence of thorns and reduced height of the compact plants allow berry harvesters to better access the fruit and leave less on the plant, reducing food waste and further improving the growers' economics. With the precision of CRISPR, we're able to develop these thornless and compact traits without sacrificing consistency in flavour and quality for consumers, said Baker. We're excited to advance these berries into the next phase of product development, including outdoor field trials, as we work towards scaling up and making them available to the public in a few years. A key challenge in our food system is helping people eat more high-quality, healthy foods. As part of our drive to increase the consumption of fruit and vegetables, we're working to provide consumers with new, highly nutritious food options with improved flavour and convenience, said Tom Adams, Pairwise co-founder and CEO. With a deep understanding of the plant genome, an accurate, efficient and scalable process, and streamlined pathway to commercialization, we're not only creating new products with our proprietary CRISPR technology, we're creating a new era of innovation in agriculture. A bipartisan bill introduced into the US House of Representatives aims at promoting agricultural sustainability and supporting efforts to reduce methane emissions by 30% below 2020 levels by 2030. The Entheric Methane Innovation Tools for Lower Emissions and Sustainable Stock, EMIT-LESS, its act was introduced on the June 11th by Republican Representatives Jasmine Crockett and Mark Molinaro as companion legislation to the Senate version. The bill is supported by a diverse coalition, including agriculture and environmental groups. By expanding the US Department of Agriculture's research and incentivizing the adoption of emissions reducing practices on farms, the bill aims to mitigate the environmental impact of enteric methane emissions from American dairy and beef cattle operations, noted the American Feed Industry Association, AFIA. The trade group said it believes this legislation will bring the US closer to meeting its global methane pledge which intends to reduce methane gas by 30% below 2020 levels by 2030. Feed and feed ingredients such as methane inhibitors and modifiers offer a promising avenue for achieving this goal, but the country will only realise their full benefits should farmers elect to use them once they have made it to market approval. The US agricultural value chain needs legislation like this and the Innovative Feed Act to effectively leverage these novel feed ingredients to meet its methane reduction targets and pave the way for sustainable livestock production practices worldwide. The agricultural sector accounts for 10% of all greenhouse gas emissions in the US, and enteric methane is the single largest source of agricultural methane emissions. What does the Emittless Act do? Specifically, the bill would create enteric methane product and practice testing capacity through USDA's Agricultural Research Service (ARS), establish and expand training programs that familiarize farmers and ranchers with practices that reduce enteric methane emissions, add practices that reduce greenhouse gas emissions, including enteric methane under USDA's Conservation Innovation Grants and Farm Conservation Innovation Trials, direct USDA to review conservation practice standards that can assist in reducing enteric methane, revise those as needed and establish any appropriate new standards, and amend USDA's Environmental Quality Incentives Program, EQIP, and Conservation Stewardship Program, CSP, to provide financial incentives for farmers and ranchers to voluntarily use products and implement practices that reduce enteric methane. Andrew Lentz, Director of Federal Affairs for Agriculture Policy at US nonprofit the Environmental Defense Fund, EDF, commended the move, saying the draft law would support US livestock producers in lowering methane. The bill is an essential proposal to empower farmers and ranchers to address methane emissions from livestock. Methane is one of the biggest drivers of climate change today. Intensifying and supporting producers in lowering these emissions, including the enteric methane that livestock emit as they digest their food, is essential for securing a safe climate and the long-term global competitiveness of the US dairy and meat industries. If enacted, the Emittless Act will advance lower methane livestock production in two ways. First, it will boost financial support and training to enable more producers to adopt enteric methane solutions more quickly. Second, it will accelerate research into additional solutions which will provide producers with even more safe, proven solutions to choose for their operations. Farmers and ranchers will benefit from this bill being included in a final bipartisan farm bill package. As global food demand rises, agriculture stands out as the fastest growing animal protein sector. However, the sustainability of current aquafeed protein ingredients remains a pressing concern. New research has shown that repurposing wastewater from soybean processing for milk and meat alternatives may provide a solution. In a recently published paper as highlighted by Anthropocene, Singapore University-based researchers documented their evaluation of microbial community-based single-cell proteins, SEP, derived from soybean processing wastewater as a partial substitute for fish meal protein in juvenile Asian sea bass. Food processing wastewaters SCP grown on food processing wastewaters FPWW holds promise as a sustainable source of protein in animal feed, say the Singaporean team. FPWW possess attractive features for SCP production, including a continuous global production of processed water rich in dissolved carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus compounds. These wastewaters are also considered free of pathogens, heavy metals, and other harmful contaminants. FPWW can support microbial growth in bioreactors, from which cells can be recovered and dried to create products suitable for animal feed ingredients. This process avoids the cost of treating such wastewaters and represents an important step towards a circular bioeconomy. The study. Wastewater from a soybean processing company in Singapore was supplied for use in small bioreactors and incubated it for several days at 30 centigrades to encourage microbial growth. The protein-enriched bacteria was then harvested from the sludge, dried, combined with water, and processed it into a mash suitable for fish feed. The SCP was composed of beneficial genera Acidopropionbacterium and Propioncyclave, known for their probiotic properties and valuable metabolite production, reported the authors. During a 24-day feeding trial, fish were fed either a control fish meal diet or an experimental diet with 50% fish meal replaced by the microbial SCP. Both diets met the nutritional needs of juvenile Asian sea bass, except for lysine, said the team. Results showed no significant differences in growth performance, feed conversion ratio FCR, specific growth rate SGR, and survival between the control and experimental groups after 24 days. The experimental group has less variability in terms of weight gain and FCR than the control group. This preliminary trial study showed that 50% of fish meal protein might be replaced with microbial community-based SCP produced from soybean processing wastewater without affecting Asian sea bass growth or survival, and that an SCP replacement diet may also lead to less variable fish growth than a traditional diet containing only fish meal as protein source. Future studies should consider longer growth periods and higher fish meal replacement levels, as well as additional aquaculture species and other types of FP. Overall, we demonstrated that microbial community-based SCP has potential as an alternative value-added ingredient for aquaculture feed, which can help in the transition to a circular bioeconomy. Canada is to invest $1.7 million Canadian to improve beef and dairy cattle genetics. The funding will be put towards artificial intelligence, machine learning, and other new technologies able to capture genetic traits data more efficiently. The Canadian Ministry of Agriculture and Agribusiness will set up aside $1.627 million to fund genetics traits research for beef and dairy cattle. The funding will be provided to the non-profit association Canadian Angus Association, who in partnership with Holstein Canada will invest in new genetic evaluation tools to monitor for traits that will increase farmer profitability and further the knowledge of genetic selection across the beef and dairy industries. Canada's Agriculture Minister Lawrence MacAulay told the press that investing in new technologies would enhance the industry's economic and environmental sustainability, while putting more money in the pockets of producers and more top-quality Canadian products on tables around the world. The Canadian Angus Association is set to leverage the federal funding to invest in tools powered by artificial intelligence, machine learning, and computer vision systems, able to capture large volumes of data on traits that can inform health and welfare practices, improve environmental performance, and bolster producer profitability. Canada's Agriculture Ministry said that sales of cattle and calves have totaled $50 million in 2023, with $8.6 billion generated from milk and cream sales. Miles Imerka, CEO Canadian Angus Association, concluded the Canadian Angus Association exists to preserve and expand the breed for Canadian cattle producers and beef consumers. Doing so in part by leading research and development projects, we are very grateful to Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada for supporting our project through the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership. Through this project and in partnership with Holstein Canada, our goal is to leverage cutting-edge camera and artificial intelligence (AI) technology to develop new ways to measure traits for Angus and Holstein cattle. These traits impact producer profitability, animal health and welfare, and carcass quality. There's no one-size-fits-all formulation for the European market when it comes to gummies, finds a new study. Here's how consumers choose their chews. What happens when you take 450 omnivore and vegan consumers across Germany, Spain, and the UK and feed them 6 prototype gummies? Well, what you don't get is many universals. Indeed, as the study conducted by ingredient major Cargill in May 2024 discovered, each nationality has a preference for texture, flavour, and formulation. The 6 strawberry-flavoured gummy formats compared various texturizers, including starch, pectin, carrageenan, as well as the industry-standard texturizer, animal-derived gelatin, to see which consumers preferred. Shoppers want plant-based gummies. The research found that more than 60% of UK, 70% of Germans, and 85% of Spanish consumers are interested in plant-based gummies and associate plant-based with healthier ingredients. There is a real desire for consumers to try to eat more plant-based moving forward, says Quintin Schott, Convenience and Snacks Marketing Manager at Cargill. There's a growing pressure, therefore, for manufacturers to move away from animal-derived gelatin. The transition is already in motion in the confectionery industry, with Cargill noting that many manufacturers of gummies, jellies, and chewing gum have already stopped using gelatin in favour of plant-based alternatives. Data around the use of alternatives plays this out. For example, in 2023, the use of plant-based starch was up 25% in launches in the European Union market compared to 2018 figures. Plant-based gelatin and pectin, however, dropped in usage over the 5 years, lowering by 4% and 2% respectively, although Cargill puts these decreases down to supply chain disruptions, namely bottlenecks. Moving forward, we expect that all plant-based texturizers will continue to show healthy growth, says Schott. 2. They want clear labelling. If a confectionery product is plant-based, consumers want clear labelling front of pack, finds data from market research firm Innova Market Insights, noting that plant-based and vegan claims are the fastest growing labelling trend in sugar confectionery launches. The number of launches is still relatively small, but it's growing at a very fast rate. 3. Texture and flavour preferences varied significantly. In Spain, plant-based texturizers were the perfect choice, while the UK cohort perceived plant-based texturizers to perform on par with the gelatin variety. Meanwhile, the German gummy tasters agreed that gelatin was their preferred texturizer. Spanish consumers preferred their gummies to be chewable and non-sticky. The UK wanted the jelly product to be slippery and a little chewable, while German consumers favoured a springy and slippery texture. 4. Geography affects favoured flavour profile. A gummy's texture is not only about how it feels to touch, chew and consume, it impacts flavour too. Variations between countries are even more pronounced when it comes to flavour. In Spain, consumers liked an intense and sweet flavour, best served by the texturizer pectin. For British consumers, a fruity and lingering aftertaste won, meaning starch and pectin, plant-based texturizers, were the preference, while in Germany a balanced sweetness was consumers' most popular flavour. However, while Germany, Spain and the UK significantly differ in their gummy texture and flavour preferences, Cargill found that vegan and omnivore consumers savour the same flavour and texture properties no matter what their nationality. The Calorie Control Council, established in 1966, is an international association representing the low and reduced calorie food and beverage industry. Today it represents manufacturers and suppliers of low and reduced calorie foods and beverages, including manufacturers and suppliers of more than 24 different alternative sweeteners, fibers and other low-calorie dietary ingredients. Council staff includes experts certified in public health, food and nutrition. The Council provides a forum for its members to discuss and resolve issues and ensure excellent cooperation among key internal and external stakeholders internationally. The Council promotes open dialogue between its members and scientific and governmental organisations, health professionals, consumer groups, on topics related to the safe use and benefits of low and reduced calorie ingredients and products. As part of this objective, careful attention to scientific research has been a cornerstone of the Council since its founding. From time to time, the Council has sponsored studies on low and reduced calorie ingredients, food and beverages, including ingredient safety, consumer usage and public opinion. The Council has fostered the communication of information on the importance of diet, physical activity and weight control in achieving and maintaining a healthy lifestyle. The Council believes that consumers will benefit from a better understanding of the importance of reducing calorie intake and increasing calorific expenditure as an essential part of a daily healthy lifestyle. The Council's motto is healthy eating and exercise for life. Based on thorough reviews of the scientific evidence, the Council supports the use and continued availability of acetylfulminate, potassium, aspartame, neotame, saccharin, stevia, sweeteners, sucralose, monk fruit, advantame, cyclamate, and polylols. The Council also supports the continued availability of currently approved dietary fibers and encourages the approval of additional safe low-calorie sweeteners, dietary fibers and other dietary ingredients for those wanting or needing them. The Council and its member companies support the availability of a wide variety of safe, low and reduced calorie ingredients. The public is best served by having a variety of low and reduced calorie ingredients to allow for greater variety in the diet for those choosing such products. Another sweetener has come under fire from researchers and industry is pushing back. Low and no calorie sweeteners are popular for one main reason: they do what they say on the tin. With excessive consumption of free sugars linked to increased risk of overweight and obesity and of developing non-communicable diseases (NCDs), consumers are keen to avoid the white stuff. Food manufacturers have long been responding by swapping out sugar for substitutes, be it aspartame, saccharin, stevia or xylitol. This last sweetener is particularly popular in the chewing gum category since it's been proven to prevent tooth decay, but xylitol may not be the panacea food formulators have thought it to be. Fresh research published in the European Heart Journal is linking xylitol consumption to an increased risk of heart attack and stroke. Is the zero-calorie sweetener that promises so much unsafe for human consumption? How does xylitol increase risk of heart attack and stroke? In the world of sweeteners, there are largely two camps, natural and artificial. Xylitol is considered a natural sugar substitute since it's made from a natural sugar alcohol found in plants, including some fruits and vegetables. Which foods contain xylitol? Sugar substitute xylitol is found in a range of food and non-food products, including sugar-free gums, baked goods, and even toothpaste. Being zero-calorie, it's appealing to food formulators and consumers alike. Previous research has also suggested that xylitol can help prevent gum disease and dental decay. But now new research has come to light which is worrying for all concerned. A large-scale patient analysis, preclinical research models, and a clinical intervention study have linked sugar alcohol xylitol with increased risk of cardiovascular events such as heart attack and stroke. Assessing more than 3,000 patients in Europe and the US, the research team found that 1/3 of those studied with the highest amount of xylitol in their plasma were more likely to experience a cardiovascular event. Preclinical testing confirmed that xylitol caused platelets to clot and heightened the risk of thrombosis. Platelet activity was tracked by asking consumers to drink a xylitol-sweetened beverage compared to a glucose-sweetened drink. Every measure of clotting ability significantly increased immediately following ingestion of xylitol, but not glucose. Should consumers throw out xylitol chewing gum and toothpaste? This study is cause for alarm, but not to the extent that consumers need to throw their xylitol-sweetened toothpaste in the bin. Lead author Stanley Hansen, who heads up cardiovascular and metabolic sciences at Cleveland Clinic's Lerner Research Institute in the US, suggests consumers should be aware of eating a product containing high levels of the zero-calorie sweetener, since it could increase the risk of blood clot-related events. The findings also suggest more research is needed, and urgently the study shows the immediate need for investigating sugar alcohols and artificial sweeteners, especially as they continue to be recommended in combating conditions like diabetes. The research follows on from a 2023 study linking higher blood levels of another sweetener, erythritol, with increased risk of adverse cardiac events. Xylitol study limitations exist, so can it be trusted? Hazen's team acknowledges its latest study comes with limitations, including that clinical observation studies demonstrate association and not causation. This point has been picked up by the Calorie Control Council, which represents the low and reduced calorie food and beverage industry. While the authors use multiple methods, it should be noted that the findings are limited in their ability to establish association only, stressed trade body president Carla Saunders. Xylitol, the latest sweetener to come under fire. Xylitol is far from the only sweetener to have been associated with worrying health effects of late. Neotame, otherwise known as E961, and made from aspartame, has been found capable of damaging the human intestine and causing illness. The finding builds on earlier research linking artificial sweeteners, saccharin, sucralose, and aspartame to gut damage. And it doesn't stop there. Last year, the World Health Organization advised against using non-sugar sweeteners to control weight, after researchers were unable to find a link between sweetener use and long-term body fat reduction in either adults or kids. A couple of months later, the WHO classed aspartame as possibly carcinogenic, but safe to consume within daily intake guidelines. Most recently, tragedy occurred when a girl in Punjab, India, died after eating birthday cake. Her family also fell ill, and tested revealed the cake contained an excessive amount of synthetic sweetener saccharin. Earlier research had linked saccharin consumption with increased body weight. Further, one phase of the study included individuals who were already at risk for adverse cardiovascular events. These findings are a disservice to those who rely on alternative sweeteners as a tool to improve their health. According to the Council, the study finds, contrary to decades of scientific evidence, substantiating these sweeteners' safety, which has long been trusted. It has proven dental benefits, including preventing plaque buildup and tooth decay, and is naturally occurring in foods such as strawberries, lettuce, and oats. Employing veterans, building schools, and slashing packaging and emissions are just some of the ways the chocolate firm Hershey's has earned its ESG credentials. Despite higher cacao and sugar prices, Hershey is predicting a 2 to 3% growth in 2024. But true to its founder's mission to do well by doing good, the 130-year-old chocolate firm is also performing when it comes to its responsible and sustainable practices too. With respect and integrity described as business imperatives, the firm received external validation earlier this year, when Ethisphere, a company specializing in ethical business practices, named Hershey one of the world's most ethical companies. Similarly, in May, the firm topped the 2024 FAIR 360 Top 50 Companies list thanks to its commitment to diversity and inclusion. And now, as spelled out in its 2023 Environmental, Social and Governance report, published on the 4th of June, the business is sharing an update on the progress of its global sustainability strategy. Hershey currently has 6 priority areas: cacao, responsible sourcing and human rights, environment, people, youth and community. Here's what it hopes to achieve in each area. In terms of responsible cacao sourcing, Hershey has a 12-year commitment to put $500 million into its Cacao for Good strategy. The chocolatier has carved out initiatives to build resilient and sustainable supply chains. As of December 2023, Hershey has invested 51% of this multi-million amount into its ESG effort. We deem operational excellence as managing our facilities efficiently and reducing our energy emissions, water footprint, and material waste, a Hershey spokesperson says. Our products rely on ingredients that are grown around the world, and our supply chains are dependent on the balance of those ecosystems. Establishing sustainability supply chains. In 2023, 73% of Hershey's US dairy ingredients were sourced from suppliers enrolled in and assessed through its sustainable dairy programs. By the end of 2024, this is expected to rise to 100%. Hershey also pursued deforestation commitments by changing the end date of its deforestation and conversion-free commitment from 2030 to 2025. Protecting the environment. The firm has announced several actions to combat climate change and reduce waste. One of these is minimizing greenhouse gas emissions. Hershey states it achieved a 43% reduction in Scope 1 and 2 emissions against a 2018 baseline. Based on its current operations, it's set to reach an absolute reduction of 50% by 2030. Hershey's Scope 1 and Scope 2 comprise approximately 3% of its total emissions, with 97% of total emissions attributed to Scope 3 emissions. Of the company's Scope 3 emissions, 71.4% relate to forest, land and agriculture, FLAG, while 28.6% are classified as non-FLAG. Another notable effort in 2023 was eliminating packaging waste and strengthening its circularity within its supply chains. The chocolatier phased out over £1.7 million of material by eliminating, redesigning and reducing packaging. Limiting water usage is also a big environmental push for the company. Since 2022, Hershey says it reduced its combined water usage by 20% across all facilities, including a 46% reduction at corporate headquarters. By 2030, against a 2018 baseline, Hershey also claims to achieve a 20% reduction in absolute water use as its priority sites where water is most scarce. Hershey aims to have all its electricity sourced from renewable and zero-emission sources. By last year, it had reached 80% of this target. Adopting sustainable practices can create healthier, safer workplaces and communities, reduce our carbon footprint, and contribute to a better future for all, say Ken Soltetz, Director of Environment, Health and Safety. Championing human rights. In its latest ESG report, Hershey announces the launch of its new human rights framework, the Human Rights Impact Pathway. Human rights issues must be addressed through a comprehensive approach that gets to the root of systematic issues, says Manny Eldridge, human rights analyst, global sustainability and ESG. To that end, in spring 2023, the chocolate company launched its Hershey Income Accelerator Program, HIAP, redesigned to improve farmer income and livelihoods. The company has given its first cash transfers to 1,850 cacao farmers. Better financial support for cacao farmers is part of Hershey's aim to encourage more sustainable farming practices. Promoting the well-being of children. The chocolatier has teamed up with Côte d'Ivoire's National Oversight Committee of Actions Against Child Trafficking, Exploitation and Child Labour, CNS, and the International Cacao Initiative, ICI, to invest in efforts to advance children's opportunities. Hershey is funding the construction of 12 primary schools in cacao-producing areas. In December 2023, the first of these schools was opened in Dressap, Côte d'Ivoire, building a community. Within the firm's organizational structure, Hershey has launched a new leadership development pilot program called the LSP Leader Accelerator, which is designed to promote from within. It also surpassed its 2023 target to recruit more veterans and has implemented pay transparency procedures. On-trend flavours of yuzu, za'atar and blood orange feature in new bakery items launched as part of Tesco's summer range for 2024. The retailer is said to be always looking ahead at global food trends, adding flavours to familiar products such as sandwiches, wraps, pastries and sweet treats for exciting unexpected twists. Jasmine Moore, lead product development manager for trends, seasonal and future foods at Tesco, noted the inclusion of yuzu gave a light floral citrusy flavour to its new Japanese-style chicken sandwich. Middle Eastern spice mix za'atar provides the herby element for its halloumi pastries, while blood orange shows up in its macarons. Whether you want to impress guests at a barbecue, stock the fridge with picky bits for those warmer evenings, or get everything needed for a picnic, the limited edition range is packed full of fantastic new products to enjoy. In terms of sandwiches, the aforementioned Japanese-style chicken yuzu sandwich is at £2.85. It's comprised of soft Nigella seed bread filled with chicken, yuzu, mayo, pickled slaw and spinach. There's also the Jamaican-style jerk chicken sandwich at £2.85, which is tender layers of chicken breast in a jerk sauce with mango chutney, pickled slaw and spinach on soft tomato bread. And the Smokehouse pulled pork and barbecue bean sub at £3, made of pulled pork with barbecue beans and chipotle mayo on soft white bread. These three sarnies can be bought as part of a £3.90 meal deal, whereas the Argentinian-style chimichurri chicken sandwich at £4.25 on the Tesco Finest range is an option for the £5.50 premium meal deal. It features British chicken with chimichurri mayo on chili and herb bread. Wraps. The spiced mango, lime and chili chicken wrap at £3 contains chicken breast and lettuce with a mango chutney, lime and chili dressing in a grill-marked tortilla. The Chinese-inspired char siu wrap at £3 has pulled pork with char siu sauce, pickled cabbage slaw and spinach in a soft tortilla wrap. The remaining meal deal option is the Greek-style chicken gyros wrap at £3, which features chicken, feta, lettuce, Greek salad mix and a yogurt dressing, wrapped in grill-marked tortilla. The Tesco Finest range and available for the premium meal deal is the Indian-style miso masala chicken wrap, £4, made with Indian-style chicken in miso masala dressing, red cabbage, mango chutney, spinach and rocket leaf salad enveloped in a spiced tortilla wrap. For the savouries range, the halloumi, honey and za'atar pastries are £3.50, have paprika pastry stuffed with a blend of halloumi, soft cheese and honey topped with sumac and cumin spices. Another Tesco Finest newcomer is the flame-baked wild garlic flatbreads at £1.60 for two. Hand-stretched flatbreads enriched with wild garlic and baked in a tandoor-style clay-lined oven. And for desserts, catering to the summer season's demand for fresh and fruity flavours, is the passion fruit mango and lime cake at £6, which showcases a lime-soaked vanilla sponge filled with mango curd, topped with passion fruit cream cheese frosting, and decorated with passion fruit curd and white chocolate curls. The new summer edition macarons at £4.50 for 10 packs have also been introduced on the Tesco Finest range this year, offering two of each flavour of blood orange, lemon, passion fruit, raspberry and vanilla for the delightfully crisp macarons. And lastly, the cookies and cream ice cream sandwich at £3.25 for a 6-pack, comprises a chocolate chip biscuit sandwich filled with vanilla ice cream and dark chocolate chips dipped in milk chocolate with cocoa nips. Cornish Bakery has named Matt Finch as its first managing director, while new funding from Virgin Money is helping accelerate growth of its retail footprint. Having been on the hunt for a new leader for the past 6 months, the independent bakery chain believes that in hospitality specialist Finch, it has now found the right person to drive its stated objectives. These will include working alongside founder Steve Gruchett to build a unique team culture, supercharge swift growth, and continue winning beautifully, the company said. Finch has over 20 years of experience of commercial leadership in leisure, hospitality, retail, and tech sectors, with a track record of developing customer experiences and managing large teams. He previously had a 12-year stint as the commercial and marketing director of Warner Leisure Hotels, part of the Bourne Leisure Group, which he led a team of 120 and helped double revenue, achieve 90% plus occupancy, and open 2 new hotels. At the start of 2024, Cornish Bakery was operating 63 shops, the vast majority of which are in England, with 2 located a short distance over the border in Scotland. This total saw it rise on 1 place to 23rd in the list of top 75 out-of-home businesses as part of the Bakery Market Report 2024. At least 10 new openings are confirmed for this year, along with a future ambition of doubling or tripling its current estate. Cornish Bakery's latest financial results showed a 30% increase in sales compared to the previous year, reaching £23.6 million for the 53 weeks to the 1st of June 2023. We continue to drive our impressive business growth through our unquestionable people-first values and our independent brand spirit, commented Groschut, who opened his first store in Mevagissey, Cornwall in 1994. As our first MD, Matt will now lead our 800-plus people, continuing our successful journey whilst nourishing our vital teams and customers on the way. Bakery is very clearly the new coffee shop, and Matt fully echoes my strong belief that our industry can change and create real legacy. He'll lead the charge now with Cornish Bakery, redefining what a bakery is, what it does, and what it can be every single day of the week. Cornish Bakery offers an extensive menu of artisan quality food, including its signature authentic handmade Cornish pasties, ethically sourced coffee via Corp company Union Coffee, and creative pastries. It was recognised in 2023 as among the top UK companies to work for by employee engagement specialist Best Companies. Finch's mission to supercharge growth at Cornish Bakery will be assisted by a new funding package from Virgin Money, announced just a day before his own appointment. The undisclosed sum is to be used in setting up new locations in the East Midlands, the South West and Nottinghamshire in the near future, as well as refurbishing existing stores in St Ives and across the Lake District. We fully appreciate our close working relationship with the strategic finance team at Virgin Money and are delighted to work together to continually achieve and often overachieve our ambitious objectives, said Ralph Goad, Finance Director of Cornish Bakery. David Burgess, Business Development Director at Virgin Money, noted that the latest cash flow finance package continued the bank's 15-year relationship with the bakery brand. Cornish Bakery is an established and growing business with a great reputation for quality produce and service, which is backed up by their customer reviews. Last month, Virgin Money approved a £750,000 financing package for Deans of Huntley to help the Scottish shortbread specialist meet overseas demand for its products during seasonal spikes. Cambridge-based bakery brand Stir has surpassed its £100,000 crowdfunding target by over 50% as it looks to expand its retail estate and increase online sales. At time of writing, the business has raised over £152,800 in pledges from a total of 56 investors through its pitch on the Cedars crowdfunding platform. Stir currently operates 5 cafe outlets in and around the city, supplied by its dedicated production unit, Stir Bakery, that also caters to over 70 local wholesale clients. We are delighted with the response so far, Stir co-founder and director Matt Harrison has said, noting that the target had been hit within the first few hours of the campaign launching on the 24th of May. The vast majority of investors were either retail or wholesale customers, commented Harrison. The first fundraising round is primarily about giving our local fans a chance to own a slice of brand they love, as well as testing how this type of fundraising works, of course. We have been happy to have been able to have conversations with more serious investors too. We have a range of investment options from £250 up to £25,000, and we have a real mix of investors across all the investment tiers, while revealing that the crowdfunding campaign would probably only remain open for another 7 to 10 days. According to its crowdfunding pitch, sales at Stir have grown by 50% in the last 18 months to reach an annual turnover in excess of £3 million based on unaudited accounts. Investors are being offered 4.56% equity in the business with a share price of £25.60. The Stir business as a whole employs over 75 people, serving more than 10,000 customers every week, it said. Having self-funded its growth to date, the director confirmed that new funds raised will be used to accelerate the company's outlet opening program, as well as helping support a major upgrade in the Stir Bakery online shop and an expansion of its popular home delivery service. Discussions are said to be underway for 3 new cafe openings in Cambridge neighbourhoods, while the company is also looking to refresh its branding, launch a new e-commerce platform, bring back its bread subscription service and expand its product range, among other growth ambitions. Harrison claimed Stir had a reputation for serving the best brunch in Cambridge, expressing pride in the way it combined its bakery and brunch offering with its specialty coffee. "It is a formula that really works," he said, adding that it was almost unashamedly a neighbourhood brand sitting at the heart of close-knit communities. "Cambridge is Britain's fastest growing city," declared Harrison, believing it is to be underserved by great independent food and drink operators when compared to cities like Brighton or Bristol. This makes it a great fit for Stirr's bakery brunch coffee combination. Harrison had held leadership roles at Regus and Greene King before co-founding the business with his wife Judith in 2015. Starting out as a family-run cafe in the Chesterton neighbourhood of Cambridge, it added a craft bakery next door 2 years later. The Stirr Bakery project was completed in mid-2022 and overseen by Baker of the Year 2023 finalist Sam Bagger-Mary, who now leads a bakery team of 25 that work around the clock. Earlier this year, it placed 10th in a 2024 Baker's Dozen list of the UK's top artisan bakeries. In addition to creating its range of artisanal bread, pastries and desserts, the bakery has dedicated spaces for safe production of gluten-free and vegan products, such as its award-winning gluten-free smoked beetroot and sweet chili loaf. More recently, Stirr's Carrot and Pecan Cake won the classic cake category at the inaugural edition of Britain's Best Cake. Vidale-based sausage maker Heck Food has invested £150,000 in solar energy production at its Kirklington headquarters in its continued mission to become a net zero. The company has installed 433 solar electricity panels capable of generating 200,000 kilowatt-hours per year, 20% of the energy needed to power the factory. Supported by a £48,950 grant from the UK government through the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, the investment was expected to save the manufacturer 45 tonnes of carbon per year. In addition to the solar panels installed on site, Heck is also working on a programme of sustainability initiatives in its journey to net zero. This included the launch of the Heck Care Code to work on initiatives across health, environment, community and kindness. The Kirkland site has seen more than £5 million of investment into production over the past 4 years, including a £3.5 million in factory expansion, creating 20 jobs in 2021. Commenting on Heck's sustainability journey, co-founder Jamie Keeble said, "We've made a commitment to our consumers and retail customers to show a transparent sustainability journey. We have measured our Scope 1 and 2 industry standards emissions for 3 years now, and as such, we've managed a 30% reduction in our emissions. We recently measured Scope 3 emissions and are now identifying opportunities to reduce emissions further. Our first annual impact report will be published this year, which charts our climate impact across our supply chain." The UK Shared Prosperity Fund has provided £2.6 billion of funding for local investment by March 2025. Supporting businesses in their journey towards net zero is one of the key pillars of the fund. Richard Flinton, Chief Executive of North Yorkshire Council, added, "Supporting the decarbonisation of the country is a key priority for the Council. It is brilliant to see this grant having such a positive impact in supporting Heck Food to install other solar panels. Manufacturers of quality products like Heck are an important part of the economy, and it is vital they're supported to reach net zero." Berkshire-based producer the Kennet Crayfish Company has created the UK's largest processing facility for crayfish in a bid to corner a market currently dominated by foreign imports. The new plant features storage tanks with capacity to hold more than 3,000 kilograms of crayfish while they are purged, as well as a custom-built, Environment Agency-approved unit where the crayfish are humanely processed. The facility also includes vacuum packing, chilling and freezer rooms. Managing Director Andrew Leach said the new biosecure facility would enable stress-free processing of the crayfish to sell chilled or frozen, vastly improving the quality of the final product. Signal crayfish are an invasive species, and new legislation, which strictly controls the handling and bans the sale of all live signal crayfish, meant we had to raise considerable investment to upgrade the existing plant and develop new facilities. As a result, we have adapted and created a humane, ethical and environmentally friendly way of bringing this popular, world-class delicacy to people's dinner tables. The facility uses water sourced from a spring or a quarter of a mile away to clean and process the crayfish, which is filtered through reed beds before entering the building. The River Kennet and its tributaries provide a rare combination of very clean water, high in nutrients and calcium found in chalk streams, of which it is understood there are only around 200 in the world. Currently, most of the crayfish sold in the UK are imported from fish farms in China, which Kinect claimed are based in polluted rivers. Iggy Illett, Sales and Marketing Director, added, "Prior to setting up the new company, Andrew was part of a cooperative that used to sell live crayfish from all over the UK. We soon discovered that chalk stream crayfish, particularly those in the Kennet, are more energetic, healthier and physically cleaner. This gives them their superior, sweeter flavour. We expect the company will grow quickly through consumer sales on our website and wholesale to restaurants and specialist retailers, as well as innovative product development." UK bakery firm Warburton's has agreed to lease a new distribution and office facility near Bedford. The 65,847 square foot complex is still under development and is part of the 150-acre Symmetry Park scheme in Biggleswade, Bedfordshire. Advised by Yorkshire-based law firm Gordon's, Warburton's has agreed to take a 25-year lease of the distribution centre, which will be fitted with on-site EV charging and solar PV arrays. Work is expected to be completed by the third quarter of 2025. Headquartered in Bolton, Warburton's currently produces more than 2 million products per day. At its 11 bakeries, from its 18 depots, the company delivers fresh baked goods to 18,500 stores across the UK every morning. Jim Norton, head of distribution network transformation at Warburton's, said, "As the largest bakery brand in the UK, we have a responsibility to lead and constantly innovate. That's not only true with our products, but also with the facilities in which we bake and distribute." Commercial property partner at Gordon's, Sarah Ratcliffe, was the primary advisor to Warburton's, and Norton was grateful for the support. The practical commercial advice provided by Sarah and the team at Gordon's played a pivotal role in enabling us to secure the pre-lot of our new depot. Ratcliffe added, "It was a pleasure to advise Warburton's on the pre-let deal. The new facility will only serve to further strengthen Warburton's business. We look forward to seeing the state-of-the-art, highly sustainable building coming to fruition now that the deal has been agreed." Complaints about 5 major retailers have been submitted to trading standards bodies across the UK about misleading claims on bread packaging. The Real Bread campaign has made complaints about Tesco, Sainsbury's, Morrisons, Lidl and Co-op in the past 12 months, alleging that they are misusing claims such as freshly baked on the packaging of baked products, bread products, as well as on posters, windows and point-of-sale displays. The campaign claims that the retailers have been making freshly baked and other similar claims about products that were not actually baked on site, but rather had been rebaked from chilled or frozen. As a result, various trading standards bodies have been contacted with a campaign stating that practice is misleading and in breach of consumer protection regulations. UK supermarkets might not be as honest and transparent as they could about what's going on behind the scenes at some in-store bakery sections. In some cases, rather than employing trained bakers to make products on site from scratch, from basic ingredients, the bakery is in fact what the Real Bread campaign calls a loaf tanning salon. This is a place where staff members merely load pre-made products into an oven. In order to clarify its stance, the Real Bread campaign said that the complaints made are strictly related to how bread products are marketed and do not call for supermarkets to stop selling any type of product. In response to a request for comment, a Sainsbury's spokesperson said, "We reviewed our bakery services and recipes earlier this year to make sure we can make good food affordable for everyone. More of our stores now bake pre-prepared dough in store, as it allows us to offer customers the best quality in-store bakery products at great value. Our bakery items are also clearly labelled in line with legislation and trading standards." A Tesco spokesperson added, "We're proud of our colleagues who freshly bake great quality affordable bread in hundreds of our stores and have done so since we opened our first in-store bakery in 1968. In some stores where we don't have the space to bake everything from scratch, we work closely with our bakery suppliers to prepare dough for us that train colleagues bake every day in store. The signage we use in each individual store reflects the different ways we prepare bread, and our approach has been agreed with our trading standards primary authority." A spokesperson for Co-op also provided comment, "As a convenience retailer, we pride ourselves on offering an affordable and great quality in-store bakery product for our member owners and customers, including our much-loved irresistible sourdough baguette, which is freshly prepared and baked by trained colleagues across our stores every day." Latest financial results for Cakebox has the egg-free cake specialist delivering a robust growth in revenues and profits, driven by increased franchise store sales, new store openings and enhanced efficiencies. In its full year accounts for the 12 months ended 31st of March 2024, the company reported that group revenue was up by 8.7% to £37.8 million. Like-for-like sales rose by 4.4% compared to 1% growth posted the previous financial year. Cakesbox added 20 shops to its estate over the 12-month period, including new openings in Liverpool, Cambridge and Didsbury, to reach a total of 225 franchises. The number of multi-site franchisees also increased to 47. The company described these results as a very positive outcome, considering the continued challenging economic and tough consumer environment, with high inflation and interest rates impacting on consumers' disposable income. As predicted in its trading updates, profits for the year were ahead of market expectations. Enhanced efficiencies in its production facilities and the stabilisation of raw material and freight costs helped lift adjusted profit before tax to £6 million, an improvement of 10.6% on financial year 2023. Gross margin went up from 49.4% to 52.7%, although the company noted that this has been significantly inflated by the National Marketing Levy revenue in 2024, which puts associated costs into administrative expenses. Franchisees help co-fund an annual marketing budget for Cakebox. The firm also reported a 16.1% growth in online sales to £16.1 million, driven by strategic investments in a new website and CRM system. New products launched during the year include Premium Mango and Speculoos caramelised biscuit ranges, while branding at stores were also refreshed to its new purple text on pastel shades. It has been a successful year for Cakebox, delivering robust growth across all areas of our business, commented Cakebox CEO Sukha Chandal. We look forward to building on this momentum, continuing to expand our store estate and further solidifying Cakebox as the go-to destination for fresh cream celebration cakes. Whilst expecting the trading environment for 2025 to be challenging, with the continuing uncertain macroeconomic conditions, the company said its sales performance remained robust, with trading so far this year in line with management expectations. In his first statement as non-executive chairman, Martin Blair said Cakebox was well positioned to capitalise on anticipated market trends in the celebration cakes and sweet baked goods segments. There are many exciting opportunities for growth ahead for the business, and we are committed to continuing to produce high-quality products that resonate with our customers. Blair also noted that the firm remained steadfast in its commitment to growth, saying our ambitious target of reaching 400 stores in the medium term underscores our confidence in the scalability and resilience of our business model. Cakebox retains its 9th position in the top 75 out-of-home businesses listed in the Bakery Market Report 2024, but would need to add more than 100 new stores to catch up with 8th place BP Wild Bean Cafe. A new investigation into RSPCA Assured Farms has revealed scenes of dying animals and unclean conditions. Activist group Animal Rising released footage taken at 45 RSPCA Assured Farms, which showed baby chickens dying in factory farms and pigs left dead for days in dirty sheds. The group has also released a report called RSPCA Assured, covering up cruelty on an industrial scale, which details all the findings of the investigation. According to the scheme's website, all RSPCA Assured Farms must comply with the RSPCA's stringent higher welfare standards. The scheme has been widely criticised since the publication of the footage, including by RSPCA President Chris Packham, who told The Times that what had taken place on certified farms was indefensible. I found the footage extraordinarily difficult to watch, he said, after being sent footage recorded by Animal Rising. I felt sick, frankly. Animal suffering is animal suffering no matter where it is, but when it's happening in your own backyard, when we should be in a position to guard against it, it hurts more. In response to the findings, former RSPCA Vice President Peter Egan said the entire scheme had been called into question. The RSPCA had been failing animals across the UK, continued Egan. In the past, I worked extensively with the charity because I believed, and still do believe, that the RSPCA must lead the way in protecting animals. I now see that cannot happen without dropping the RSPCA Assured scheme entirely. Animal Rising co-director Rose Patterson also called for the scheme to be scrapped. This investigation has blown the lid off the RSPCA's dirty secret. It is happy to rubber stamp cruelty on factory farms and industrial animal abuse. I've personally spent months investigating and cataloguing a litany of suffering across farms that the public is told to trust. Some of the scenes we've seen in sheds, endorsed by the RSPCA, are beyond barbaric. The world's oldest and most respected animal charity has clearly lost its way. The work they do for cats, dogs and other animals is evidently not making its way to others like chickens and pigs. As the charity nears its 200th birthday, it has a choice to make. Will it step up, protect animals, and drop the Assured scheme? To further promote the campaign, Animal Rising activists plastered posters on top of a painting of King Charles at the Philip Maud Gallery in London. One was an image of Wallace from TV show Wallace and Gromit, while the other reads, "No cheese, Gromit, look at all this cruelty on RSPCA farms." In response to Animal Rising findings, a spokesperson for RSPCA said that an independent review of the scheme in 2021 found that it was making a positive and significant impact on improving the lives of 136 million animals a year in the UK. The spokesperson continued, however, any concerns about welfare on RSPCA Assured farms are taken extremely seriously, and RSPCA Assured is acting swiftly to look into these investigations. After receiving the footage on Saturday, RSPCA Assured has launched an immediate urgent investigation. We've only just received the report, but if there is any suggestion of systemic issues, we will carry out a review to ensure the integrity of the scheme. During the annual assessment last carried out in 2023, 89% of the 3,842 farms assessed were successfully meeting all of the RSPCA welfare standards, or had less than 5 standard breaches, which can be something as small as incorrect paperwork or a broken fence. The majority of these breaches were resolved within 28 days of being raised. 23 RSPCA Assured members had breaches significant enough to warrant suspension or withdrawal from the scheme, which accounts for less than 1% of the members of the scheme. G&B Scotland has promised a summer of strikes for whisky producer White & Mackay after pay negotiations stalled with the union. Workers voted in favour of industrial action last month, which will take place across Dulmore and Invergordon distilleries in Easter Ross and Tamnavulin in Speyside. The union served notice with management that the first strike will take place on Monday the 24th of June, after which 11 days of strike action will follow in July before a 2-week walkout in August. Leslie Ann McCaskill, G&B Scotland organiser in the Highlands, said, "We told White & Mackay today to expect a summer of strike action, with our members united and determined their work is fairly recognised. While White & Mackay celebrate commercial success, our members continue to be paid less than other workers in the industry. Enough is enough. The company can be in no doubt our members are prepared for a summer of industrial action to win a fair pay rise." Industrial action was backed 82% of members in a ballot with a turnout of more than 80%. The union rejected the distillers' pay offer of 6 to 7%, which it claimed did not match inflation of the last year and was effectively a pay cut. Further talks have taken place in the hope of a fair resolution to this dispute, but if agreement cannot be reached, our members are united and determined to take whatever action is necessary to have their work and value to the company properly recognised. Global drinks manufacturer Diageo has sold its majority stake in Guinness Nigeria. Diageo's 58.02% shareholding was purchased by Singapore-based conglomerate Tolaram for 81.6 Nigerian naira per share, approximately 103 billion Nigerian naira in total, or £53.8 million. Despite divesting its stake in Guinness Nigeria, Diageo insisted it remains deeply committed to Nigeria and described the move to sell as the creation of a new model for the Guinness brand. As part of this model, Diageo will continue to drive the brand and marketing strategy of Guinness in Nigeria, working in partnership with Guinness Nigeria and Tolaram. Tolaram's presence in Nigeria stretches back 50 years, while the firm has joint venture partnerships with several leading consumer multinational companies across Africa. The transaction is expected to be completed in the 2025 fiscal year and remains subject to various regulatory approvals in Nigeria. Following completion of the deal, Guinness Nigeria will remain listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, and Tolaram intends to launch a mandatory takeover offer in compliance with local law requirements. Commenting on the news, Diageo CEO Deborah Crew said, "I'm excited to announce our new partnership with Tolaram. Guinness has been Nigeria's favourite beer for nearly 75 years. Tolaram share this passion for Guinness and for Nigeria, making them the perfect partners as we continue to grow our business and seek to delight even more consumers in the country." Meanwhile, Della Dayelan Nayecha, president of Diageo Africa and chief commercial officer, added, "Our flexible asset-light beer operating model is working well in other markets and will unlock the full potential of Guinness in Nigeria with our new long-term partner, Tolaram." Haresh Aswani, managing director for Tolaram Africa, described the acquisition as a pivotal moment in the company's growth journey. This strategic move not only expands our footprint in the Nigerian market, but also presents an opportunity to leverage our combined strengths to foster innovation and deliver immense value to our customers and stakeholders across the nation. The World Health Organization is linking ultra-processed food, alcohol, tobacco, and fossil fuel industries to millions of deaths in Europe every year. In Europe, a massive 2.7 million deaths annually are linked to just 4 major commercial products: ultra-processed food, UPF, alcohol, tobacco, and fossil fuels. That's according to the World Health Organization, the WHO, which is linking these products wholly or partly to almost 7,500 deaths every day across Europe's 53 states. At the global level, the estimation is significantly higher: 19 million deaths per year, or 34% of all deaths. In a newly published report, the UN agency attributes these products to risk factors such as unhealthy diets, which in turn increase the chance of developing non-communicable diseases, NCDs, such as cancer, cardiovascular and chronic respiratory diseases, and diabetes. But the story is much deeper and darker, suggests the WHO, which aims to bring to light deceptive practices by these industries. Zooming on unhealthy diets, the UN agency estimates that of all deaths attributed to commercial products and practices in the WHO European region, 1.06% are linked to diets high in processed meat, 2.27% to sodium, 0.14% to sugar-sweetened beverages, and 0.05% to trans fatty acids. What is ultra-processed food? There is no defined form of ultra-processed food. However, a common definition comes from Nova, which splits level of processing into 4 groups, from raw and minimally processed foods to processed culinary ingredients, processed food, and ultra-processed food. The World Health Organization has previously backed the use of this definition for ultra-processed food, but others argue against it being employed to assess the nutritional content or value of a product. The WHO is not the first to highlight links between poor diets, including UPF consumption, and NCDs. Results from the largest study on UPF to date came to light earlier this year, finding that UPF consumption is linked to a higher risk of adverse health outcomes, especially cardiometabolic, common mental disorder, and mortality outcomes. But the goal of the WHO's report is not only to stress industry links with NCDs. The UN agency also wants to raise policymakers' awareness around the harmful influence of commercial industry and to take action to free the policy environment from this influence. Commercial actors, including those in the food and beverage industry, exploit the concept of inequities to defend themselves against public health policies, such as increasing taxes on harmful products or regulating their marketing, contends the WHO. The UN agency also believes that marketing, including pricing, is being used to drive inappropriate consumption of such products in vulnerable population subgroups who are specifically targeted. This includes, for example, reshaping environments so that in some areas, particularly deprived areas, it can be hard to access healthy food. Food and beverage players who also deny responsibility and shift blame to individuals. The report quotes PepsiCo's chief executive, who said if all consumers exercised did what they had to do, the problem of obesity wouldn't exist. Such a statement fails to acknowledge the scale of the problem, suggests the WHO, with 53% of the world's population living with overweight or obesity. Defining individuals as the problem means that those least responsible for the choices available to them, including the unhealthy environments in which they live or work, are paradoxically blamed as the cause of NCDs and burdened with the greatest responsibility for addressing them. How does WHO want European governments to respond? The WHO wants European governments to protect the public from harmful products and marketing and protect health policy from industry interference with policy. Industry tactics include exploitation of vulnerable people through targeted marketing strategies, misleading consumers, and making false claims about the benefits of their products or their environmental credentials, says Dr. Hans-Henry P. Kluge, WHO Regional Director for Europe. Stronger regulations must be enforced, contends the WHO. Areas requiring legislative attention include marketing of health-harming products, monopolistic practices, transparency, lobbying, funding, and conflicts of interest, taxation of multinational corporations, job security and labour conditions, exploitation of vulnerable populations during crisis, funding and support for civil society organisations to ensure their independence. These issues will not be solved overnight, suggests Dr. Gordon Galli, Strategic Advisor to the Regional Director on Non-Communicable Diseases and Innovation at the WHO Regional Office for Europe. This is a long-term effort that requires political will. First and foremost, we clearly see how big industry behaviour adversely affects public health and creates unnecessary sickness and suffering. Food and beverage manufacturers take issue with the WHO's stance, describing the report findings as misleading. To connect the consumption of processed foods with tobacco and fossil fuel industries is irresponsible and outrageously misleading, says Rebecca Fernandez, Science Director at Food Drink Europe (FDE), a trade association representing food and beverage manufacturers across Europe. FDE's major concern is that the WHO report does not acknowledge there is no agreed definition on ultra-processed foods. There is also no consensus on the impact of UPF on health. This is suggested by a 2023 study linking ultra-processed food, but not bread or breakfast cereals, to multi-morbidity. Nova critics contend that its classification is too broad and that not all ultra-processed food, for example packaged bread and breakfast cereals, is unhealthy. The healthiness of a product should rely on its nutritional components rather than its degree of processing. Well-established food nutrition science the world over tells us that the best way to tackle obesity and non-communicable diseases is to focus on the nutrition content of a food and how often you consume it, in conjunction with what type of lifestyle you lead. Sweet treats manufacturer Baker & Baker has invested almost £2.9 million to install a brand new American-style cookie line at its Wirral site. The investment has been made over several months and was designed to increase capacity and introduce new machinery to improve quality and output of the company, adding to its two existing cookie lines. Machinery installed includes a wire cutter, mixer and mixing bowls, and weighing hoppers. New workspaces including washrooms as well as sieving and deboxing areas have also been created on the factory floor. 2 bulk silos were also installed to complement the existing units on site, which contain bulk ingredients such as sugar and flour. The investment will also see an upskilling of existing site teams to operate the new equipment, and 8 new full-time positions have been created to manage the additional capacity, the manufacturer noted. We have extensive capabilities in manufacturing cookies across a variety of flavours and formats, and we continue to see strong demand from customers in the UK and Europe for both our own brand and licensed cookies, says CEO John Lindsay. This investment was necessary to ensure we have the requisite capacity to service customers both now and in the future, whilst maintaining the quality of product that our consumers expect. Baker & Baker supplies a range of cookies for retail and food service own label lines, along with Cadbury cookies as part of its licensing partnership with Mondelez. The upgrade, it said, signifies the business' continual commitment to invest in its manufacturing operations to deliver a varied range of flavours and concepts. Sales at the business rose 8.3% for its financial year ending 31st December 2022. The latest available, but significant input costs forced the British arm of the European bakery supplier into the red. However, a spokesperson at the time said it delivered a robust performance and noted a focus on bakery segments such as American Sweet Bakery, which had allowed it to maximise growth opportunities. Airheads debuts underwater candy vending machine. Taking its marketing efforts to new depths, the US candy maker is focused on fun. Airheads has launched underwater candy vending machines in pools across the US to promote fun and nostalgia among summer swimmers. The new candy dispensing format is taking fun instead of cash, requiring swimmers to trade underwater tricks like flips or a tea party in return for candy that shoots out of the specially designed machine. We're always looking to engage our fans and consumers in ways that are just for fun, says an Airhead spokesperson. We never knew what the future holds, but for this summer it just made sense to take fun in lieu of payment. In a nod to nostalgia, the brand's underwater vending machines will feature Airhead's original bars. So many people have nostalgic memories of savouring Airheads at the pool on a hot day, and we want to bring this feeling back and with a fun twist, says Craig Kutra, VP of Marketing at Perfetti Van Mel, maker of Airheads Candy. Ahead of its underwater launch, Airheads carried out a survey and has shared its no-fun statistics, tapping into the joys of play, fun and freedom. Airheads found that 80% of adults long for days when summer was about playing, and discovered almost 73%, don't swim as much as they did when they were children. When the campaign launched on May 27, 2024, the limited edition machines costing $7,000 sold out, with buyers enticed by the offer of receiving a lifetime supply of Airheads candy. Airheads is part of the Perfetti Van Mel group, alongside household names such as Mentos, Frisk, Chupa Chups, and Fruitella. The American brand is known for its vibrant colours, tangy fruit flavours, and a chewy texture. This isn't the first time Airheads has generated headlines with its marketing stunts. Last summer, the firm launched an Airheads shake factory at Muscle Beach Gym in Venice Beach, California, powered by bodybuilders shaking Airheads into delicious pillows for fans. And in October 2023, it hosted Airheads Scarefest, an AI-powered film festival with a $2,000 prize awarded to filmmakers who incorporated the brand balloon into their 3-minute horror film. In this month's legal brief, field fishers Jessica Gardner and Ang Heatley provide an overview of what is required under the EUDR and their top 5 tips to prepare and protect your business. The EU's new Deforestation Regulations, or EUDR, is an ambitious, first-of-its-kind regulatory development aimed at preventing global deforestation and degradation. While forerunners to this regulation have targeted the timber industry directly, the EUDR will catch a broader set of commodities with the aim of minimizing greenhouse gas emissions and biodiversity loss on a global scale. But what will be the impacts on food producers and how should they prepare? From the 30th of December 2024, it will be unlawful for all large businesses, those with 250 or more employees, to place cattle, cacao, coffee, oil palm, rubber, soya or wood, or products made from these commodities on the EU market, or to export them from the EU market if they are not deforestation-free, produced in accordance with the relevant legislation of the country of production, or covered by a due diligence statement. The EUDR specifies a cut-off date of 30th of December 2024, by which the commodities in scope must have been placed on deforestation-free land. Each due diligence statement must include information on the product or commodity in question, evidence of a risk assessment, and evidence of risk mitigation. Small and medium enterprises will be able to rely on the due diligence statements by those that supply them with the products, unlike large businesses that will have to formulate their own. Businesses that fail foul could see their shipments blocked or their products confiscated, be denied access to the EU market, and be fined up to 4% of their annual EU turnover. Since the EUDR applies to any operator or trader that places relevant goods on the EU market, the implications for both EU and non-EU businesses are clear. With the EU being the UK's closest trading partner and the EUDR also applying to Northern Ireland, it is inevitable that a very significant number of UK food businesses will find themselves affected, from manufacturers of meat, confectionery, frozen food, ready meals, through to grocery, hospitality and food service providers trading in with or via the EU. Yet, with only 6 months to go, recent reports suggest at least 1/5 of UK businesses are still not prepared for the EUDR. The first tip is scoping assessment. You need to identify if you are caught and for which commodities or products, if other business partners in your value chain may be caught, and what your respective obligations will be. For UK businesses not directly in scope, you need to understand whether any of your EU customers are caught, so that you can identify and engage up front on any requirements those customers might seek to pass on in order to help them comply with their own obligations. 2. Systems and controls. You should then map out what data you will need to collect to comply with the sizable due diligence requirements and assess whether you have the infrastructure in place to enable you to do that. To comply with the EUDR, businesses must trace the commodities and derived products back to the plot of land on which they were grown or reared, and gather evidence to show their production process was deforestation-free. This could entail the use of supply chain tracking, including supply chain mapping tools, satellite monitoring, and on-the-ground verification, all of which is understood nearly a third of UK businesses have either not invested in or do not yet have access to via third parties. There are suggestions that complete digitization would be the only cost-effective way to collect all this data. This raises further challenges for businesses that still largely rely on paper trails. Third is contractual safeguards. Do you have adequate contractual provisions to enable you to comply, but also meet the demands of any business partners in your value chain that might require data from you? Think about audit and access rights, a right to inspect documents and records that will need to be verified in terms of compliance under the EUDR, and where contractual liability rests if things go wrong. 4. Supplier screening. Are your suppliers willing and able to give you what you need? You will need to be able to conduct spot checks of existing suppliers and screen new suppliers using the systems and controls you have in place. Deforestation includes not only the removal of trees, but also structural changes to the makeup of forests, meaning that to prove your products are deforestation-free, you'll have to monitor forests relevant to your supply chain. Yet reports suggest only a minority of companies have the ability to trace the deforestation programs of direct and third-party suppliers. This makes supplier screening even more important. 5. Stock forecasting. There are fears that the EUDR's strict requirements could potentially lead to market segregation and impact on investment flows into Europe, as suppliers that struggle to produce the evidence required by their European buyers may be forced to shift their products to markets where demand is increasing and sustainability is less of a priority. For businesses trading in the EU, this could mean potential cost increases of 40 to 50% on base prices of in-scope commodities, signifying a need to build up stock levels ahead of the EUDR deadline. Turning to the UK, regulatory proposals are less advanced. The current UK government has proposed to legislate, although the recent election announcement has the potential to impact this, a ban on companies using regulated commodities. If they have a global turnover of more than £50 million, use more than 500 tonnes of the commodities per year, and they are sourced from land used illegally. The due diligence and reporting requirements will be similar to the EUDR, but the UK regime will exclude coffee and rubber from the list of regulated commodities. Wherever the UK ends up, it is clear that even under the imminent EUDR, the jurisdictional complexities at play give this regulation an international flavour. All food businesses trading the affected commodities in the EU will be impacted to varying degrees by the tightening of due diligence on their supply chains and the shift towards full supply chain transparency. From bright blue cola to own-label budget canned wine to cinnamon-flavoured butter, we offer you a detailed summary of the UK's latest product launches. UK's first dairy barista milk. Third-generation Cornish brand Truthen Dairy has launched what it claims it's the first UK dairy-based barista milk. Truthen Dairy worked alongside award-winning baristas and industry experts to formulate the milk to optimise microfoaming when using a steam wand. The barista milk is naturally high in protein at 3.5%, with extra cream at 4%, and has no thickeners, gums, preservatives, colours, stabilisers, nut pastes or added oils. The launch comes as consumers are taking their at-home coffee more seriously. The World Coffee Portal's Coffee at Home UK Report 2023 shows total sales for domestic pod, filter and espresso machines rose 3.5% over the last 12 months, reaching £162.8 million. The milk will be available in Tesco stores nationwide at £1.59. Robinson's Fruit Shoot is entering the squash category with two flavours, Berry Galaxy, which is strawberry and blueberry, and Tropical Jungle, orange and mango. With squash making up nearly half of all soft drinks for kids, this represents a strategic move from the drinks brand to expand its reach. The new squash is aimed at children aged between 3 to 8 years. We can see a clear demand in the kids category for larger sharing formats, so this was the perfect time to expand Fruit Shoot into a brand new category, commented Ben Parker, Retail Commercial Director at Britvic. As a well-known and trusted brand, Fruit Shoot is well placed to leverage its strong appeal, with kids and parents helping retailers to drive further sales within the category. Fruit Shoot's core range, orange and apple and blackcurrant no added sugar juice drink, is growing by 1%, and its naturally flavoured water range, Hydro, by 12.8% versus last year. Organic flour brand Dove's Farm has announced two new additions to its home baking range, Dove's Farm Organic White Rice Flour and Dove's Farm Organic Corn Flour. The new white rice flour comes in a 1 kilogram pack and is milled from sustainably grown rice. It is said to have a neutral flavour profile and can be used to make a range of sweet and savoury gluten-free bakes, including cakes, cookies, bread and pastry. It is also suitable for thickening sauces, gravies and soups, and comes in at a retail price of £2.99. Rice flour has more Google searches in the UK than any other major specialty flour. Despite this, there are hardly any available in the baking fixture, so we're delighted to bring this product to market, making it accessible to all and addressing a rising demand from UK consumers, Claire Marriage, Dove's Farm co-founder, said. Dove's Farm's organic corn flour now comes in a 400-gram format. Made from sustainably grown corn, it is suitable for thickening sauces, making desserts and lightening the texture of baking, and comes at a recommended retail price of £3.95. The corn flour market is currently valued at £15.6 million, but only 1.7% is organic compared to 8.9% of all flour, representing a huge opportunity. With a growing number of customers looking for sustainably grown, high-quality, trusted baking ingredients, we're excited to be able to bring this organic corn flour in a larger pack to market. The new products are available to buy direct, with broader distribution to follow. Cornish cider producer Healey's has unveiled a new addition to its Rattler range. Rattler Zero Tropical Cider joins the Rattler range that includes Original at 5.5%, Zero, which is 0%, and Black at 8.4%, as well as flavoured ciders such as Berry at 4%, Pear at 4%, Pineapple at 4%, Mango at 3.4%, Peach at 3.4%, Strawberry and Lime at 3.4%, and Mulled at 3.4%. This latest addition is the second 0% ABV cider in the Rattler range, following the success of Rattler Zero Original, which hit shelves in 2021. This non-organic cider is made by blending 97% fermented apples with a tropical fusion of mango, pineapple, and passion fruit. It has a recommended retail price of £2.75 for 500 millilitres. We're excited to launch Rattler Zero Tropical Cider into the market ahead of the summer season, said Joe Healey, Managing Director of Trading at Healey's. Rattler Zero alone has achieved a 42% year-on-year volume growth, and we've seen a real thirst for innovation in the cider category, with consumers actively seeking lower alcohol alternatives. This new offering gives more choice about drinking habits, and by expanding our range of low and no alcohol cider, we hope to encourage new cider drinkers to explore different profiles of the Rattler range. We're continuing to produce top quality drinks and are excited to have a patent pending on the unique method of creating non-alcoholic cider. By developing this process, where 97% of the Rattler Zero range comes from fermented apples, we are committed to giving the character and flavour you'd expect in a zero-alcohol Rattler product. In 2023, Healey's announced a £5 million investment into its production infrastructure and on-site visitor experience. This has allowed the business to double its processing capacity with the introduction of new apple bays, a new water transportation system, and an additional press, as well as creating an integrated visitor experience. Kalo has announced the launch of a new range of organic stock pots in chicken and vegetable flavours into Waitrose at £2.50. The Ecotone brand has seen its stocks range achieve a % year-on-year growth in value sales. Kantar data also reveals it is the only major stocks brand to drive rate of sale and penetration against a category where price has been the sole growth driver at 18.6%. The brand is targeted young, affluent foodies and aims to appeal to eco-conscious yet culinary creative consumers. As the only fully organic stocks brand, we make sure we use clean ingredients, no artificial flavours, colours or preservatives, and no MSG. We focus on premium flavour from the finest natural ingredients in formats that fit with younger consumers' evolving needs, providing the base for them to build on with their own culinary creativity, explained Adele Ward, Kalo Marketing Director at Ecotone UK. UK supermarket Asda has launched its first range of wine cans, Pika Pika, with 6 new varieties on offer. Asda's Pika Pika wine can consist of 2 white, 2 rosé and 2 sparkling wine varieties, priced at £2.50 each for 250 millilitres or £7.50 for 750 millilitre cans, as it looks to offer a value for money alternative. Pika Pika Sauvignon Blanc is floral, passion fruit and citrus flavoured South African wine with vibrant zesty notes, while the Pika Pika Viognier contains hints of apricot, peach and lemon, complemented by floral aromatics. The rose options include Pika Pika White Zinfandel, bright and fruity with a well-balanced natural sweetness and subtle watermelon and strawberry flavours, and Pika Pika Pinot Grigio Rosé, a floral, red cherry and white peach flavoured Italian wine. The range also includes 2 sparkling wines in white and rosé varieties, as well as 2 canned wine cocktails, Pika Pika Cassis and Sparkling Wine Spritz, and Pika Pika Elderflower and Mint Wine Spritz. The Cassis and Sparkling Wine Spritz has flavours of blackcurrant and blackberry fruit, whilst the other is a lighter wine cocktail with notes of lime, flower and mint. As always, we're committed to delivering premium, trend-led products at fantastic prices. Asda's new Pika Pika wine can range is ideal for those looking to enjoy high-quality wine on the go or try new wines. We don't doubt the cans will become a customer favourite this summer, especially with flavours of a summer heatwave on the horizon, said Asda's wine buyer Stephanie Fleming. Non-alcoholic drinks brand Freeze Mix has entered the UK market after it saw a successful trial run in selected London stores and cash and carries last year. Founded in 2001, Freeze Mix is manufactured in the Chaturi Valley in Lebanon and over the years has grown its presence in Europe, Africa, North America and Australia. Ready to take on the UK in full swing, Asco Foods will be exclusive distributors of Freeze in the region. The drinks feature a blend of natural fruit flavours that deliver a fizzy, low-sugar hit, and comes in 14 varieties including pomegranate, mango and peach, lemon and mint, and blue Hawaii. We're incredibly proud of how successful our test launch was, and we're confident that we'll be able to appeal to the UK market as we begin our full rollout. We think the UK consumers will love our range of beverages, as it's unlike anything they have experienced before. Soda lovers will be introduced to a true alternative to big brand names. Following its successful debut of chef-led savoury butters in 2023, All Things Butter has expanded its product portfolio with a new sweet butter range. Cinnamon Bun is the first SKU to launch within the new range, and will be available to purchase from a range of retailers, including Ocado, Modern Milkman, GoPuff, and Zap, alongside independents for a retail price of £3 per 125 grams. All Things Butter debuted a 4-strong range of savoury butters in November 2023, salted, unsalted, garlic and herb, and chili, with nearly 250,000 blocks of butter sold within its first 6 months. The new range has been developed by Great British Bake Off 2018 finalist Ruby Bogle, who now joins the company as an equity partner. Bogle said, "I'm delighted to share that I will be joining the All Things Butter team to lead the brand's next project and delve into a new market of sweet butter. We've been working on some truly delicious recipe developments that aim to evolve the category and get people using butter in new creative ways. Cinnamon Bun is just the first in a series of amazing new flavours, and I'm sure all foodies will love it as much as I do." This news also follows the brand's successful investment round, which made £2.2 million, with the funds to be used to support further retail rollout. Lactalis Nestlé Chilled Dairy UK and Ireland has expanded its Nestlé desserts range with the launch of Yorkie in chilled dairy. The chocolate-flavoured Yorkie cream dessert has been manufactured to meet HFSS restrictions and build on the company's plans to create healthier, HFSS-compliant sweet treats. Christopher Fieri, marketing manager at Lactalis Nestlé Chilled Desserts UK, said, "We are proud to work with Nestlé Roosters and new desserts ranges to be able to offer HFSS-compliant tasty desserts that offer a real selling point to retailers and consumers alike, all while creating the perfect treat for any time of the day and evening." The dessert is already in Tesco stores in 2x 65g recyclable PET pots at £1.85 and in Iceland in 4x 65g formats at £2.50. The company has said additional retails will follow. Vegan and free from chocolate brand Nomo has marked its 5th birthday with the launch of a new product range. The new mini bars mixed sharing chocolates 140 grams features 12 mini bars in a selection of Nomo's most popular flavours, including creamy choc, caramel, mint and orange crunch. Nomo made its debut by launching in Tesco and Holland & Barrett in May 2019. It was turning a profit after 1 year and has seen exponential growth within the last 5 years. According to data from Nielsen IQ Scantrack, it has been outpacing growth within its category segment of 18.3% year-on-year, with a rate of 32.4% year-on-year and an overall worth of £12.5 million. Nomo's market value is now nearly 3 times that of its closest rival, with the brand boasting 3 of the top 10 selling SKUs. Commenting, Emma Barrett, marketing controller for Nomo, said, "We are thrilled to celebrate Nomo's 5th birthday and our remarkable growth journey. From day one, our mission has been to create delicious chocolate that everyone can enjoy regardless of allergies, intolerances and lifestyle choices. Our ongoing success reflects our dedication to quality and innovation, providing safe, great-tasting chocolates for everyone, which we believe taste even better than mainstream counterparts. The most recent of which is our sharing mix box, perfect for gifting, sharing or keeping for yourself." Alongside its strong retailer foothold in the UK, the brand can also be found in Germany and Australia. Premium mallow confectioner Mallow & Marsh has announced the launch of its latest range, Mini Mallows. This extends the Harrogate business's existing portfolio of indulgent mallow bars and sharing pouches with a brand new format comprising small, bite-sized mallow treats encased in a Belgian fair trade chocolate. The new launch follows consumer research conducted by Mallow & Marsh, which found that 50% of its customers prefer small bites over bars, with the snacking category along with 96% of respondents stating that they found the bite-sized treats both very appealing at 59% and appealing at 37%. Jonathan Burr, commercial and marketing lead at Mallow Marsh, commented, "Consumer research highlighted the desire for smaller, bite-sized treats, so we're thrilled to be launching our Mini Mallows range to embrace this trend. Nearly half, at 42% of our respondents surveyed, stated that they would purchase our Mini Mallow range in addition to a chocolate bar over the course of 4 weeks, which is set to drive incremental sales for our business and the wider category over the coming months. We hope that not only will it appeal to our local customer base, but it will also attract new customers to come and try our delicious range of premium Mallow treats." Available in 2 flavours, the Mini Mallows are set to launch in the existing milk chocolate over vanilla variety, as well as introducing a brand new flavour, milk chocolate over salted caramel. The launch of the Mini Mallows range follows Mallow Marsh's recent brand refresh, which sees it move away from its permissible health perceptions and instead towards premium indulgence, aligning with its quality attributes. The range will be on shelves in Asda and available to purchase through Amazon and directly via the company's website for £1.35 for 36 grams. PepsiCo is launching a limited edition Blue Cola Pepsi Electric. This new SKU will be available for 12 months across convenience, wholesale and grocery channels in a 500ml bottle format at £1.99. As the number one soft drinks category worth £5.9 billion, according to Nielsen IQ data, cola represents a significant opportunity for retailers to maximise sales. However, with taste said to be among the biggest driver of choice for consumers choosing their cola drink, shoppers are continuously on the lookout for striking new flavours, in particular Gen Z. Pepsi Electric is set to help retailers cater to this demand and builds on the brand's already flavour portfolio that includes Pepsi Max Cherry, Lime and Mango. Commenting, Ben, retail commercial director in Great Britain, said Pepsi Electric embodies shopper preferences for fresh, special edition flavours while incorporating the unmissable, vibrant blue cola liquid, which will grab shopper attention at shelf and capture the next generation. Tying in with Pepsi's Thirsty for More campaign, the pack describes and designs echoes the electric blue and black of the recent logo rebrand, alongside the signature Pepsi Pulse, bringing the brand to life, ensuring consumer recognition and encouraging shoppers to make the most of this limited edition flavour. Pepsi Electric is set to help retailers increase spend and tap into the flavoured cola segment, a market which is growing 3 times faster than in flavoured cola. Finally, organic mushroom supplement specialist Antioxy has released its first trio of functional mushroom teas. The new range includes Gut Healthy Tea Blend, Vitality Tea, and Calm Tea, with each style of tea said to cater to a different area of well-being, including digestion, immunity, and mindfulness. The Gut Health Tea contains chaga mushrooms and is enhanced with peppermint, ginger, and cardamom. The Vitality Tea features turkey tail mushroom and Acacia, a genus of flowering plants in the daisy family. It features spicy and citrus flavours of turmeric, ginger, cinnamon, and orange zest. The Calm Tea is made with reishi mushroom and includes lavender, chamomile, and acacia flowers to offer a delicate yet aromatic flavour. Commenting on the launch, the company's director, Marco Grenzeman, said, "We are delighted with our first ever mushroom tea range. The research has been extensive to create the perfect blends, but the results are exceptional. Our mission is to create a realm of rejuvenation and serenity, and we truly believe we have achieved this with our shroom tea launch." The range is available now from £8.99 each. The Real Wrap company is recalling a total of 101 ready-to-eat products, including sandwiches, wraps, paninis, rolls, toasties, croque monsieurs, and salads due to possible presence of listeria. A food alert by the Food Standards Agency, FSA, stated that the Bristol-based supplier was taking the precautionary action of recalling the products because of the possible presence of Listeria monocytogenes. It comes within a month of another Listeria-related recall issued by Bread Spread Ltd in Southall, West London, for its range of ready-to-eat baguettes, French sticks, sandwiches, rolls and wraps. Symptoms caused by this organism can be similar to flu and can include temperatures, muscle ache or pain, chills, feeling or being sick, and diarrhea, stated the alert, adding that in rare cases the infection can be more severe, causing serious complications such as meningitis. Older people, pregnant women and their unborn babies less than 1 month old, and people with weakened immune systems are particularly vulnerable to Listeria infections. The FSA alert noted that the recall only affects the Real Wrap company's products sold at retail stores in healthcare settings. The company, which was acquired by manufacturing giant Samworth Brothers in April, also supplies its range of chilled and frozen food-to-go products to customers in the travel sector, as well as food service, coffee shops, and other convenience retail outlets. Several of the affected wraps, sandwiches, and rolls are under the Urban Eat brand, which was acquired by Samworth Brothers in 2020. Other bakery brands among the Samworth portfolio include Ginsters and Saurian. The Real Wrap Co. recall includes retailers instructed to remove and safely dispose of any product listed below, with points of sale notices to be displayed in stores. Consumers are advised not to eat them and return them to where they were purchased for a refund. The full list of affected products, which have a use range between the 9th and the 11th of June, are the Veg Wrap Platter, Meat Wrap Platter, Classic Veggie Platter, Classic Meat Platter, Vegan Platter, Premium Mixed Platter, Fruit Platter, Crudité Snacks Platter, SFC Honey and Mustard Pasta, Tuscan Tuna and Bean Pasta Salad, 2 cheese and SR Tomato Pasta, Tuna Niçoise Salad, Chicken Tikka Bowl, Sausage Sourdough Breakfast Roll, Bacon Sourdough Breakfast Roll, Barbecue Chicken Croque Monsieur, Pesto and Mozzarella Croque Monsieur, Ham and Cheddar Croque Toasty, Cheese and Tomato Toasty, Cheese and Ham Toasty, Vegan No Meatball Melt Panini, Tuna Red Onion Baguette Panini, Ham Emmental Baguette Panini, Triple Cheese Onion Ciabatta, Barbecue Hunter's Chicken Panini, Pepperoni Pizza Melt Ciabatta, Tuna Melt Basic, Ham and Cheese Panini, Cheese and Tomato Pizza Wrap, SFC Wrap, Breakfast Express Wrap, Chicken Fajita Express Wrap, Meatius Maximus Wrap, Mexican Wrap, Italian Pesto Wrap, Katsu Chicken Mango Slaw Wrap, Barbecue SFC Cheese Slaw Wrap, Chicken and Bacon Caesar Wrap, Chicken Fajita Cold Wrap, Gluten-Free Pakora Chana Madras Wrap, GF Double Cheese and Slow Roast Tomato Roll, GF Egg and Slow Roast Tomato Roll, GF Summer Chicken Roll, Just Chicken Mayo Sandwich, Just Free Range Egg Mayo Chicken, Just Tuna Mayo Sandwich, Just Ham Sandwich, Just Cheese Sandwich, Coronation Chicken Sandwich, Vegan Plowman's, Double Cheese and Spring Onion Sandwich, Coronation Chicken Sandwich, Chicken Tikka Cucumber Sandwich, Greek Style Feta and Chicken Sandwich, Italian Spicy Chicken Sandwich, Chicken Bacon Club, Chicken Bacon and Stuffing Sandwich, Chicken Sweet Corn Sandwich, Chunky Egg and Cress Sandwich, Ultimate Plowman's, Prawn Mayonnaise Sandwich, Tuna Mayo Sweet Corn Sandwich, Smoked Salmon Cream Cheese Sandwich, Chicken Salad Sandwich, All Day Breakfast Sandwich, Bacon Lettuce and Tomato Sandwich, Ham and Tomato Cheese Sandwich, Chicken Bacon Mayonnaise Sandwich, Vegan Tuna Crunch Sandwich, Free Range Double Egg SR Tomato Sandwich, Welsh Ham Cheddar and Mustard Sandwich, Chicken and Chorizo Sandwich, Fruit Pots, Raspberry Yogurt Pots, Mango Yogurt Pots, Urban Eat Ham and Cheese Sub Roll, Urban Eat Chicken Salad Sub Roll, Leaf and Loaf Ham and Cheese Sub Roll, Leaf and Loaf Chicken Salad Sub Roll, Halal Coronation Chicken Sandwich, Halal Just Chicken Mayo Sandwich, Halal Chicken Fajita Sandwich, Halal Chicken Sweet Corn Sandwich, Ham and Cheese Top Toasty, Chicken and Bacon Top Toasty, Ham and Cheese Toasty, Cheese and Tomato Toasty, Ham and Cheese Panini, Mozzarella and Tomato Panini, Tuna Melt Panini, Leaf and Loaf Southern Fried Chicken Wrap, Urban Eat Southern Fried Chicken Wrap, Urban Eat Roast Tomato and Pesto Wrap, Urban Eat Hoisin Duck Wrap, Urban Eat Tomato and Mozzarella Wrap, Urban Eat Tuna Salad Sandwich, Urban Eat Spicy Bean Wrap, Urban Eat Sweet Chili Wrap, Indian Salad, Meze Rainbow Slaw Veg Salad, and Mexican Bean SW Pot Veg Salad. Subway has rolled out a new range of elongated sweet and savoury bakery items dubbed Footlong Sidekicks across its UK and Ireland restaurants. Billed as the perfect pairing to the brand's footlong sandwiches, or as a sharing snack, the range comprises cookies, churros, and tortilla wraps. The new products are also being launched in German and Finnish markets, following their January debut in the US, where they were said to have sold over 3.5 million within the first 2 weeks alone. The footlong cookie is described as thick, gooey, and jam-packed with chocolate chips, while the footlong churro is sprinkled with cinnamon buns, macara cinnamon, and sugar and served warm with a new caramel dip. The footlong dippers are tortilla wraps filled with either turkey and cheese, pepperoni and cheese, or triple cheese, served hot with a signature dip of choice. In addition, Subway has unveiled the All-Star menu, comprising 2 new footlong sub sandwiches, All-Star Chicken and All-Star Chimichurri Steak, along with the new Waffle Fries side. The All-Star Chicken features rotisserie-style chicken, streaky bacon, American-style cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers, red peppers, red onions, crispy onions, and garlic sauce. Meanwhile, the All-Star Chimichurri Steak is made with Philly steak, American-style cheese, pepper cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, red peppers, red onions, jalapenos, crispy onions, and newly launched chimichurri sauce. Subway has also invested in a major revamp of its digital experience for customers with a brand new app, an improved Subway Rewards loyalty program, and the introduction of self-service kiosks at stores. The new interactive kiosks, which are being rolled out nationwide to be in every UK store by the end of the year, join existing digital menu boards that allow customers to send orders directly to the kitchen in real time. Subway's new app can also be used to place orders online. The company noted that restaurants which have piloted the integrated digital experience have seen an increase in sales and streamlined operations. The rewards program lets users collect points for every purchase, which can then be converted into Subway cash to spend on any menu item. No minimum spend required. Subway claimed that this provided added flexibility and convenience and was a unique offering within the UK's quick service restaurant industry, as points could be redeemed without being linked to any promotion. Digital integration and growth continue to be a key focus of Subway's transformation journey, and over the past few years, the brand has made impressive strides, said Dan Holm, VP of Global Digital Payments and Off-Premises at Subway. As we think about Subway's future, we're doubling down on our global digital commitment to streamline and simplify the guest experience from start to finish, and improve operational efficiencies for our franchisees. A current special offer running till 30th of June will see registered members of the Subway Rewards program enjoy 50% off a footlong sub, limited to once per week each. The sandwich chain was operating 2,291 UK stores at the start of the year, which saw it placed third behind Costa and Greggs in the Bakery Market Report's 2024 lists of the top 75 out-of-home businesses. Seafood Souk secures partnership with Argentina's largest seafood producer. This exclusive alliance with the global seafood producer Newson Food will help drive Argentinian seafood exports to the Gulf and beyond. The new partnership with Newson Food will not only see Seafood Souk as sole distributor of the Argentinian seafood provider's products in the GCC region, but the food company has also pledged to prioritize Seafood Souk in expanding its reach into other international markets. This is the first time a company has been granted this kind of commercial privilege by Newsan. Newsan Food is a global leader in seafood with a presence in 70 countries, operating under 4 brands: Newsan Food, Tredasca, Velastro, Nistos de Antonio Baldino, and Pesanta. It boasts an infrastructure of 40 fishing vessels, 16 processing plants, and 3 expansive cold storage facilities, with an annual revenue of more than £1 billion. While Seafood Souk provides integrated digital ecosystem, allows the seafood industry to trace, trade, and finance seafood product, last year it was recognized as a Future 100 company. Its products include, among other things, Argentinian shrimps, hake, Patagonian toothfish, squid of multiple varieties, Chilean king crab and snow crab, Chilean swordfish, and Andean salmon trout. It is also actively engaged in mussel farming, rainbow trout farming, and other sustainable aquaculture practices. Diego Giltman, CEO of Newson Food, described its partner as a company with great ambition and a solid presence in the Middle East. Jimmy Torshert, CBDO of Seafood Souk, added, "We are thrilled to announce our exclusive partnership with Newson Food, one of the most established fishing fleets and producers in the world. This collaboration marks a significant step in our mission to make trade more traceable and offer direct delivery from Argentina to new markets. We take immense pride in working with Newson Food, renowned for their exceptional quality of Chilean sea bass, Argentinian shrimps, squids, and many other products." The forthcoming EU deforestation regulations EUDR is driving efforts on traceability of chocolate supplies, a new report has revealed. However, despite positive findings, the latest trade assessment published by the retailer Cacao the Collaboration RCC on the 5th of June noted a lack of progress on tackling poverty and child labour within the cacao farming sector. The report is based on results of a questionnaire sent to 9 global cacao traders prevalent in RCC member supply chains. assessing their performance during 2023 against a range of social and environmental metrics. 7 of the traders responded this year, while the remaining 2 were assessed based on publicly available information and data supplied in previous years. The survey was carried out by sustainability advisor 3Keel on behalf of the RCC, which is formed of a coalition of 11 UK and EU retailers, including Tesco, Aldi and Sainsbury's. A key takeaway from the report is that indirect supply chains, where a trader does not buy directly from a cacao farmer, are risk hotspots for environmental and human rights issues. Nearly all commitments and initiatives cover just the direct portion of a trader's supply chain, leaving risks of unchecked human rights abuses and deforestation in a significant proportion of supply chains, cautioned the RCC report. The new regulations mean that any business selling within the European Union, sweet bakery exporters in the UK, for example, are required to be EUDR compliant by the 30th of December 2024. For a firm to be compliant, it must be able to show that all of its forest-based products are legal, not sourced from deforested land, and do not contribute to degradation. The assessment reported on the progress made ahead of the EUDR's deadline, including that the average proportion of a trader's direct supply of cacao traceable to farm has jumped from 52% in 2022 to 71% in 2023. 3 traders were able to report near full traceability of their direct supply chain. This is welcome news, commented Holly Cooper, the RCC report's lead author, although she noted it was a different story when it came to cacao from indirect sources. In 2022, the average proportion of a trader's indirect supply of cacao traceable to farm was just 9% in 2023. This increased to 22%. This increase in traceability is a step in the right direction, but traders source as much as 97% of the cacao indirectly, so this means that overall the sector is not ready for the EUDR, asserted Cooper. More fundamentally, this lack of traceability means the sector has significant blind spots in its ability to understand and address sustainability risks in the cacao supply chain. While most traders now have policies in place to show a commitment to zero deforestation, the report found that these are nearly always limited in scope by geography and/or exclude land conversion. Elsewhere, it found that there is a distinct lag when it comes to paying farmers a living wage and eradicating child labour. These issues are widespread and have complex roots, and so have been a focus for action in cacao supply chains for many years, it confirmed, while noting with the following 3 findings. Only 5 traders reported data on the use of child labour monitoring and remediation system, CLMRS, which remain a key tool for traders to tackle child labour. None of the traders reported CLMRS use within the indirect supply chains, creating a very significant risk of child labour occurring. The 2 best performing traders have just over half their direct supply farmers receiving a living income, with 3 reporting that just 10% or fewer did so. Only 1 trader reported on living wages in their indirect supply chain, with 51% of farmers receiving a living income. There is some hope, however. The report showed that certification schemes remain a key tool for supporting improved practices and demonstrating a commitment to sustainable production. The proportion of supply chain certification has increased, with the Rainforest Alliance the most prevalent independent scheme. Traders have significant volumes falling under their own proprietary certification systems. As highlighted in the British Baker's recent ingredients report, cacao prices have soared in the past few months due to poor harvests in key producing areas. With global supply tight and prices exceptionally high, there is real risk that progress on addressing environmental and social issues could be stalled or even reversed in the scramble for high-quality supply. The lack of policies and commitments covering indirect supply make these particularly high risk. The RCC has made 4 recommendations for cacao traders: include indirect supply chain in sustainability commitments and actions, to ensure that deforestation commitments are adjusted to cover all possible sources and relevant causes of deforestation while incorporating restrictions on land conversion, 3. Address and report progress on child labour in supply chain, and 4. Ensure all cacao farmers receive a living income. Planned strike action by Morrisons warehouse staff has been called off. The move has come in response to the supermarket chain submitting a new remuneration package via trade union Unite the Union. Approximately 1,000 workers employed at 2 separate Morrisons warehouses in Cheshire and Wakefield had been set to walk out from the 13th to the 16th of June 2024 over proposed changes to their pension contributions. This followed a previous round of strikes that took place in May. According to Unite, the changed pension contributions would have left its members hundreds of pounds a year worse off. Additional issues surrounding pay and conditions have also been the subject of the dispute. Union National Officer Adrian Jones commented, "As a goodwill gesture and following a new offer from Morrisons, we are suspending any planned strike action while we are members." In response to the news, a spokesperson for Morrisons said, "We are pleased that through our open communication with Unite, we have together found a way forward, subject to the result of the ballot." Of the Unite members that were involved with the initial ballot, nearly 97% responded in favour of the strikes. Speaking at the time, Unite's General Secretary Sharon Graham said, "Unite is focusing on our members' jobs, pay and conditions, and those unmerited changes to workers' pensions will leave our members worse off every month. Unite will not stand for such behaviour from any employer." Project D has been ordered to pay £31,411 after Employment Tribunal ruled a former donut decorator has been subjected to unlawful discrimination in pursuing a sexual harassment complaint. The tribunal, which concluded on the 23rd of May in Nottingham, heard how Holly Merriman had been bear-hugged, backed into a corner and had her bottom grabbed by a male colleague while they were working at the company's Spondon factory in Derby. This initial incident was said to have occurred sometime between December 2020 and January 2021. Subsequent incidents noted in the tribunal report included Merriman, who was 17 at the time, being called a potwasher by the colleague, as well as disparaging remarks made about her wages compared to his, and her being told she needed chewing gum because her breath smelled. Additionally, he had shouted profanities at Merriman, belittled her and called her more names on the 28th of March 2021, the tribunal panel heard. Project D was found to have failed to take seriously and adequately investigate Merriman's complaint about the harassment despite a meeting held between supervisors and the employers later that day. Merriman has been pressurised to forget the incident and move on, said the report. On the 28th of April 2021, Merriman received a letter from Project D informing her that it will no longer support her employment due to insufficient work, citing a downturn in business following a busy Easter period. The panel did not accept this claim, pointing to press reports between October 2020 and May 2021 that suggested the donut brand's products are very much in demand. These were serious matters which included the claimant being dismissed for having reported the fact that she had been the victim of sexual harassment and having that complaint swept under the rug without any action being taken in respect of it, stated the tribunal report. While noted for having previous issues with her mental health, Merriman's experience at Project D was said to have caused her to go from bubbly and vivacious to a shell of her former self, including being nervous, anxious and withdrawn, and constantly in tears. She had been forced to go back on mental health medication, had felt sick about returning to the workplace, and had painful symptoms of fibromyalgia aggravated by the stress. In its reserved judgment, the tribunal panel awarded Merriman £6,002 in financial losses and £25,409 for injury to feelings, including interest. Having spent around 12 months with a trauma coach, Merriman is now reported to have recovered some confidence by setting up her own dog walking business. Project D issued a statement on the 7th of June 2024, offering an apology to Merriman. "We understand the gravity of her situation and deeply regret that she felt unsupported and unfairly treated," commented Marketing Director Max Poynton. "The well-being and safety of our employees is of utmost importance to us, and we take any allegations of misconduct very seriously." Poynton, who co-founded the business with his friends Matthew Bond and Jacob Watts in 2018, claimed significant changes to improve the workplace culture and policies at Project D have been made. "In the years following this incident, we have employed a senior HR professional dedicated to ensuring that our workplace is safe, respectful and inclusive for employees," he said, noting that its workforce included men, women and non-binary employees from a variety of multicultural backgrounds. "The tribunal's decision has been a significant learning experience for us, and we are committed to making continuous improvements to prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future," added Poynton. The company also wanted to emphasise that the person accused of the harassment has never been cautioned by the police, arrested or charged in connection with the incident outlined in the Industrial Tribunal, and noted that he had also been 17 at the time. Recent months have been challenging for the business, including a loss-making quarter and closure of 2 of its retail locations. Morrisons has recalled packs of cooked chicken slices because they may contain small pieces of metal. The own brand wafer-thin cooked chicken slices are sold in 170 grams and 400 gram packages, with all best before dates up to the 16th of June 2024 impacted by the recall. Due to the possible presence of metal in the packs, the chicken has been deemed unsafe to eat and the product has been recalled. Point-of-sale notices have been displayed in all retail stores selling these products, explaining the reasons behind the recall. Any consumers that have bought the chicken can return them to the store from where it's been bought for a full refund. No other products are affected by this issue. We apologise for the inconvenience this may cause and assure customers of our continuing commitment to the highest standard of product quality and safety. Meanwhile, the Real Wrap company has recalled all of its ready-to-eat products because of possible contamination with Listeria monocytogenes. The precautionary action impacts products including sandwiches, paninis, rolls, toasties, and wraps sold at retail stores in healthcare settings. The impacted products have best before dates between the 9th and 11th of June 2024. Symptoms caused by ingesting Listeria monocytogenes can be similar to flu and include high temperature, muscle ache or pain, chills, feeling of being sick, and diarrhea. However, in rare cases, the infection can be more severe, causing serious complications such as meningitis. Some people are more vulnerable to Listeria infections, including older people, pregnant women and their unborn babies, babies less than 1 month old, and people with weakened immune systems. Point-of-sale notices have been issued in stores selling the products, which advise customers on the best course of action and provide a full list of the items impacted by the recall. Thoughtful charity collaborations from Cadbury, Swizzles and Tony Chocolonis are helping raise funds and awareness for UK causes by leveraging their unique relationship with confectionery consumers. Here's how. Cadbury has partnered with leading dementia charity Alzheimer's Research UK to bring back its classic packaging designs for chocolate shoppers' favourite Cadbury Dairy Milk. The nostalgic memory boxes have been created in response to requests for old Cadbury packaging to help stimulate conversation and support memory activities for people living with dementia and their loved ones, says Susan Nash, Trade Communications Manager at Mondelez International, the company that owns Cadbury. Cadbury believes that the memories should last a lifetime, but for many this is sadly not the case. That's why, as we mark 200 years of being part of the nation's shared memories, we're partnering with Alzheimer's Research UK to support its mission to find a cure for dementia and help those memories live longer. Over the years, Cadbury shoppers have asked for the brand's retro packaging and archive material to be reinstated to support memory and communication activities in older people. We wanted to answer special requests that have been coming from care homes, dementia support groups, and members of the public for nostalgic Cadbury wrappers and posters, which could provide a sense of comfort and connection to those living with dementia, says Elise Burdett, Senior Marketing Director at Cadbury. The memory bars are packaged in a memory box and feature a digital download link. This allows users to access extra content, including classic posters and past packaging from other Cadbury products. Together, the duo had a big goal for this year's Dementia Action Week, which took part in the UK from the May 13th to the 19th, 2024. Cadbury and Alzheimer's Research UK set themselves a target of delivering 3,000 boxes to care homes, as well as making 1,000 boxes available for people caring for loved ones at home, with the number of people living with dementia predicted to reach more than 1.6 million in 2050 in the UK alone. The charity campaign effort aims to inspire actions to improve dementia diagnosis rates. Alzheimer's Research UK supporter Layla Andrews and her mum Karen, who is living with dementia, featured in a new film to launch the memory bar boxes. Making time to connect is an important part of the mother and daughter's lives. That is why this campaign from Cadbury is so important, as it gives us and others the opportunity to reflect on our shared memories over the years, Andrews says. They are such a special way for people with dementia and their loved ones to reminisce together, and we're delighted that thousands of people will benefit from them, says Samantha Ben-Hermitz, Executive Director of Policy and Communications at Alzheimer's Research UK. One activity which has been suggested as being beneficial to people living with dementia, as well as carers, is reminiscence therapy, which involves discussing memories and past experiences, using tangible prompts such as photographs or nostalgic items to evoke memories and to stimulate conversations. In 2022, researchers explored the value of reminiscence therapy in patients with dementia. They found it is a useful non-drug-based tool that can help people with dementia recall prior events, activities and experiences to improve their cognitive mood and overall well-being. Cadbury and Alzheimer's Researchers UK's memory bar boxes may prompt reminders of nostalgic experiences and tap into the benefits of reminiscence therapy. Cadbury isn't the only one big brand teaming up with charities to launch new products or campaigns that boost brand awareness, sweet sales, and social issues. In April 2024, the Alzheimer's Society partnered with confectionery manufacturer Swizzles and retail store One Stop to launch wearable pins inspired by its famous sweet brand Love Hearts. The 6 Love Hearts pin badges are available to consumers throughout May and June for £1 each, with 25% of each sale donated to the leading dementia charity. Raising money to fight poverty was at the heart of Tony Chocolonely's collaboration with the charity Oxfam. Ahead of the 2023 edition of the Big Name Music Festival Glastonbury, the chocolatier released a new limited edition Glastonbury X Tony Chocolonely bar in its best-selling milk caramel sea salt flavour. Meanwhile, specialist confectionery retailers are giving back too. Health store Holland & Barrett, which stocks sweet treats, joined forces with a leading poverty-focused charity, Comic Relief, earlier in 2024. Other retailers have in-house community giving products too that give to charitable causes. Whole Foods Market, which stocks a range of confectionery items, has established its Whole Planet Foundation charity. The Wrexham Lager Beer Company has announced its expansion across Scandinavia. The moves come after the brewer secured new long-term partnerships in Norway and Sweden, with leading importers of Beer Brewery International, and in Denmark with distributor Premium Beer and Beverages. In Norway and Denmark, Wrexham Lager beers will be made available across the 440ml can, 330ml bottle and 30-litre keg formats, while bottle and kegs will be sold in Sweden. The partnerships with Brewery International and Premium Beer and Beverages will serve as a testbed for the brand as it explores the plausibility of further European expansion. The launch of Welcome to Wrexham on Disney Plus has brought spotlight to the area and helped deliver incremental growth for the business, with interest in the brand growing outside the UK. Meanwhile, the new listings will feature Wrexham Lager's new look, which the brewer hopes will increase visibility and help its brand stand out on shelves. The launch of the Wrexham Lager Beer Co. in Scandinavia is a significant achievement for the brand, said James Wright, the firm's chief executive officer, who discussed his plans. "We're proud to bring the rich heritage of Wrexham Lager to these countries, and are confident lager drinkers will be impressed with our high-quality products and their refreshing taste. The terms of our agreement with both Brewery International and Premium Beer and Beverages gives the Wrexham Lager Beer Company a genuine opportunity to become a recognised and widely enjoyed product across Scandinavia. As we're quickly moving into the second half of the year, we're looking forward to seeing the Wrexham Lager Beer Company continue to grow from strength to strength. Brewed in Wales since 1882, the Wrexham Lager is the oldest lager brewery in Britain. After ceasing operations for a period following the turn of the century, the Roberts family relaunched the brand in 2011, and it continues to be family-owned to this day. TDR Capital has become the majority shareholder in UK supermarket chain Asda. The private equity firm now owns a 67.5% stake in Asda after purchasing the shares of Zuba Issa for an undisclosed fee. Mohsin Issa retains a 22.5% stake in the business, while Walmart owns 10%. The transaction is expected to be fully completed by Q3 of this year. The TDR invested in Asda alongside the Issa brothers, and together they took majority ownership of the business in June 2021. Gary Lindsay and Tom Mitchell, managing partners of TDR, said that the business has made significant progress in the past 3 years as part of wider transformation projects. As majority owners, will continue to work closely with the Asda management team and colleagues along the business to support the ambitious strategy, which we believe is the right one to continue to move Asda forward. We have added a scale convenience business, grown Asda's store footprint from 623 to 1,200 stores, and food-to-go sites, and launched a hugely successful loyalty app, which now has 6 million active users, accounting for around half of total sales. Meanwhile, Zuba Issa said he would be returning to his attention towards managing the EG UK forecourt site that he retains a stake in, as well as focusing on his charitable endeavours. He continued, "Since Mohsin and I, alongside TDR, took ownership of Asda, we have driven a period of significant investment and entrepreneurial growth activity. Notably, Asda acquired a market-leading UK convenience retail and food service store business from EG Group. Asda Chair Stuart Rose believes that the increased investment by TDR is a sign of the firm's commitment to the retailer. Asda's heritage is in delivering great value for customers on a daily basis, across its entire proposition, from groceries to fashion and food to go, and the board has never been more committed to deliver on this promise. The board and shareholders continue to put in place the building blocks to position Asda for long-term success. And that is good news for colleagues, customers, suppliers, and other business partners. Mohsin is concluded, I also want to add my personal support and best wishes for Zuba's plans as we continue our successful family partnership, working as partners on our personal co-investments, family office philanthropy, and ISA Foundation projects. The UK food-to-go retailer Greggs is leasing a new frozen production and logistics facility in a Derby-based smart park as part of ambitious scale-up plans. The new facility is being developed at Smart Park Segro Derby on a high-tech food manufacturing site in Spondon and will see Greggs occupying a 23-acre plot. Segro is a UK real estate investment trust and is an owner, manager and developer of modern warehouses and industrial property. It owns and manages 10.4 million square metres of space valued at £20.7 billion, with customers in an array of sectors and properties and transportation hubs located across Europe. Once this new Derby-based building has been constructed, Greggs plans to develop the facility and install manufacturing and logistics equipment to optimise the site's operations. It's expected to open in late 2026, creating up to 600 jobs. This forms part of 2021 commitment from the food-to-go business to invest in its supply chain capacity. Last month, Greggs' trading shop count sat at 2,500, and it aims to open between 140 to 160 net new shops this year, with plans to have more than 3,000 shops trading in the UK. The new purpose-built facility will provide additional manufacturing capacity for products such as new savoury and sweet lines, alongside logistics for frozen storage and fully automated robotic shop order picking and distribution solutions. There is also scope for further expansion, with capacity built into the site for at least 5 manufacturing platforms and the potential for new production lines to be commissioned to meet volume demand. Commenting, Roisin Currie, chief executive at Greggs, said, "This purpose-built site offers significant flexibility to add new capabilities and lines as our business evolves. This is a significant step in our supply chain investment and will provide much-needed manufacturing and logistics support to power our ambitious growth plans. As part of the Smart Park, the facility will make use of an on-site shared energy centre, a centralised heating and cooling system that recycles heat from refrigeration plants across the estate, a rainwater harvesting system, PV panels and EV charging points. There is also shared bike storage to encourage employees to cycle to work." Jackie Weld, CEO at Smart Park, added, "It is our ultimate vision that Smart Park Segro Derby becomes a hub for forward-thinking food businesses seeking sustainable and efficient operations, a collaborative workspace and a first-class location with excellent connectivity, which also putting their people first. Greggs embodies this approach, and we are immensely proud to welcome such a cherished food business to the site." Warren's Bakery is strong, streamlined and ready for growth as it reports a 10% increase in sales for its last financial year. Full accounts for the year ended 30th June 2023, which were recently published on Companies House, revealed sales had risen by £1.2 million to £13.7 million. This was a result of growing new store openings, significant refurbishments and continued growth from existing outlets. Profit before tax fell from £2.7 million the year prior to £459,000 in the latest period. However, Warren said the 2022 figure was inflated by an exceptional item. The business entered into a company voluntary arrangement, a CVA, a process that enables a company to renegotiate the repayment of debt rather than filing for liquidation or insolvency with its suppliers and landlords in December 2019. Due to strategic improvements and strong trading performance, the restructuring-led voluntary arrangement with creditors was completed around 3 years earlier than anticipated and resulted in a write back to profit of £1.95 million. Without this, the normalised profit for 2022 would have been at £791,000, it noted. Margins for the most recent period reduced by 2.4% as a result of absorbing some of the high inflation in product costs as well as increased overheads, the firm explained. Recent trading, which falls outside of the period, was described by Warrens as solid with a seasonal upswing ahead. "We are in a much stronger position now after much restructuring," Chairman Mark Sullivan said. "Now we are a streamlined business with a growth agenda. Going forward, we are determined to maintain our friendly culture and heritage while transitioning further into new markets." Warrens has recently opened stores in Barnstaple and Dartmouth, as well as Bath and Basingstoke railway stations, and has a number of further units in the pipeline at various travel and destination sites. The Cornish business continues to migrate eastwards and diversify its products offering as it looks to reduce seasonality and populate higher footfall locations. Cornish pasties remain a popular menu item, but it has diversified with the likes of cookie dough brownies, millionaire shortbread, breakfast bats, and biscuit donuts. J.S. Davison has expanded its business with the acquisition of a new cold storage facility. As part of the deal, the Peterborough-based temperature-controlled solutions specialist has purchased the cold storage arm of GXO Logistics UK, which includes a 3.5-acre warehouse in Spalding, Lincolnshire, with 6,500 frozen pallet spaces and 15 members of staff. The site will operate as Spalding Cold Store Limited moving forward, but as part of the J.S. Davison family. J.S. Davison gained access to the facility in May 2024 and has since secured BRCGS AA accreditation, demonstrating best practice in ensuring the quality and safety of food products remains optimal during both storage and distribution process. The announcement follows a period of substantial investment over the past 18 months by the business, which has seen the acquisition of the portable hybrid blast freeze, tempering unit, as well as new vehicles, forklifts, VMs, GEA, refrigerator compressor, and an air-cooled cooling tower totaling more than £1 million. Plans are also in place to expand the Peterborough site, with J.S. Davison management aiming to double the size of its business within the next 4 years. The new developments are all designed to increase productivity, drive greater efficiencies, reduce carbon footprint, and provide added value to the firm's customer base. Spalding Cold Store customers will now benefit from J.S. Davison's range of services, which include distribution, ambient, chilled and frozen storage, and supply chain solution services. Commenting on the acquisition of the GXO cold storage business, J.S. Davison Managing Director John Davidson said Spalding Cold Store is an incredible, exciting new development for the business. It is a sizable site and one which we are confident and will provide a host of opportunities. There is already an excellent team in place, coupled with an impressive customer base, providing a fantastic opportunity for J.S. Davison as we continue to grow the business. Waitrose and partners have announced the acquisition of meal kit delivery service Dispatch. Founded in 2020 with the goal of creating restaurant-quality meals that can be enjoyed at home, Dispatch works in collaboration with leading chefs, including Angela Hartnett, Michelle Roux Jr., Rick Stein, and Sabrina Gayor. Customers can choose from more than 40 Dispatch menus before their food and wine selections are delivered across the UK on Fridays in time for the weekend. All Dispatch meals arrive pre-prepared and require a few steps before being ready to serve. Following the acquisition by Waitrose, Peter Butler will continue to operate as Chief Executive Officer at Dispatch. Commenting on the move, Waitrose Executive Director James Bailey said that the retailer envisioned significant opportunities for the Dispatch brand moving forward. Dispatch works with some of Britain's most respected chefs and restaurants. We have shared values in serving our customers the best quality food, and we're looking forward to working together. While our immediate focus will be helping Dispatch grow its core meal kit business, we are also looking forward to working with the team to bring further new and exciting food experiences to Waitrose customers. Meanwhile, Butler said that the firm was delighted to be partnering with Waitrose, a retailer that has built its reputation upon the quality of their food. Since launching in 2020, our mission at Dispatch has always been to bring the most exciting, high-quality restaurant food into more people's lives. With such aligned values, we're excited to bring our meal kits to a wider audience and exploring new opportunities beyond that. Pilgrims Europe has announced plans to close its Spurway factory. The necessary proposals will put around 270 members of staff at risk of redundancy and forms part of an ongoing review by Pilgrims Europe of its operational footprint. The review seeks to ensure that its sites are fully optimised in order to help the food manufacturer deliver a sustainable future for the business and our colleagues. In light of the announcement, Pilgrims Europe confirmed it would shortly enter a collective consultation with trade union representatives over the package for any workers laid off. All those affected will be supported throughout the consultation process, including exploring opportunities for redeployment to other sites within the Pilgrims Europe business, the Pilgrims Europe spokesperson said. As a market-leading supplier to the meals and snacking categories, Pilgrims Europe remains fully committed to investing in and building on our 30-year heritage and capability to provide best-in-class service to our customers and high-quality food solutions to our consumers. Pilgrims Europe consists of brands such as Moy Park, Pilgrims Foodmasters, Pilgrims UK and O'Kane, which manufacture a range of poultry, beef, pork and vegetarian products. After EU member states endorsed proposals to ban traditional smoke food flavours ITS has responded by launching a range of smoke-free and natural smoke flavourings. Following the expiration of the previous EU authorisation last year, all smoke flavourings underwent an assessment. It was recently decided that authorisation of 8 smoke flavourings for food would not be renewed over genotoxicity concerns. The ITS smoke-free range means food and beverage manufacturers can safely and legally use smoke-style flavours without the need for complex on-pack labelling declarations. Smoking is a method traditionally used to help preserve certain foods and can be added to foods to give them a smoky flavouring. Smoky flavourings are produced by a wood-burning process called pyrolysis. The EU ban will see smoky flavours phased out in the EU when used to replace traditional smoking, for example for hams, fish and cheeses. The phase-out period is 5 years. For uses where the smoke flavouring is added for extra flavour, such as in soups, crisps and sauces, the phase-out period is shorter at 2 years. With news of the review circulating for some time, certain manufacturers have been ahead of the game, including PepsiCo, which has been reformulating its snacking portfolio so that UK and European products are smoke-free. ITS's latest range joins other companies undergoing similar innovations, including Sensient Flavours and Extracts, which announced its smokeless smoke alternatives. While demand for smoke flavours, particularly in the meat and increasingly in the plant-based category, legislation surrounding the use label declaration on packed smoke flavours has always been quite distinct. As a result, manufacturers have been reluctant to use real smoke, explained Carl Smith, head of innovations at ITS. This move by the European Commission means that manufacturers will need to quickly source natural alternatives to create the flavour and aroma of smoke in their products. Our smoke-free flavours offer this, and even better, they can simply be declared as natural flavourings on packaging for clean label appeal. The 15 products in the ITS range include familiar smoked styles such as hickory, beechwood or applewood, smoked paprika and smoked barbecue, but there are also some more unique combinations too, such as smoked vanilla, smoked maple and smoked fruits. Greencore, Samworth Brothers and This have issued recalls as a precaution, with sandwiches, wraps and salads among the products impacted. So far, Greencore has recalled a total of 45 products, which include Aldi, Asda, Amazon, Boots, Co-op, Morrisons, Sainsbury's SKUs. Meanwhile, 15 recalls have been issued by Samworth Brothers Manton Wood, with impacted retailers comprising Tesco, The One Stop and the Gym Kitchen. Finally, This has recalled a meat-free chicken and bacon wrap that is only sold at WH Smith. E. coli has not been detected in any of these products, but the manufacturers have issued the recall notices as a precaution. As of earlier this week, a further 98 cases have been linked to the outbreak of STEC 145 in the UK. So far, the government reports that there have been a total of 211 cases, 47 in England, 27 in Wales, 35 in Scotland and 2 in Northern Ireland. Evidence suggests these were acquired during a visit to England. Based on information from 160 cases to date, 42% have been admitted to hospital. Commenting, Darren Whitby, head of incidents at the FSA, described the investigation as complex and affirmed that the agency would not hesitate to take action. Sandwich manufacturers are taking a precautionary measure to recall various sandwiches, wraps, subs and rolls in response to findings from investigations by the Food Standards Agency FSA, Food Standards Scotland FSS and UK Health Security Agency UKHSA, who are working to identify the cause of an ongoing outbreak caused by Shiga toxin producing E. coli STEC. This is a complex investigation. We have worked swiftly with relevant businesses and the local authorities concerned to narrow down the wide range of foods consumed to a small number of salad leaf products that have been used in sandwiches, wraps, subs and rolls. Following a thorough food chain analysis, these products are being recalled as a precaution. The FSA is here to ensure that food is safe. If there are products on the market that are not, we won't hesitate to take action to remove them. A hat-trick of brands have rolled out limited edition pies, donuts, pizzas and more ahead of the kickoff of the UEFA Euro 2024 football tournament. Over the next 4 weeks, millions of people across the nation will be engrossed in the matches playing out in Germany, including the 14th of June opener, featuring Scotland versus the hosts. And England's first group game, which is against Serbia, is on the 16th of June. Tartan Army Pie Brownings The Bakers. The Ayrshire-based Craft Bakery has unveiled a beef and potato pie available from Aldi Scotland stores and selected Spar and Morrisons outlets, as well as its 6 retail shops and via its website for £2.30. We wanted to create a show-stopping pie that not only reflects the quality and heritage of our family craft bakers, but something that the nation could take to its heart as we support our national football team this summer, commented John Gale, managing director of Brownings. Our tartan army pie has a traditional Scottish beef mince and tatty filling and delicious puff pastry top, which we hope will appeal to football fans and pie lovers across Scotland. Brownings, which scored a registered trademark for its new tartan army pie, has a firm link with Scottish football, including sponsoring local club Kilmarnock FC for 3 seasons. Its Kilmarnock pie won the steak pie category at the 2024 World Championship Scotch Pie Awards earlier in the year, and the firm was named overall Scotch Pie Champion twice, most recently in 2022. It's Coming Home Donut Box by Project D. The Derby-based donut specialist has created a box of 4 handmade sweet treats to accompany football parties for fans of tournament favourites England. Priced at £16.95, the It's Coming Home box is available for home delivery for a limited time only. Project D's pun game is impressive this campaign, with the 4-strong lineup including Jordan Picken-Mixford, a donut dipped in vanilla icing, sprinkled with red strands and white balls, and topped with sugar strawberry pencil bites and Haribo hearts. Jude Bellingham, the deep-filled raspberry jam donut dipped in a red and white chocolate icing, sprinkled with biscuit crumb and finished with a jammy Dodger biscuit. The Declan Rice Krispie, a donut dipped in hard cracking white chocolate, sprinkled in red chocolate balls, topped with a white chocolate crispy cake and white chocolate drizzle. And the Filled Foden. It's a donut dipped in red and white chocolate icing, drizzled with white chocolate, piped with white chocolate hazelnut spread, and finished with half a white chocolate Kinder Bueno. Earlier this year, the company released a gold-covered 1 kilogram donut for Valentine's Day and is now looking to emerge stronger following a recent loss-making quarter and closure of 2 retail locations. The Ultimate Spicy Sausage Range and Cookie by Domino's. The pizza chain is cheering on the return of its spicy sausage pizza in time for the latest international football fiesta, while also introducing doughball and wrap variants with a similar kick alongside a new sweet treat option. The Ultimate Spicy Sausage Pizza proved to be one of Domino's most popular menu items upon its limited run debut during the 2022 World Cup. It is topped with its own recipe Nduja sausage, salami slices, red jalapenos, 100% mozzarella, and vine-ripened tomato sauce. Joining the pizza on menus at UK stores this summer are the Spicy Sausage Hot and Cheesy Wrap, featuring Nduja sausage, mozzarella creamy cheese sauce, red onions and red jalapenos in a tortilla wrap, and the Spicy Sausage Twisted Dough Balls, made with Domino's signature dough, garlic and herb spread, mozzarella, and the same spicy Nduja. Spicy sausage and loaded fries have also been rolled out. Lastly, allowing spectators to end the match on a high is the Double Choc and Caramel Cookies, comprising a chocolate cookie dough loaded with chocolate chips and baked with a gooey melt in the middle caramel centre. All 4 items are available from now until the 8th of September nationwide, with prices varying across each Domino's stores. Back in April, Domino's launched a new £4 lunch menu that included 7-inch pizzas, filled tortilla wraps, and cookies. Global food and beverage firm Danone has formed a new advanced fermentation platform along with several industry partners. Working in tandem with tyre manufacturer Michelin, US startup DMC Biotechnologies, and investor Credit Agricole Centre France, Danone has agreed to create the Biotech Open platform, which is aimed at bolstering the development of advanced fermentation processes and precision fermentation in particular. Precision fermentation is a biological process that can produce bio-based materials and ingredients, and the platform is keen to find new ways in which this process can be developed on a larger scale. With an investment of more than €16 million in the first phase, the industrial and technological platform will be located in Clermont-Ferrand within the Parc Cattereau Centre for Sustainable Materials, an innovation accelerator supported by Michelin. The Biotech Open platform is also receiving support from institutions including the University of Clermont-Auvergne, Green Tech, the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region, and the European Regional Development Fund, ERDF, and Clermont-Auvergne Metropole. As the food and drink industry searches for more sustainable solutions, biotechnology offers a promising alternative using microorganisms like bacteria, yeast, or fungi. Precision fermentation can produce proteins, enzymes, and other molecules that are used in the industry. The founders of the biotech open platform aim to install an initial demo-scale production line, including a fermenter and purification equipment by 2025, before installing additional equipment and a second production line in the following years. This ramp will enable the platform to meet the scale-up needs of its founders and to gradually open it up to other companies facing the challenge of scaling up in the industrial biomanufacturing sector. Danone CEO Antoine de Saint-Affrique commented, "At Danone, we have always been focused on investing in the future of food, and this partnership is the next step in this journey. We look forward to working with our partners to develop cutting-edge fermentation technologies, which will accelerate innovation, health benefits, and decarbonisation in the food industry. We are proud to be part of this collective effort and to strengthen our contribution to meet the challenges facing the industry today." Meanwhile, DMC Chief Executive Kenny Orodes added, "We are enthusiastic about this new partnership with companies that are at the heart of French life. For us as an American startup, the development of the new biotech open platform will enable us to accelerate the scale-up and commercialization of new products leveraging our transformative fermentation technology." Sweaty cows could help solve a number of global warming-related food security issues, according to new research by the University of Florida Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences. As cattle get too hot, they tend to stop eating, observed UFIFAS Professor Laruca Matiscu. This in turn affects their health and growth and threatens the longevity of the food supply coming from that herd. Climate change has made it more difficult to raise cattle, so researchers are exploring ways to breed cattle that is better adapted to hotter and longer summers. Heat stress in subtropical regions, which are the areas just north and south of the tropics, and generally considered the hottest in the world, is such a significant limiting factor that about £291 million or $369 million of beef production is lost annually due to reduced performance nationally. Heat stress is the main threat of food security. Under heat stress, the growth, production and reproduction of cattle are affected. Since cows eliminates 85% of their body heat via sweat, Matiscu and her colleagues have worked to identify the genes within the breeds of cattle that would lead to the sweatiest, heat-tolerant offspring. Their study, published in the Journal of Animal Science and Biotechnology, found that there is a lot of variation between cows of the same breed, in this case Brangus, which are a cross between Brahman and Angus. Being able to select cattle to breed based on sweating ability could lead to herds that can tolerate hot climates and still grow and reproduce. Unless we're doing something to affect the ability of our cattle to thrive in heat stress conditions, they are not going to reproduce, so there's a food security concern there. The study looked at 2,401 Brangus cattle from 2 commercial ranches in Florida. Skin biopsies helped the researchers determine the phenotypes that contributed to the animal's ability to manage heat stress, such as sweat gland area, depth, and length. Scientists genotyped all animals and used software to estimate genetic parameters. The study found that a moderate amount of variation in sweating ability is genetic, so farmers could select sweatier cattle based on genetic markers. It found that genetics from both the Brahman and Angus genes positively contribute to sweating ability in Brangus cattle. New donuts, biscuits, pretzels, loaf cakes, buns, and flapjacks featuring classic combinations or twists on traditions have been rolled out recently by suppliers. There are some summer flavour inclusions like strawberry and coconut, as well as NPD inspired by classic recipes such as Bakewell tarts and cinnamon buns. One of the debutants in an updated version of this. There's also new snackable formats from a famous shortbread maker, plus a bakery category debut from a household syrup brand. Philly Strawberry Donut by Baker & Baker. Following a successful launch in key European markets, including Germany, these limited edition treats from sweet bakery supplier Baker & Baker are now available for UK consumers to enjoy over the summer. The ring donuts, which contain no artificial colourings, flavours, preservatives or eggs, and are suitable for vegetarians, are filled with a fruity strawberry filling and topped with pink icing and red sugar pearls. Sold frozen to food service operators and retailers, they simply require thawing before serving and offer a 2-day shelf life. Strawberries are always associated with the fun of summertime, comments Helen Sinclair, UK marketing manager at Baker & Baker, and with a summer of sport set to encourage thousands of consumers to visit food outlets across the UK, what better way to celebrate a win? The manufacturer recently unveiled investment of almost £2.9 million in a new American-style cookie line at its bakery site in the Wirral. Cherry and Almond Biscuits by Cartwright and Butler. The family run, which has been baking tea time treats in East Yorkshire for over 115 years, sees the new cherry and almond flavour added to its biscuit range of more than 15 other varieties, including stem ginger, pistachio and strawberry and white chocolate. Cartwright noted that its recent consumer survey found 70% of respondents identifying the classic flavour combo of cherry and almond, inspired by the traditional Bakewell tart, are their preferred flavour profile in biscuits. The newly launched product features a mix of crumbly biscuits, glazed cherry pieces, ground almonds and almond extract. It is available in 200-gram pastel pink tins at £12 at Waitrose, WH Smith's, Selfridges, Harrods and Dufry stores, as well as via Ocado and the brand's own website. Cinnamon bun flavoured pretzels by Flips. The Pladis-owned snack brand has expanded its sweet, savoury pretzel range with a new limited edition cinnamon bun flavour. The NPD launch is said to appeal to shoppers on the lookout for innovative sharing snacks inspired by trending flavours. Sharing pouches at £1.65 for 90 grams and price marked packs at £1.25 for 80 grams are being launched at Co-op and Nisa stores first, before a wider rollout for convenience retailers and wholesale channels. UK consumption of cinnamon products has increased by 59.5% since 2016, partly thanks to the growing popularity of bakeries that specialise in cinnamon buns, said Adam Wolf, marketing director at McVitie's for Pladis UK and I, citing the UK's Cinnamon Market Report 2022 by Indoxpulse, with 40% at CAGR forecasted for cinnamon products between now and 2027. Now is a perfect time for us to expand the Flips range with this on-trend flavour. According to brand value sales data, Flips has been one of the biggest snack brands to launch over the past 5 years, with a current worth of £12.7 million. Nielsen data from the 4th of May 2024. Starting out with its classic milk chocolate variant, it has since added on-trend flavours of cookies and cream, peanut butter and salted caramel. Jam and Coconut Megaloaf by Yorkshire Baking Company. Another limited edition flavour has been added to the loaf cake range of the Bradford-based manufacturer owned by Regal Foods Products. The newly developed Jam and Coconut Megaloaf at £2.50 will be available at Morrison's stores from the 19th of June, where it'll be joined by the brand's banana and carrot flavours, which are being brought back after an initial launch in March. This summer we wanted to introduce something new and exciting to the bakery market, said Aaron Cleland, sales director at Yorkshire Baking Company. Whilst the combination of jam and coconut remains a British classic, it was our aim to add our own modern twist by launching this family favourite in our great value mega loaf format. Cinnamon Bun by Bird's Bakery. The East Midlands bakery chain claims the latest addition to its breakfast menu has been a long time in the baking, describing it as a hybrid between a croissant and a Danish pastry, with a bespoke cinnamon filling. The cinnamon features 72 layers of rich all-butter flaky pastry, specially created by one of Bird's master bakers. Our talented product innovation specialist, with the help of our bakers, has spent a considerable amount of time perfecting the recipe to refine the ideal swirl, texture and flavour, commented Jamie Bird, Director of Strategy at Bird's. He added that the buns are hand-rolled tightly and cut to size before being dipped into white warm fondant after cooling from the oven to give them a sweet glossy glaze. The cinnamon bun can be purchased at any of Bird's Bakery's 61 stores or online for home delivery via its Bird's by Post service. The company created a limited edition double chocolate donut last month in celebration of National Donut Week 2024. Caramel Donuts by Morrison's. The retailer has announced that caramel has become a permanent fixture in its fresh donut range. The new caramel donut joins the raspberry, strawberry and custard varieties, which are all priced at 90p for a 5-pack and sold at Morrison's Market Street in-store bakery counters. According to Morrison's, shoppers were said to consume over 69 million donuts from its bakeries last year. Other new sweet treats launched recently include fresh cream lemon ball donuts, £1 for a 2-pack, cinnamon mini dough nuts, £1 for an 8-pack, and fresh cream caramelised biscuit ball donuts, £1 for a 2-pack. The Top Flavour Trends 2024 report had previously tipped nostalgia-evoking caramel to be one of this year's most popular inclusions. Wee Shorties by Walkers. This innovative snacking range from the Scottish brand flavours and features its famous all-butter shortbread in either bite-sized mini fingers or mini cookie-shaped pieces with chocolate chips. Sold in 15-bag multi-packs, the Wee Shorties are available exclusively at WH Smith stores within global travel retail. Walkers said the Wee Shorties is set to drive further success by tapping into new consumption moments to recruit the next generation of shortbread lovers. It said the snackable format appeals to time-poor shoppers looking for a tasty but easily transportable snack. The launch follows a successful brand refresh and packaging redesign which aimed to celebrate the Scottish roots of Walkers while supporting its ambitions for future growth. In its most recent full-year accounts, the family-run firm reported a 16% increase in turnover, although profits dipped slightly due to a challenging inflationary environment. Flapjacks by Lyle's Golden Syrup. Having long been a popular bakery ingredient for homemade flapjacks, the brand originated in 1883. Lyle's Golden Syrup has now entered the ambient snacking category at UK supermarkets. Pitched at consumers' on-the-go purchase habits, the new flapjacks are described as gloriously gooey and generous, as well as delivering a well-rounded, enticing take on the well-loved British classic. The launch is being accompanied by a six-figure marketing campaign comprising of e-commerce, advertising, in-store sampling, and paid social. Multi-packs of 5 individually wrapped flapjacks, £2.50, are being rolled out at Sainsbury's stores and via Ocado this month. We're sure that our launch, crafted with care and quality you'd expect from Lyle's, can simultaneously provide a great tasting product for these consumers, and that bringing the power of the brand to a segment that doesn't have a clear brand lead will drive incremental value for retailers, commented Nick James, marketing director for Lyle's Golden Syrup. Despite the flapjack packs and plastic bottles of syrup displaying a new for 2024 branding, a stylized golden lion head, the company holds a Guinness World Record for the world's oldest unchanged brand packaging. Its green and gold tins still feature a dead lion and swarmed bees, with the tagline "Out of the strong came forth the sweetness," alluding to the biblical story of Samson. Co-op is looking to cater for major international sporting event celebrations with its Summer 2024 range, which features ready-to-eat picnic lines inspired by recipes from home and abroad. While new wraps and sandwiches showcase Chinese, Mexican, Italian, and Northwest African cuisines, the savoury pastries and sweet treats have a quintessentially British vibe. The summer season is really important for us, and we work hard to deliver flavours and products we know our members and customers want, commented Nicole Tallant, head of Co-op brand. Our product development team have taken inspiration from culinary innovations, both locally and globally, creating summer staple foods that can be enjoyed whatever the British summer weather throws at us. In terms of the wraps and sandwiches, a trio of new wraps includes the salt and pepper chicken wrap at £3.85 for 227 grams, comprising British chicken goujons with mixed vegetables, spinach and chili mayo in a chili tortilla wrap. There's also the steak fajita at £3.85 for 209 grams, made with steak strips, vegetables, cheddar cheese, beans, creme fraiche, chili and chipotle relish in a tomato tortilla wrap, as well as the harissa spiced falafel wrap at £3.85 for 222 grams, which is a vegan-friendly spiced falafel with harissa, hummus, spinach, mango chutney and slaw. Promising an authentic taste of Italy, meanwhile, is the irresistible salami mortadella focaccia sandwich at £3.85 for 218 grams. Milano salami, mortadella sausage, pesto, mayo, soft cheese, tomato and rocket in a rosemary focaccia. All items listed above can be purchased as part of Co-op's premium meal deal for £5.50. Savoury pastries. The convenience retailer is helping to provide some quick and easy solutions for impromptu barbecue or parties, such as to watch a Euro 2024 game or the Paris Olympics events. There's the cheese and onion puffs at £3 for 96 grams, which are baked puff pastry parcels filled with extra mature cheddar, cream cheese and caramelised onions. The British Irresistible Ploughman sausage rolls at £3.50 for 188 grams contains British pork, cheese and sweet pickle wrapped in a flaky pastry topped with an onion crumb. Lastly, the British mini barbecue pork pies, £3 for 200 grams, have smoked seasoned British pork with barbecue sauce in crispy hot water crust pastry. And for the desserts, the summer season wouldn't be complete without some fruity, fresh, sweet indulgences. Co-op has opted for more British nostalgia in its 2024 range, such as the raspberry and peach flavour trifle, at £3.50 for 600 grams, featuring raspberries in peach flavour jelly, topped with sponge vanilla flavoured custard and whipped cream. The blackcurrant cheesecake at £2.75 for 450 grams is a creamy cheesecake on a biscuit base with a zingy blackcurrant topping, with these irresistible strawberries and cream cheesecake slices at £3.50, that's 2 for 74 grams, are vanilla flavoured cheesecakes on a digestive crumb base topped with strawberry sauce. Handmade cake specialist Patisserie Valerie has announced a distribution partnership with food service wholesaler Brakes. The deal will see the bakery brand's signature range of whole cakes, pastries, gâteau slices and afternoon teas offered to independent food service establishments across the UK and Ireland as part of their existing delivery service from Brakes. We are delighted to partner with Brakes to expand our reach and bring our beloved products to independent cafes and hotels, said James Fleming, CEO at Patisserie Valerie. Our success over the past century has been built on a reputation for quality, using only the freshest ingredients and traditional baking methods. This collaboration allows us to share our lovingly handmade cakes and patisseries with even more people, ensuring that every customer can experience the joy of our creations. Patisserie Valerie once operated more than 150 sites nationwide, but suffered a dramatic collapse in October 2018 that saw it require an immediate cash injection of £20 million. Fraud charges were later brought against 4 former employees, including its chief financial officer, who each pleaded not guilty at London's Southwark Crown Court on the 26th of April. All 4 defendants have been released on bail, with the trial set for the 2nd of March 2026. The company entered into administration in January 2019, with around 70 shops closed, but was quickly rescued via an acquisition by Irish private equity firm Causeway Capital, which also owned the Bakers and Barristers brand. Patisserie Valerie subsequently boosted its business by attracting strong online sales during the pandemic with its easy-to-navigate website, impressing judges in the Online Bakery Business of the Year category at the 2023 Baking Industry Awards. Its current shop estate stands at 30 locations, including the revamped flagship store in Bristol, with plans for more openings well ahead of its centennial in 2026. Meanwhile, Brakes revealed in April that it was committed to freezing prices on more than 400 baked goods until October to help provide stability to its food service customers. Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners (CCEP) has completed the rollout of attached cap plastic bottle production across all of its manufacturing sites in Great Britain. The phased rollout of attached plastic caps began 2 years ago, with its Morpeth, Northumberland factory to last to make the switch. Supported by a £7.5 million investment, the new bottle format keeps the cap connected to the bottle after opening in an attempt to make it easier to recycle the entire package. When recycling and running at full capacity, Morpeth will be able to produce 17.5 million unit cases of attached cap plastic bottles of Glasso Smart Water each year to be sold to customers across Britain. Alan French, Operations Director at CCEP's site in Morpeth, said Morpeth has played a key role in the business sustainability journey over the years. We were the first site in GB to produce bottles in 100% rPET, and we've sent zero waste to landfill in over 10 years. I'm proud of the strides we're making to step up our sustainability journey. A big thank you to the whole team here at Morpeth, who work hard to make all these changes possible. The move to attach caps on plastic bottles across CCEP's portfolio was part of a suite of changes made by the business to create more opportunities for consumers to reuse or recycle packaging where possible. This included the increased use of recycled polyethylene terephthalate rPET in 500ml plastic bottles from 50% to 100%, and the rollout of sustainable cardboard outliers to replace plastic shrink wrap on all multi-pack cans. CCEP Vice President and General Manager for Great Britain, Stephen Morehouse, added, "We became the first major soft drinks producer in GB to introduce the innovative attached caps design on our plastic bottles back in 2022, and we're pleased to have completed the transition across our portfolio of drinks we manufacture locally at our 5 sites. It's initiatives like these that play a big part in our commitment towards achieving a world without waste and in accelerating this forward sustainability strategy." Phenotype refers to an individual's observable traits such as height, eye colour and blood type. A person's phenotype is determined by both their genetic makeup, genotype and environmental factors. Phenotype simply refers to an observable trait. Pheno simply means observe and comes from the same root as the word phenomenon, and so it's an observable type of an organism, and it can refer to anything from a common trait such as height or hair color to presence or absence of a disease. Frequently, phenotypes are related and the term is used to relate a difference in DNA sequence among individuals with a difference in trait, be it height or hair color or disease. But it's important to remember that phenotypes are equally or even sometimes more greatly influenced by environmental effects than genetic effects. So a phenotype can be directly related to a genotype, but not necessarily. There's usually not a one-to-one correlation between a genotype and a phenotype. There are always environmental influences such as what one eats, how much someone exercises, how much someone smokes. All of those are environmental influences which will affect the phenotype as well. Sainsbury's is to cut the amount of plastic used in its fish and chicken packaging by 70%, saving up to 700 tonnes of material each year. All of the retailers' own label salmon trays will switch to pulp cardboard from plastic, apparently a first for a UK retailer, saving 346 tonnes of plastic a year. Similarly, Sainsbury's is rolling out cardboard trays across its Taste the Difference and Buy Sainsbury's breaded chicken lines, saving a further 300 tonnes of plastic a year. The same change will also take place to its Taste the Difference fish fillets, with 48 tonnes of plastic saved. The new packaging will roll out throughout the summer across many seasonal chicken lines, including Sainsbury's finger food and barbecue range. The more sustainably packaged range will offer breaded goujons, nuggets, schnitzels, and others on theme products. Sainsbury's described the pulp cardboard trays from all salmon lines and cardboard trays across breaded chicken and fish as easily recyclable, in a bid to help consumers to reduce their household waste by placing the packaging in curbside recycling at home. Claire Hughes, Director of Product and Innovation at Sainsbury's, said, "With salmon being one of our most popular fish, we made it a priority to reduce the plastic packaging of this much-loved product as we work towards our plan for better goals. We're now the first retailer to make the move to have recycled pulp card trays across all our Buy Sainsbury's and Taste the Difference salmon products. Together with changes to our breaded fish and chicken packaging, we are set to save 694 tonnes of plastic a year, a significant step towards our plastic reduction goals." In biology, a gene is a section of DNA that encodes a trait, the precise arrangement of nucleotides, each composed of a phosphate group, a sugar, and a base, in a gene can differ between copies of the same gene. Therefore, a gene can exist in different forms across organisms. These different forms are known as alleles. The exact fixed position on the chromosome that contains a particular gene is known as a locus. A diploid organism either inherits 2 copies of the same allele or 1 copy of 2 different alleles from their parents. If an individual inherits 2 identical alleles, their genotype is said to be homozygous at that locus. However, if they possess 2 different alleles, their genotype is classed as heterozygous for that locus. Alleles of the same gene are either autosomal dominant or recessive. An autosomal dominant allele will always be preferentially expressed over a recessive allele. The subsequent combination of alleles that an individual possesses for a specific gene is their genotype. Drop Bear Beer Co. is celebrating Pride Month with the launch of its first ever limited edition beer named True Colours. True Colours is a 0.5% ABV IPA brewed in a collaboration with hop merchants Charles Farram, with 10 pence from every can sold set to be donated to leading LGBT+ anti-abuse charity Gallup UK. The beer was officially launched on the 3rd of June 2024 on the brewer's website and will be available from sources such as Abria Trade, Blas Fide, The Alcohol-Free Co. and Wise Bartender while stocks last. Drop Bear Beer Co.'s LGBT+ founders and married couple Joelle and Sarah Drummond were the subject of a hate crime in 2022, an event that served as a reminder of the importance of visibility and representation, leading to an ongoing charity partnership with Gallup UK. True Colours is more than just a beer. It's a reminder that we should all help create a world in which everyone is safe to show their true colours, said Joelle Drummond. We have a diverse team at Drop, and whilst we celebrate Pride 365 days a year, we're so excited to do something special for Pride 2024. As one of very few LGBT+ breweries in the UK, we feel a responsibility to promote the inclusivity and diversity that can exist within the brewing world. Meanwhile, Gallup interim CEO Amy Roach added, "We are so grateful that Drop Bear Beer's Pride beer will feature Gallup's National Hate Crime Helpline number. Through our frontline services, Gallup supports thousands of LGBT+ abuse and survivors every year. At a time when LGBT plus people are facing higher levels of abuse and violence, Drop Bear Beer are helping us to provide a lifeline for those in need. Drop Bear Beer Co.'s broader range of non-alcoholic beers are listed in outlets such as Ocado, Planet Organic, and select Co-op and Tesco stores. During an extensive interview at Blasphemous Taste Wales, food manufacturer has spoken to Drop Bear Beer Co. head of sales Simon Davies about the brand's growth and plans to move into export markets around the world. Supermarket chain Aldi is opening up applications for the role of crisp taster. The brand new role will require the successful applicant to receive a selection of Aldi's most popular crisps to sample at home, including Aldi's specially selected mature cheddar and red onion hand-cooked, the Snack Right Perfections Thai Sweet Chili, and Snack Right Saucy Nibbly Nobblies. The crisp taster will also get the opportunity to try all new products before they hit the shelves. After each tasting session, they will need to create a set of exclusive reviews rating the crisp's taste, crunch, texture, and appearance to help guide the supermarket's buying team on potential future flavours. Applicants need to create a short video explaining why they would be a good fit for the role, including examples of their favourite Aldi crisps, as well as any snacking opinions that may help them stand out. Explaining the decision to launch the new role, Aldi UK Managing Director of Buying Julie Ashfield said, "What our shoppers think is so important to us. It's crucial we listen to their honest feedback so we can ensure our products continue to deliver on taste while also offering unbeatable value." Sales of snacks such as crisps and nuts skyrocketed by 40% during the World Cup in 2022, so we expect our crisps to be in high demand this summer with Euros 2024. What better timing to find out what our most passionate snack fans have to say? Biscuits and confectionery manufacturer Mondelez International is expanding its regenerative wheat farming ambitions following its successful trial. They report on its visits to see the program in action in northern France, and ask what exactly is regenerative agriculture. While regenerative agriculture is an old-age farming practice steeped in history, it has no official definition. Despite this, many industries are looking to encourage regenerative practices. Among them is Mondelez International, home to biscuits such as Le Napolitan, Oreo, and Belvita. The concept of regenerative has been linked to agriculture and farming since the late 1970s. But the phrases regenerative agriculture and regenerative farming didn't become mainstream until 10 years later. Popularized by the US-based Rodale Institute, the aforementioned terms started to claim more and more margin space. Richard Harwood, director of Rodale Research Center, notably published an international overview of regenerative agriculture, in which he linked its evolution to organic and biodynamic farming. Although the Institute may have held a starring role in pushing regenerative agriculture into the industrial lexicon, such techniques were being used long before this. Agricultural scientist, inventor, and educator Dr. George Washington Carver is considered the father of regenerative agriculture. We owe numerous early breakthroughs in soil health to Dr. Carver, in fact, who famously helped southern cotton farmers in the US restore their depleted soil. This included advocating the use of compost to reintroduce nutrients and add organic matter to the soil. As a bonus, his work also saw the rise of the peanut. Peanuts, Dr. Carver learned, could help lock in nitrogen into the soil. This led to them not only becoming a popular rotational crop, but also introduced wider society to the ample uses of this legume. Whilst the phrase regenerative agriculture fell out of fashion for a time, it's made a resurgence in recent years as climate change has been pushed up the agenda. Yet the phrase still has no universally agreed definition. The most common descriptions used for regenerative farming today are around techniques which use natural systems to restore and enhance soil health and biodiversity. Regardless of its lack of legal definition, regenerative agriculture is a big focus for Mondelez today when it comes to wheat. Its Harmony program, introduced in 2008, is the confectioner's wheat-based focused sustainability initiative, which aims to drive good environmental practices among its supply chain. A total of 73% of Mondelez's carbon emissions come from raw materials, and while wheat represents just 3%, with cacao and dairy taking top spots at 35% and 16% respectively, it's also the business's #1 ingredient in its biscuits. The program started small with just a handful of French farmers, but has expanded exponentially since its launch. Today it boasts partnerships with more than 1,100 farmers and 18 millers across 7 European countries. In total, the program uses 400,000 tons of wheat harvested every year, stretching across an impressive 57,000 hectares, and as many as 80% of the business's brands in Europe carry the Harmony logo. At an exclusive media event, they were shown the encouraging 2023 data outlining the program's recent wins. For example, in 2023, approximately 16 million bees and 29 butterfly species were observed in Harmony fields on 1,115 farms across Europe, and around 1,875 hectares of melliferous fallows, fields containing plants which produce substances that can be collected by insects and turned into honey, were dedicated to biodiversity specifically. Now Mondelez wants to go further. Last year saw a new chapter of the program kick off where it all began in France. As many as 570 farmers took part in the Harmony Ambition Regenerative Charter, starting with a test and learn model in 2022. Since then, 86% of farms adhered to best practices during crop harvesting, mowing or cover crop shedding, practices that improve soil health. Moreover, there have been a 20% increase in shallow soil tillage since 2022, with 75% of the French Harmony farm plots now practicing this. This chapter of the programme is part of an increased ambition under the Harmony 2030 Charter, wherein Mondelez is widening from individual Harmony plots to whole farms, and from pollinators to overall wildlife. Giving further details, Charlotte Brault, who manages the marketing and communicate side of the programme, said, "The 2030 ambition is based around regenerative agriculture. We want to restore the natural rhythm of the surrounding system and mitigate climate change impact and reverse biodiversity loss." Among the farmers implementing this new regenerative model is Émeric Duchesne. Duchesne, whose farm is located in the Hauts-de-France region in northern France, has been part of Harmony since 2014. Alongside wheat, he grows sugar, beet, oilseed and barley. In line with the programme, he has been diversifying crop rotation, optimising the use of nitrogen fertilisers, improving soil cover between crop and reducing soil tillage. His farm also takes part in Mondelez's In Harmony with Bees initiative that safeguards wild bees. On the farm is a bee hotel, one of 32 Mondelez international insect-friendly hotels in Europe. Weighing 55 kilograms each, a bee hotel has more than 6,000 holes, each with a different material to attract diverse types of pollinators to provide bees with a safe space to reproduce. Duchesne explained that his farm, which he took over from his father, was built on sustainable practices. However, the Harmony programme was a way to improve things further. As he said, if you want to last, you have to do it the proper way. One of the most challenging parts of any kind of outsider programme that comes along to improve things is the threat of being seen as some sort of authoritarian ruler. While most people will agree that they want to do good, marching in and telling someone, particularly if they've done the job for years, that what they're doing is all wrong, probably won't get you very far. As such, mindful and respectful collaboration is key, as well as a good incentive, which in this case is provided in the form of a premium paid to the farmers. Speaking about his experience with the programme, Duchesne congratulated Mondelez on its discussive approach. "I hate when people tell me to do something. I am very open-minded, but why don't we discuss it?" Collaboration has been the heart of the Harmony programme since its inception, with the idea sparked by Mondelez's comment bot suggestion. And whilst it wasn't a farmer that triggered the initial thought, Mondelez said they have been and continue to be, alongside NGOs, integral in the programme's development. The programme has been co-created from the start. At Mondelez, we are not experts at farming, the farmers are the experts. Guillaume Suzet, Harmony's programme lead, has said. As Mondelez does not buy directly from the farmers, Suzet explained that setting up a close-knit community with farmers did take effort. It was a challenge to set it up at the start of the Harmony programme, but now we have so many years of doing it, all the data we gather has become a habit. The biggest win is the partnerships we have built with the farmers. We're still very close to them despite the scale we have, added Brault. We keep a strong proximity with France because this is where it started. Around half of our farmers are based here. The close links with these French farmers is also very useful for pilot programs, Brault noted, and provide a perfect test bed to extrapolate the right learnings to carry forward and bring it to other areas. This is why we decided to launch the new 2030 ambition in France for the Regenerative Agriculture Charter. The plan is now to roll out the charter to all 7 countries over the next few years, Brault continued, but she was also quick to note that the charter will still be tailored to the countries and the farmers. The conditions across Europe are very different, which is why we do it step by step. Mondelez is going to work with each country, each cooperative, each farmer to ensure that the new charter works for them. To support farmers in their regenerative journey, Mondelez has also created the Harmony Academy, which provides farmers with the knowledge and skills to adopt and understand regenerative agricultural practices. Duchesne said the knowledge sharing via the app has been an extremely useful tool, and he has previously had to learn the hard way accidentally growing a hedge that attracted bugs which brought in a yellow disease, for example. The app, alongside NGO support, he believes will help prevent similar issues occurring in the future. Technology has also been key in helping Duchesne achieve the asks of the Harmony program. One example he gave were GPS-enabled tractors, which enables the vehicles to travel in a precise straight line. As he explained, a human can drive a tractor, but they won't stay straight. This allows the tractor to be more exact and efficient in its work. Another recent addition to expand and improve upon the work of Harmony is its dedicated council, an independent panel of scientific experts which advise on initiatives and challenges the business to try new approaches. The group has had an initial meeting since being established and will be meeting again in Poland later this month to discuss the way the program can measure its progress. As Sorze explained, the aim is to be able to measure with greater precision the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions as well as the business's impact on biodiversity. We already do it, but we need to push it further. Speaking on the topic of regenerative agriculture, Sorze added that whilst there is no definitive definition, some members of the council are working on standards that can apply to everyone. He said that while the business wants to be an example to others, it isn't looking to set a standardized benchmark across the EU. He does believe one will come, however, and of course it will extend far beyond wheat. The idea of new regulations on regenerative farming didn't come as a worry either, despite the business pursuing its own definition in the meantime. We have developed the definition of regenerative agriculture with the council, and we look at what others are doing, so when there is a standard, it will be close to the common practices. I'm not at all afraid it will disrupt anything. It might be that we need to tweak a KPI. Like a lot of practices in food, whether it's definitions around ultra-processed, carbon labels, or regenerative farming, we're still a way off global harmonious practice, but it sounds like Harmony is making progress in the meantime. Sustainably sourced seaweed packaging manufacturer Kelpie has secured more than £4.3 million in funding from investors to scale up and roll out its product to market. Initially seeking £3 million in equity investment, the Bristol-based firm raised £4.35 million in a funding round led by Blackfinch Ventures. Kelpie secured funding from Green Angel Ventures, Cadmus Partners, QuadX, Evenlode Foundation and the South Wales Investment Fund. Kelpie Chief Executive Neil Morris said, "This landmark investment enables Kelpie to scale up our pioneering work and take to market our world-leading packaging material that is already being chosen by clients. Kelpie can now play a key role in ending our dependence on fossil fuels to create single-use packaging and so eliminating a major source of plastic pollution. We're delighted to receive this backing from investors like Blackfinch and Green Angel Ventures to allow us to accelerate our pioneering work." Kelpie uses seaweed to create novel biopolymers from which it uses to make bioplastic coatings. These coatings can be applied to card and paper packaging to make them water resistant, removing the need to use plastic. The investment will be used to advance manufacturing pilots and gain regulatory approval for the company's proprietary coatings for paper and card, as well as continue its commercial rollout. Dr. Ruben Wilcock, head of ventures at Blackfinch, said, "Kelpie stood out to us as a strong combination of world-leading scientific innovation with extensive entrepreneurial experience. Their technology has immense commercial potential, and we're excited to be backing the company to scale up and go to market." Kelpie uses renewable feedstocks sourced sustainably, farmed seaweed in an attempt to reduce its environmental impact. Seaweed draws in a large amount of carbon dioxide as it grows, deacidifying the ocean and creating a rich environment for fish. Green Angel Ventures Chief Executive Cam Ross said, "We've been consistently impressed with Kelpie's team and technology and their pioneering approach to developing biopolymers from renewable feedstocks like seaweed. At scale, the Kelpie approach will play a vital role in reducing fossil fuel dependency, addressing climate change and impacting on plastic pollution." In the latest roundup of food manufacturing, here are a list of vacancies. Specification Technologist is wanted at Ingredients Company. Mergantia Food Ingredients UK Ltd is looking for a specification technologist to join its team. Mergantia Food Ingredients UK is a subsidiary of the Mergantia Food Group, a fourth-generation family business founded in 1903, with more than 100 years of seasonings, sauce and ingredient innovation servicing the food industry. Based in Newcastle upon Tyne and Wear, the position will require the successful candidate to complete and develop new product specifications and ensure that they are maintained in compliance with regulatory standards, customer standards, policies, and quality standards within agreed timescales. As specification technologist, you will also be responsible for liaising with customers and suppliers regarding their technical queries and for the completion of customer documentation, including SAQs, allergen risk assessments, alongside certification documents, such as halal and kosher, ensuring you keep up to date with UK and EU food law. This is a permanent role with a competitive salary, with the closing date on the 21st of June 2024. A technical manager role is open with Kent Confectioner. Chocolate brand Cocoa Bar is looking for a technical manager to join its team in Kent. Based in Rochester, the technical manager's primary responsibility will be to maintain high quality standards, regulatory requirements, and technical standards throughout the production process. The role requires a blend of technical expertise, strategic direction, and proactive problem-solving skills. Among your responsibilities, you'll be expected to direct internal audits, coordinate and oversee customer audits and CELSA certification process, review and devise responses to concerns raised by production or packaging teams, and lead the review, update, and creation of food safety and quality documents, procedures, and policies. Chocoba Chocolate is looking for someone with a degree in a related technical field, such as food science, strong organizational skills, and good communication, and an eye for detail. You'll also need extensive experience in food, particularly in technical management, and an in-depth familiarity with food safety standards, regulations, and technical standards, with relevant technical certifications highly desirable. This is a permanent role offering up to £50,000 per year. Closing date is the 24th of June 2024. The hygiene lead is needed at Bakkavor Bowness. Bakkavor is on the hunt for a site hygiene manager for its Bowness-based business. Based near Falkirk, the Bowness branch specialises in the production of fresh, high-quality salad and pasta products, working primarily with premium retailers. It produces more than 70 million salad-based meals and side dishes from its two manufacturing facilities, employing 1,200 plus people. In this role, you will take full accountability for hygiene departments across two factories to ensure hygiene, microbiological, and health and safety standards are met. You'll be an established hygiene manager with knowledge of health and safety and a COSH in the food industry, which stands for Caution of Substances Hazardous to Health, and keen to bring in new ideas to further enhance the team's abilities. This is a permanent role with a salary range of £48,000 to £58,000, depending on experience, and various benefits, including a performance-related bonus, private medical and life insurance. This role is Monday to Friday, 8.5 hours, not a day shift. However, you will need to be flexible with early starts and finishes once per week. You will need to have previous experience leading a hygiene team with health and safety qualifications at HACCP or Hazard Analysis and Critical Control Points, level 3 being desirable. The closing date is the 24th of June 2024. Next is a London bakery seeking an operations manager. Flavortown Bakery is seeking their operations manager. The Greater London business specialises in cake and cupcakes and is looking for someone to oversee the day-to-day operations of its two stores. Managing operations across the two storefront operations includes working collaboratively with store managers to drive revenue and standards, and implementing best practices across all business aspects, from merchandising to planning launches for new product lines. The successful candidate will look after budgets, growth planning, production planning, HR and recruitment, as well as being in charge of health and safety across the business from training to implementation. The company is after a systems-oriented leader capable of implementing and delivering streamlined operational procedures with experience in setting budgets and targets. Ideally, you will have extensive experience in an artisanal luxury food business and be capable of directing everything from supply chain to customer experience. Experience with the Shopify platform and integrations is preferred, leveraging this experience to push sales and smash targets. This is a permanent role offering between £45,000 and £50,000 per annum. Sales and KPI-driven bonuses are up to 10% of salary. This closing date is the 25th of June 2024. The excellent technical assistant is required. Just Egg is looking for an individual to join its technical team as a technical assistant. You will jointly manage a small quality assurance team reporting to the technical manager. The medium-sized family-owned and operated business situated in North East Leicester since 2003 specialises in the manufacture of egg products, principally hard-boiled eggs, poached eggs and egg mayonnaise. Among your responsibilities, you will be leading on-site maintenance, growth and continued improvement of HACCP systems, maintaining supplier contracts and approvals, including service suppliers such as laboratory and pest controls, and maintaining customer approvals through completion of SAQs and associated documentation. Just Egg is seeking someone who has food manufacturing experience, ideally in chilled, alongside training in internal audits and food safety, and experience with BRCGS V9. This is a permanent role with working hours set as Monday to Friday, 8 to 4. The salary is between £31,000 and £34,000 per year, based on experience, with the closing date on the 28th of June 2024. Soft drinks manufacturer Radnor Hills has appointed Simon Knight as its new managing director, effective immediately, as his predecessor William Watkins transitions to the role of chief executive. A veteran with more than 30 years of experience in the fast-moving consumer goods industry, Knight has worked as a consultant for the drinks producer for the past 2 years, after being recommended by the Welsh Government. Knight has held a number of senior roles within the food and drink industry, including a 7-year stint as sales and marketing director for Burt's Snacks and more than 12 years total at Mars Wrigley. Commenting on his appointment, Knight said, "I intend to bring a strategic and collaborative focus to my new role and will be setting very clear goals that bring the wider team together as one. Every person is vital for us to succeed, so I'll be focusing on our brilliant people and their capabilities to ensure we're set up for success and can ultimately deliver results for all of our stakeholders." William Watkins, who founded Radnor Hills in 1990, welcomed Knight to the team and praised his track record within the food and drink industry. "These are exciting times for business," Watkins added. "Radnor Hills continue to grow and Simon's focus will be on the day-to-day running of the business, allowing me to focus on the longer-term projects, ensuring we continue to have in place the capacity to keep up with the demand of our products." Knight's appointment and Watkins' move to chief executive followed a string of investments by the drinks manufacturer, which saw Radnor acquire Highland Spring Group's Welsh production site last year. It also unveiled a multi-million-pound investment in its Knighton-based manufacturing site, with new production facilities, a quality assurance laboratory, a state-of-the-art office complex, and a conference facility on its site. The new owners of York-based brewery Ainsty Ales has pledged their commitment to the further growth of the business following a 6-figure investment from local entrepreneurs. Husband and wife Stuart and Lindsay Westerson have acquired the business from founder Andy Harrington, who will leave the business on the 7th of June to pursue a career in marketing with private security firm Emma Rackham. They are joined by local business owners Nick Evell, John Greenwood, Sean Wilkinson, Ian Walker and Dave Smith as shareholders. The consortium said they aim to grow the Ainsty Ales brand and continue its taproom events in Acaster, Melvis. Reflecting on his departure from the business, Harrington said in a post on LinkedIn.com, "As the founder of Ainsty Ales Brewery and Taproom, I've lived and breathed the business for the past 11 years, but it's now time to move on and leave the business to 4 New York-based shareholders and a fantastic couple who I've personally known for the past 10 years to look after its day-to-day running." Founded by Harrington in 2014, Ainsty Ales operated a 10-barrel brewhouse with a 12-barrel mash, hot and cold liquor tanks, and a copper kettle. It also houses 3 fermenters and conditioning tanks with the capability of producing 5,000 litres of beer every week and enough room to double capacity. Yorkshire entrepreneur Nick Evell said, "We're grateful for everything Andy Harrington has done to grow the brand and for the local community, and I'm happy he's moving forward to pastures new to share his talent for marketing. I've lived in the village for over 20 years and this is an important local brand that we all want to see thrive. We've already invested in a 4th brewing vessel to increase brewing capacity and to ensure we can keep up with increasing demand." Co-investor Sean Wilkinson described the investment as a lifelong ambition of his. "Taking on his award-winning brand with a growing national presence is so exciting, and as a team we're committed to its future success. Craft beer is a £1.7 billion industry in the UK, and we plan on growing Ainsty Ales to offer beer enthusiasts everywhere more bold beers."